Our protagonist was just an ordinary wage slave, the kind who worked 78 hours a week. But one day, he opened his eyes, in another world. Normally, being reincarnated in a fantasy world is a blessing. At first, it seemed like one too. Unfortunately, there was a catch. He'd been reincarnated into the body of a noble who couldn't even read or write. A complete illiterate. To make matters worse, he didn't have any special powers, cheat abilities, or hidden systems. He was just average. Still, he enjoys lavish meals as he lounges in his private bath, enjoying the scent of lavender oil and the soft touch of the maids. He's enjoying himself so much that he doesn't even care to ask the name of the world where he has found himself. The maids smiled gently. "Young Master Alan, please go to bed early tonight. Your brothers will be returning tomorrow." "Brothers who?" he repeated blankly. The maids exchanged puzzled glances, thinking he was joking. "Of course. Young Master Leo and young Master Tonio of the Palatial family." The moment our protagonist heard Palatial's family, he found it familiar. Then, like a lightning strike, it hit him. He dunked his head straight into the bathwater and screamed internally. "No way, this can't be happening." In his previous life, he'd somehow found time to play a turn-based RPG called Psychedelia. He used to play whenever he had the time. No matter which route the player took, the moment the 5 great sins appeared, wrath, greed, sloth, pride, and obsession, the kingdom, nobility, city, basically everything starts to fall apart. And among the very first families to be destroyed was the Palatial family. The eldest son, Leo Palatial, was infamous as the king of prostitution. The second son, Tonio Palatial, was known as the drug king. Together they were a pair of corrupted nobles wiped out before the main story even began, mere side quest villains. And he, of all people, had reincarnated as their useless little brother, Alan Palatial. That night, Alan lay in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, wishing he could go back to his trash life in the corporate world. Compared to what awaited him, even unpaid overtime sounded merciful. What's the point of a life that'll end in 10 years anyway? Tears pricked at his eyes. Even having his wages withheld for 6 months didn't feel as hopeless as this. He wondered why, as a reincarnated person, he hadn't been granted anything, no special skill, no hidden blessing, not even a minor stat boost. Then, suddenly it hit him. Wait. I do have one perk. I know the story. He knew exactly what would happen 10 years from now. And if he acted early enough, maybe, just maybe, he could prevent it. With newfound determination, Alan decided, I'll stop the apocalypse before it begins, by rehabilitating the 5 great sins. They were just children, right now, after all. Surely, if he reached them early enough, he could steer them toward a different future. 2 months later, Alan sat in his office as his loyal knight, Evan, reported in. I've completed the mission, my lord. The orphans have been rescued from a human testing center and left the management of the orphanage to a girl named Yusha. Alan nodded with relief. Good work, Evan. My eyes are precise, you really are skilled. Evan tilted his head slightly, uncertain. It was always hard to tell if his emotionless master was praising him or taunting him. Alan tried to smile reassuringly, but on his stiff face, it looked more like a grimace. It wasn't his fault. His new body just didn't express emotions well. Still, Evan, ever the loyal knight, thanked him sincerely. In the world of psychedelia, betrayal was rampant. Servants, allies, even family members turned against their masters. But Evan was one of the rare few who remained loyal until the very end, a top-tier supporting character who never betrayed his lord. So, the moment Alan found him, he'd recruited him without hesitation. Just to confirm, Evan said that raid was to rescue this girl, Yusha, right? Alan nodded. Even as a seasoned mercenary, Evan had sensed that the girl was no ordinary child. She possessed overwhelming strength, yet allowed herself to be captured far too easily. Why didn't you bring her to the estate? Evan asked. It seemed safer to let her stay at the orphanage for now, Alan replied. Leaving her like that is part of the plan. Yushabludia, that name alone carried weight. She is a non-human who signs a contract with an otherworldly being for its powers. In the game's story, Yusha grew up to become the Sin of Wrath, a monster who brought death to hundreds of thousands of people. But if she could grow up peacefully, maybe she would never become the monster the game portrayed. With that thought, Alan realized he'd cleared his first landmine. Of course, he couldn't tell Evan the real reason for his actions. So he made up a flimsy excuse about it's not the right time yet. To his relief, Evan believed him. Keep our work a secret, Alan ordered. And make sure the orphanage gets everything it needs. Then, he handed Evan a sealed letter. Give this to Yusha, is it important? Evan asked. It's a letter to help her settle in, Alan said calmly. I figured I should reassure her somehow since she's been through a lot. Evan said that he would make sure that it reaches her, and he left on a horse. Alan is not sure whether the letter will reach her or not, but he wants to give it a try. The real purpose of the letter was to put in quotes, he heard dozens of times, a calming verse from the Archbishop that, in the game, helped suppress the sin of wrath. It was a line spoken by the Archbishop in the game, a sacred phrase meant to soothe the sin of wrath. In the original timeline, that message came too late, long after Yusha had already become a monster. But this time, if she received it early, perhaps it could change everything. Since one's been taken care of, should I move on to my next target? It is a bit ridiculous to become friends with a monster just because of some quiet, but maybe it'll work since they worship the same god or whatever of the other world. It's actually hard to estimate what these people think. I mean, they're like fanatics. When Yushabludia received the letter, she silently tore the seal and began to read. Evan, who stood nearby, felt the mana, which was really unbelievable. She's a strange child. It's like she has no emotions at all. Her crimson eyes lifted from the page. Did Mr. Allen send this letter? Her gaze was terrifying, and the air grew heavier. She asked why he didn't want me by his side. The sheer pressure of her presence made it hard to breathe. Evan could feel her manifesting mana. It was unthinkable that a child could have reached such a peak. He swallowed hard. He said, "The time isn't right yet." At that, Yusha fell silent. The crimson light in her eyes dimmed. She lowered the letter slowly, and for the first time, a faint, almost imperceptible smile crossed her lips. Inside the letter, she had recognized a hidden message, something only someone worthy of her loyalty could know. "I understand now," she murmured. Evan, still trembling slightly, could only stare. "She is smiling with a blush on her face. Sin of wrath, daughter of monsters, bloody Queen Yusha." Meanwhile, back at the palatial estate, Alan lay in bed as he managed to extend my luxurious lifespan a bit. While seeing a brighter moon through his glass ceiling, he wished to work hard on the next kid as well. The next morning, he was in the library, sifting through records for clues about the third boss on his list when Evan burst through the door. "My lord." "I've found the second one," Evan reported, still catching his breath. Alan's head snapped up. "You did? Did you make sure to treat the child very kindly?" "Yes, we did after saving the child from the illegal slave market." Before Alan could respond, a loud sound of the door breaking, followed by the mocking laugh, filled the room. "Well, well. If it isn't my useless little brother." It was Tonio, the second son of the Palatial family, the so-called king of drugs. Without hesitation, he stomped toward Alan and pressed his elbow on his head, using him like a handrest. "Didn't think you could read at all, Alan? Or are you just pretending again?" Alan kept his mouth shut. The silence only angered Tonio further. "Answer me when I'm talking to you." Alan wanted to fight back, but he knew better. If he wanted to live long in this household, he had to play the part of a coward. I'll take my leave then," he said quietly, lowering his head. "As you want to use the library?" Tonio sneered. "Heh. At least you finally know your place." A clang echoed through the air. A dagger whistled past Tonio's face, missing by a hair's breadth, and embedded itself in the bookshelf behind him. Both men froze. Standing at the doorway was Leo Palacio, the eldest brother. "Could you idiots not make noise this early in the morning?" The tension spiked instantly. Tonio snarled. You wanna die, Leo? Try me, Leo replied, smiling faintly. As the two began to square off, Alan quietly backed away, inch by inch, toward the exit. He had no desire to get caught between those two maniacs. The Palatial family might have been powerful, but Evervane knew its heirs were nothing but walking disasters, men who ruled the kingdom's underworld, Leo, the prostitution king, Antonio, the drug king. Two monsters in human form. Alan slipped out of the room with Evan just as the shouting turned into a violent brawl. If I want to survive in this house, he muttered, I'll live like the most harmless trash imaginable. Back in his quarters, Alan collapsed onto his couch with a sigh. Evan said though the second child didn't seem ordinary either, he found Alan's frail appearance hard to reconcile with his knowledge of secret human experiments and illegal slave markets happening in a different region. Nonetheless, Evan couldn't deny it, Alan was a peculiar man. The second child he had rescued, the boy from the slave market, Alan said that the boy isn't ordinary, possessed power so immense that he's of cataclysmic scale. That boy's name was Deus Michaelian. Once, in the original game, Deus had been sold into slavery, abused, and passed from owner to owner until his mind shattered. When he finally broke, he became the sin of sloth, a being who annihilated entire kingdoms without lifting a finger. Even players had been traumatized by his storyline. This time, Alan had ordered Evan to treat him gently. When Evan asked if the letter sent to Yusha was related to the boy, Alan confirmed it. Inside that letter, Alan had asked Yusha to watch over the boy and protect him. And just as he hoped, Yusha obeyed. She approached the broken child and said, You're broken? Those are traces of that. It was the black goat, wasn't it? Yet you've been chosen by a great moon. Congratulations, so feel the power you're bestowed with and let your potential be unleashed if you stay loyal and follow his order. One day you shall have your revenge. Now then, I should send MT first reply with a light greeting. Alan is searching for info on the third boss in the library, but suddenly Evan bursts into his room, this time with big, troubling news. The scum, no, I mean the second young master is dead. Alan froze. What? That wasn't supposed to happen. Tonio shouldn't die yet. In the game, Leo only managed to kill him after years of conflict. But now, Tonio was gone already. Within hours, the funeral was arranged. Even during the ceremony, their father drank and flirted with women as though nothing had happened. Alan watched the scene quietly. He knew this family was messed up. The official report said Tonio had died from an accidental fall, but he knew better. In the game, that fall had never existed. Back in the game across the hall, Leo cried desperately, saying he had finally killed him after all these years. Back to the present, Leo didn't even try to hide his emotions. Alan concluded that it must be either Leo or his followers. Doesn't matter. I just need to gather the remaining 3, he thought grimly. A year later. After Tonio's death, the palatial household grew strangely peaceful. With no more quarrels over succession. During that time, Alan and Yusha became steady pen pals. While reading Yusha's letter, Alan felt they were good kids. The list of sponsors increased yet again for that small orphanage. Evan said that he received a call from Information Guild that they found a clue. Finally. After so long, a lead on the third boss, the most elusive of the 5. It was a peaceful evening in the palatial estate, but far from calm in a warehouse at the city's edge. 2 high-ranking officers from Leo's syndicate arrived at the site after losing contact with their men. What greeted them was a nightmare. Bodies were strewn across the floor, soaked in dark pools of blood. The survivors, if they could be called that, moved like puppets, stabbing themselves with jagged blades, whispering incoherent words before collapsing in silence. Before the officers could even draw their weapons, they too felt their limbs twist against their will. The last thing they saw was their own hands plunging knives into their throats. From the shadows, 2 figures watched the carnage. Deus stood still, his silver eyes dull with exhaustion. Yusha, do you think this even means anything? Beside him, Yusha, calm as ever, watched the corpses. Every act has meaning, Deus. Tell me, do you pity them? Deus shook his head slowly. No. They're the ones who turn people into slaves to their own vices. I just don't understand how this fits into my revenge. Yusha turned toward him. Because we're preparing for our master's return. When he comes back, his throne must not be tainted by filth. Deus finally nodded. They left the warehouse behind, setting it ablaze until nothing remained but smoke and ashes. Before departing, Yusha traced a glowing blue crescent on the ground. She said, "We are the Blue Moon, our master's blade." It's been 2 years since I've had Yusha as a pen pal. Evan was searching for Alan by dragging his body. He finally found Alan, who was in the backyard. Alan was surprised. "Oh, it's you, Evan," he said. Evan said, "We've rescued the 5th child and successfully sent him to the orphanage as well." Alan froze for a moment. He is impressed by Evan's efforts. Alan feeds Evan some cakes. Alan had trouble finding Greed the Third, but with his game knowledge, he has made things work. Alan throws a few cakes in the air, and Evan catches them in style. "Good work on everything, you can rest now." Evan tilted his head. "So, the orphanage mission is really over?" Alan nodded. "For now." "You don't look happy about it," Evan said, frowning. "I am," Alan replied flatly. "Can't you tell?" "I'm smiling. Let's just say you are," Evan said sarcastically. Alan lay back on the grass, feeling the weight of exhaustion mixed with relief. Everything had gone well till now. The 5 children who would have destroyed the world were now safe, and healing. Their evil had never been innate. It was born of pain and betrayal. Saving them meant rewriting fate itself. Later, Evan handed him a letter. And also, he said that the orphanage is doing well. They once looked like broken dolls, but now they've lightened quite a bit. Alan opened it and read quietly. Alan smiled faintly. She really is incredible. He hadn't expected Yusha to manage so well. Then again, her background was tied directly to the orphanage. It was her birthplace in the game's lore. Perhaps that familiarity gave her strength. She's a good kid. He set the letter down, genuinely proud of their growth. The orphanage had become a place of light instead of tragedy. The environment must have helped too, he said. They're growing up right this time. Evan nodded thoughtfully, then asked, "When do you plan to meet them in person, my lord?" "You said there'd be a time for it." Alan paused. He had no such plans. Every one of those children terrified him. He remembered all too vividly what they had become in the game. He couldn't bring himself to face them. "I'll visit later, maybe in 5 years," he lied smoothly. "When the time feels right." Evan accepted the answer without question. With the rescue complete, Alan turned his attention to a new goal, learning some self-defense. Magic, thankfully, was one thing he did have talent for. As he was training, Evan spoke up again. "My lord, have you heard of a group called the Blue Moon?" Alan blinked. "No. Should I have?" "They've been making a name for themselves lately. Apparently, they've been hunting down criminal organizations across the kingdom." Alan raised an eyebrow. "Sounds like they're doing the world a favor. Why would that be a problem?" Evan hesitated. "Because they've started targeting nobles too." Alan froze. He asked Evan to sleep next to his room from now on. Meanwhile, far from the palatial estate, the Blue Moon gathered beneath a dimly lit chapel. At the head of the table, Yusha asked them to report. The sin of pride Seorang reported on her task. "The slave traders from the north have been dealt with. They couldn't even figure out who I am. I gave them a chance to live if they could guess my eye color." A smile crossed her lips. "Naturally, they failed. Next was the sin of greed, Rinne. All the bodies have been melted. As for the illegal experiments, Raiden, the sin of obsession, took care of those personally." Yusha nodded, satisfied. "Good. Everything proceeds as planned." Her crimson eyes burned brighter. "We exist for the sake of the Great Moon. A secret organization that worships the Great Moon is called Blue Moon." Just then, Raiden mentions that there's a slight problem. Yusha questions everything is going smoothly, so what could be a problem? Apparently, during the raid on Avalon's southern base, Raiden uncovered a dangerous document, one detailing Leo's plan to eliminate Alan. When Yusha reads this, rage consumes her. In the note, it was mentioned that kill Alan by slowly poisoning him. 2 years later, Count Palacio finally succumbs to his long illness. The official report cites cardiac arrest, but everyone knows the truth. Years of drug abuse finally caught up to him. During the funeral, Leo receives news: the blue moon has struck again. Meanwhile, Alan overhears Leo and his men discussing the blue moon, realizing they're finally beginning to take the organization seriously. The Count's funeral ends quietly, with no mourners and no tears shed. Afterward, Evan approaches Alan. "So, what's next?" he asks. "At this rate, that Asho. I mean, the first young master will become the next head." To Evan's surprise, Alan calmly replies, "We're leaving the estate." "Leaving? Where to?" "A small village in the south," Alan says. Rodmill. Rodmill, a quiet, remote village deep in Palacio County's southern territory. Without delay, Alan and Evan depart, finally tasting freedom for the first time in years. For 3 blissful days, the days were calm and quiet. Alan cook delicious egg toast and other tasty foods, sharing them with Evan, as they enjoyed the rare peace. After 3 days, when they return home, Leo is dead. Alan can hardly believe it. Only 3 days after leaving, his brother is gone. The cause of death, a single, precise stab to the heart. But the killer? Then a servant approached nervously, and Alan asked him about the cause of death, but accidentally made eye contact with Alan the moment their eyes met. The servant panicked and quickly apologized for making eye contact. Trembling in fear, Alan frowned slightly, wondering what was wrong with the man. Later, Alan quietly asks Evan if he's found anything unusual. Evan nods. "Did you wipe out Avalon in one night?" The question stuns Alan. He finally understands why the nobles and guests have been avoiding his gaze. A few days earlier, when Alan first announced his departure, Evan had asked him why he wasn't heading to a city instead of a remote village. Deep down, Alan knew the truth. Rod Mill is the only place where he can complete his plan. He's already saved the 5 sins and prevented the world's destruction. Road Mill has no connection to the original story. Rod Mill even has Palatial Villa, away from the main estate, which is the perfect place for a peaceful life. He simply told Evan, "There's a reason for everything." Evan sighed in frustration. "You always say those things when you're not bothered. You can't fool me anymore." What Alan didn't know was that Leo had already decided to kill him. Seeing Alan bow respectfully before leaving, and he is heading off to the border, Leo lost all the reasons to kill him. But as soon as Alan's carriage departed, Leo turned to his trusted aide, Alman. "Follow them," Leo ordered. Alman frowned. "Do you want me to kill him?" Leo was surprised. Alman never questioned orders, no matter what orders I gave, so why is he asking me a question all of a sudden? "You don't get to ask why," Leo snapped. "Just do it." But before Leo could say another word, Alman drove his sword straight into Leo's chest. Leo gasped, eyes wide with betrayal. "You betrayed me?" Alman smiled faintly. "No. I was just playing along." His voice darkened. "My name isn't Alman, it's Raiden, the sin of obsession." He continues explaining that Blue Moon operatives follow a creed taught by the Red Moon. So they move as it wields them. He adds that if someone tries to harm the Great Moon, they are permitted to move on their own. Raiden revealed that he'd been waiting 2 years, patiently, for Leo to say that. And now, he finally had his excuse. As Leo bled out, he spat weakly, "You'll never escape my men." Raiden smirked. He shook his head. "The Great Moon gave you a chance to live, Leo, but, as always, you wasted it." With that, he drove his blade deeper, ending Leo's life. The next morning, Alan woke to a gentle sunrise. It felt like paradise, waking whenever he wanted, eating whenever he pleased, living freely for once. He even joked about starting a toast business. But his moment of peace was short-lived. Evan mentioned, "Young master, you have a letter." Alan took it, and as soon as he read the words, his smile vanished. Due to the death of Leo Palladio, he was requested to return to the estate immediately. Just like that, his 3 days of paradise were shattered. Back at the mansion, Alan couldn't help but notice how strangely everyone looked at him, cautious, fearful. That's when Evan asked, half-jokingly, "When did you become such a shadow leader?" It finally dawned on him. Alan sits with Evan in a corner. Alan asks Evan to explain why everyone believes that he is a villain. Evan explained, "Think about it, you left right before Leo died. Perfect timing, perfect alibi. And with Leo gone, that makes you the only heir." He grinned. "Congratulations, my lord. You've just become the new shadow leader of Palatial County." Alan questioned Evan about his excitement. "Are you enjoying this?" Alan sighed deeply, mind spinning. There was no way any normal group could have annihilated Avalon in a single night. Then it hit him, the Blue Moon. He remembered Evan's earlier report, an organization that hunted down other organizations. But Evan shook his head. "I checked with the guild. There's no evidence linking Blue Moon to Avalon's fall. They always leave a mark, and there wasn't one." Alan's unease only deepened. If it wasn't Blue Moon, then who was pulling the strings? The Avalon officials, on the other hand, had been killed by a sword. Alan finally realizes why people believe he's the shadow leader. Since the Blue Moon didn't exist before the main story and there's no evidence linking them to the attack, Alan starts wondering who the real culprits might be. Meanwhile, during one of Blue Moon's usual meetings, Yusha asks her comrades, "Did we leave any traces behind?" Her subordinates assure her that they left nothing, only piles of corpses. "I'm back," Deus announces his return. 486 soldiers of Avalon remain. Behind him, Raiden entered and states that he cut them all in half just as Yusha had instructed. Yusha smiles faintly. Her plan worked perfectly. In just 5 days, the Blue Moon had completely erased Avalon, the once powerful organization that had dominated the Asteria Kingdom. Raiden then speaks up. "I don't think the cleanup was perfect." Yusha turns to him. "What do you mean?" "I've discovered more nobles connected to Avalon," he replies grimly. "The Altia Dukedom seems to be the most heavily involved." Without hesitation, Yusha looks to the others and asks rhetorically if they already know what she is going to say. Raiden answers that he will take care of the matter quietly. She then inquires about the Information Guild. Her members confirm that there's no evidence linking Blue Moon to the destruction. All the guilds share the same belief, Deus adds. They're calling it hell created by the Sword Master. Yusha crosses her arms, thinking. Good. Maintain surveillance. And remember, our master must never learn of this. Deus frowns. But Leo, Alan's brother, was the one who targeted him first. Don't we have the right to act? Yusha's tone hardens. We can't justify what we did. We didn't receive an order from him. She steps forward, her eyes sharp. Remember, we are his sword. A sword does not think for itself. It only moves when commanded. Her voice lowers to a whisper. And don't ever forget, our master knows everything. Her subordinates bow deeply, silence filling the room. Deus glances at her, astonished. Yusha, who possesses overwhelming power, was afraid of Alan finding out about their actions. But he can't argue. After all, everything they've done, every drop of blood spilled, was for him. A month later, Alan's life is anything but peaceful. Thanks to Leo's death, an avalanche of responsibilities has fallen squarely on his shoulders. This isn't the life he imagined, it's the one that chose him. What's worse, Leo's death wasn't supposed to happen for another 6 years. With the entire family's future altered, every burden now rests on Alan's back. The estate's servants work tirelessly, terrified of upsetting their new master. Alan knows that under his father's rule, everyone used to slack off and skip work, but now they fear him, swept over them before he returned to his work. Seeing that expression, the workers grew nervous and silently decided they would work even harder to please His Majesty. He thought to himself that it must be because of the rumors about him being the secret mastermind. He sighs, wishing they'd handle things themselves instead of reporting every minor issue to him. Later, Evan congratulates Alan for reaching the second tier of magic in just 2 years. That's incredible, Evan says. It usually takes 4 years to reach that level. Alan smirks. I guess I'm talented after all. In truth, Alan has been pouring all his focus into magical defense techniques out of sheer paranoia. The technique requires precise mana control, but Alan struggles. His mana pool is too small. In this world, one's mana hole is like an athlete's physique, predetermined from birth. And Alan's happens to be, disappointingly small. No amount of training seems to change that. Still, he keeps trying. One afternoon, Evan interrupts Alan's grumbling. You got an invitation to the ball, finally. A ball. In the next scene, Alan and Evan were seen entering the ball. Alan already appeared tired, but still had to attend the event. He thought to himself that it was a regular ball held in the southern part of the Asteria kingdom for noble networking. Since he was about to become a count, he considered using this chance to build some connections. Evan noticed how deeply Alan was thinking and asked what he was doing. Alan continued reflecting silently that building ties with other nobles was essential for a peaceful future. Alan groans. Do I have to? He does. But as soon as Alan tries to talk, everyone avoids him like the plague. Evan pats his shoulder. Don't take it personally. Alan sighs. It's fine. I expected this. He excuses himself and walks toward the refreshment table, trying to look casual. Even though he's known as the Black Sheep, Alan plans to fix his reputation, starting tonight. He picks up a glass of wine and approaches a lady nearby. This drink's pretty good, he says with a polite smile. I might have to get a few bottles for home. He smiled as he spoke, though the smile appeared unnervingly creepy. In his mind, he reminded himself that a smooth smile was essential for good socializing. The woman forces a nervous laugh, and then his smile hits her. Alan's awkward grin, which he's never been able to master, only makes things worse. Her body stiffens with fear. I'll tell my father to arrange it. She blurts out, then scurries away before Alan can reply. As she disappears, the other nobles begin whispering behind their fans. Did you see that? She looked terrified. He's even worse than his brother. Alan tries to convince himself otherwise. She must be shy, he mutters. Evan walks over, trying not to laugh. Don't worry, young master. You did your best. Alan stares blankly into his wine glass, realizing that the palatial name is far more cursed than he thought. The rumors, that he killed his brother, have made him the most avoided man in the room. Fed up, Alan excuses himself to get some air. As Alan walked out, a red-haired girl nearby quietly watched him leave. Out on the balcony, under the moonlight, Alan lets out a long sigh. Where did it all go wrong? Then, a voice called out, greeting him and asking for a moment of his time. He was surprised because none of the nobles had spoken to him that night, and now a girl had approached him directly. He wondered who she could be, but when he looked around, no one stood in front of him. Then, as he glanced downward, he noticed a girl introducing herself below. She said she was Loria, third daughter of the Duke of Altia. The name caught Alan off guard, and he greeted her back. He recalled in his thoughts that the Altia family was one of the 3 great shadow powers of psychedelia, known as the Northern Troublemakers. If someone from that family approached him, it couldn't be a coincidence. Still, something feels strange. He doesn't remember seeing her in the game's story. Without wasting time, Loria gets straight to the point. I need your help, she says. Because I'm going to be assassinated soon. Alan freezes. What? She continues calmly, though fear flickers in her eyes. My father's kept me safe until now, but I'm the daughter of his mistress. He's fallen ill, and my sisters, they'll come for me next. It clicks. Alan suddenly realizes why he doesn't remember her. She might have died before the game's main story even began. And now, her survival might change everything. Loria pleaded with Alan to help her, desperation clear in her trembling voice. But Alan rejected her request. Without hesitation. Refusing to back down, Loria added quickly, I'm not asking for your help for free. I'll give you half of the dukedom, just help me. Alan sighed and turned away. I'm leaving. He could tell Loria was in a desperate position, but helping her would only drag him into danger. Even if he wanted to help, he knew he couldn't, not because he was heartless, but because, unlike the rumors, he was just an ordinary, talentless man. As he was about to step through the door, his conscience tugged at him. Alan stopped, turned back, and said quietly, "Something good will happen for you. I hope you meet someone who can actually help." Meanwhile, the Sins were watching from a distance. They'd noticed Loria approaching Alan and decided it was best to report to Yusha before making a move. Rinne, however, suggested otherwise. Do we really need to report this? Loria's the only Altia who is not tied to Avalon. Deus nodded. That makes things easier. The other Altia will be taken care of soon anyway. Rinne added Yusha's orders were clear: cut off all information flow. The Avalon incident must never reach Great Moon. Alan walked alone through the quiet hallways when a voice suddenly greeted him. Alan wondered if that greeting was truly meant for him. For a brief moment, he thought maybe he could finally form a friendly connection with the nobles. He greeted her back, but as he looked closer, suspicion filled his eyes. He recognized her. She is another shadow player. Of course, there's no way some would approach me first unless they were the trouble. Stepped forward and offered a polite greeting. Lady Zenonia, it's an honor. Zenonia surprised. You know who I am? Of course, Alan replied. You're quite famous in many ways. In the kingdom of Asteria, there are 3 great noble houses: to the north, House Altia; to the east, House Palatio; and to the west, House of Zenonia. She is the eldest daughter of Count Zenonia Callia. If Callia Palatio runs a gang, then Zenonia is more like a smartly maintained criminal syndicate. Even though Alan knew noble connections could bring him a peaceful life, he also knew better than to get involved with the Callia. You're so beautiful, my lady, Alan added with a faint smile. Callia chuckled softly. Thank you. I'd like to talk more sometime. Maybe later, Alan replied, glancing around. There are too many eyes watching right now. Deep down, he just wanted her to let him go. Callia smirked. You're just as the rumors say, Alan. I'll be seeing you again. Her words left him puzzled as she walked away. From the shadows, Rinne and Deus were still monitoring. There's something off, Deus muttered. Someone's tailing Alan. Rinne frowned. No orders about this one yet. Let's just observe, but eliminate if necessary. Later, Alan and Evan arrived at a vast canyon, the one Alan had been searching for all along. This is it, Alan said, his voice filled with awe. Evan frowned, glancing at the dim, rocky chasm. It's still dark inside, even though it's midday. Are you sure about this place? Alan grinned. If this isn't it, I might actually cry. Upon entering, Alan exhaled in relief. Finally. I found it. The Labyrinth of Whispers. In the game, it had been easy to locate. Actually, the reason he came all the way south under the pretense of attending a ball was because of the labyrinth here. The Labyrinth of Whispers. If you solve all the riddles in 8 chambers, you will earn a powerful artifact. Remembering the entire walk through, Alan felt a spark of excitement, like he was back to grinding at level 1 again. Standing before the labyrinth's entrance, he couldn't help but admire its sheer scale. Evan, however, was unsettled, and asks Alan, how do you even know about it? I come here often, Alan said casually. What? I'm kidding. He smirked and said, I have my ways for now, let's go in. They soon encountered monstrous figures clinging to the ceiling, waiting for them to fail the riddles so they could strike. Evan panicked, while Alan calmly focused on solving it. Evan's thoughts spiraled. How can the young master stay so calm in a situation like this? We've worked together for 4 years, yet I still don't understand him. None of their past missions had made sense, from destroying an evil organization to saving slaves, paying debts, and helping orphans. Nothing connected, and yet Alan always seemed to know the way. I got it, Alan suddenly said. We just need to wait for the giant hand to finish. Evan silently thought that even so, following his mysterious young master had always led to something good in the end. Slowly, the door began to open. Evan wondered what Alan was planning this time as the stone door rumbled open, revealing a chamber filled with glittering treasures, and in the distance, a single black ring resting on a gauntlet. "That's what we came for," Alan said. Evan blinked. "That's it? Just a ring? It's all we need." When Evan started pocketing gold, Alan warned, "Drop it. Those treasures only bring trouble." Alan wore the ring on the thumb finger, and the ring's name is the Oath of Restraint. He assured Evan that nothing dangerous awaited them. On the way back, Evan nervously replied in agreement, still uneasy. Alan thought to himself that thanks to the walk-through, this entire process had been easy. But suddenly Evan's voice trembled as he called out to his lord. A group of stone golems blocked their path. Evan immediately panicked. "If I could at least get young master out safely, it would be enough for me." Alan stepped forward, raising the hand with the ring. "I'll handle it." "You'll get yourself killed. Your Tier 2 magic won't work on them." Ignoring him, Alan activated the ring. "I invoke the Oath of Restraint." Time stopped. The world around him dissolved into a void. A vast, ethereal voice spoke, "Surprised face fragment inheriting the great will of Nyakula, speak 2 restrictions I can enact." Alan realized that in the game, this part had been shown as a selection window. This was the labyrinth's clear reward. The restraint, as the name suggests, it is an absorption-type artifact that imposes restrictions on the user. In exchange for a power. Hearing the voice made Alan feel more certain that this is reality. "I know this part," he muttered. "The first constraint. I will always perform the hand signs of Babylonia when using magic." The void rippled. "What is it you desire through this restriction?" "I want the power to twist the laws of this world a little further," Alan answered. The being granted his request. "And the second?" "When using magic, I will strictly chant the words of Babylonia." The void rippled. "What is it you desire through this restriction?" Alan said firmly. "Greater power to defy the world's law." Silence followed. For a moment, he feared he'd made a mistake. The being granted his request. Then the voice spoke again, deeper this time. "O human who remembers the gestures and mysteries of a forgotten god, I express my gratitude to you who inherit the will." Alan was confused. "Inherit the will, what does that mean?" "The ring is being absorbed completely. The restriction was applied successfully. The voice also said it will be watching him, the one who inherited the will." In the next instant, Alan snapped back to reality. Evan was still trying to stop him as the golems advanced. But Alan raised his hand once more. His mana surged, forming a small sphere of lightning that should have shone brightly remained faint even after he poured all his mana into it. No matter how much he trained, this was his limit. It was time to test the restraint and the price he paid for it. Focusing deeply, Alan cast his spell. A powerful ball of energy formed between his hands. It is radiating a blinding aura that spreads across the surroundings. Alan can still feel the ring on his thumb. Alan appeared to be unleashing, or perhaps absorbing, a massive surge of magical power. The atmosphere trembled as swirling blue-white light and electric sparks enveloped him. Waves of energy rippled outward, giving the impression of immense spiritual or elemental power, lightning, or perhaps pure mana itself. Then Alan began to cast a spell beyond comprehension. The moment his energy fully erupted, the entire scene was consumed by blinding light and violent surges of electricity, an explosion of raw, magical force. Amid the chaos, Alan stood tall beneath the radiant burst, the aftermath of his unleashed power illuminating everything around him. His cape billowed behind him as he raised his arm toward the sky, a gesture of control, dominance, and completion. Then he cast another spell, drawing blue lines across the sky. The aftermath of Alone's ultimate power release displayed the sheer scale and destructive force of his magic. At the bottom of the scene, Alan stood upon a shattered cliff, his figure small compared to the colossal sphere of energy above him. The glowing orb, surrounded by violent arcs of lightning, symbolized a concentrated core of divine power. Massive bolts of lightning tore through the sky and ground, illustrating how unstable and overwhelming this power truly was. Then he cast another spell, announcing a linear diffraction. Afterward, he performed a series of intricate hand signs, releasing a torrent of powerful magic. Evan stood in shock as Alan channeled his energy toward the orcs. In an instant, his magic struck the horde. The stone orcs crumbled and shattered one after another. Within moments, every orc was obliterated completely, leaving behind nothing but dust and sparks in the air. Evan, still stunned, could hardly believe what he was witnessing. His mind reeled as he muttered in disbelief. This power was beyond anything imaginable. As they made their way out of the canyon, Evan turned toward Alone, his mind still spinning from what he had seen. He wondered if Alan had been hiding his true power all along. Confusion swirled in his thoughts, his disbelief rising to almost absurd levels. In his 15 years as a mercenary, he had never seen anything even remotely close to this. He asked in disbelief whether that was just second-tier magic. Alone confirmed it was. Evan fell silent, unable to respond. Inside, Alan reflected that even he hadn't known this was possible. He recalled that the spell hadn't been this powerful in the game, if he remembered correctly. In Psychedelia's turn-based combat system, a spell could only be enhanced using a sign or an incantation each turn. This time, however, his attack power had doubled. It had been a chain lightning spell using 4 incantations and hand signs, for a total of 5 turns. The stacked thunder blades had been amplified together, forming a configuration suited for large-scale lightning magic. In exchange for the restriction requiring him to use a sign and incantation for every spell he cast, he had gained something else, something divine. He recalled an ancient invocation echoing through his mind. "O forgotten mortal, who recalls the sign and mystery of the great God, I offer you gratitude for inheriting his will." That must have been the reason the magic was amplified severalfold, rising to unimaginable levels. Even so, second-tier magic felt like overkill. The result had far exceeded his expectations, leaving even him surprised. As Alan pondered these thoughts, he finally reached the canyon's edge, Evan following close behind. Exhausted, Evan let out a deep sigh of relief, his voice heavy with fatigue. The toll of the encounter pressed down on him. Sitting on the rocky ground, he murmured that this ordeal had been even tougher than the battle itself. He wondered aloud in frustration who on earth had designed such a place. Alan simply responded with a quiet hum, his expression unreadable. Alan thought to himself that the Whispering Labyrinth had another name. It had spread throughout the community through shared map settings and guidebooks. People said the Maze of Polyon is a mid-level grinding zone in the game. At some point, it began to be called the Maze of Polyon. Alan just told that it was created by someone named Polyon. Evan, confused and weakened, barely understood what he heard. Dizzy, he stumbled, and Alan supported him, saying they were heading back east. Exhausted from the journey, Evan muttered about the 3 weeks of hard work they had endured, and Alan said that there was something he wanted to do once they returned. Evan remarked that, "Young master, you're more diligent than he had thought." Night soon fell as the two continued their way. Alan still supported the weakened Evan under the dim moonlight. Alan reflected deeply on his earlier spells. He thought that choosing a sign matching the spell's attribute increased its power, and selecting the right incantation strengthened its properties. That was how the game worked. However, unlike in the game, where only attack stats rose by about 10%, this time, each sign visibly altered the spell itself. Every incantation brought a clear transformation. He wondered, maybe I can see those transformations because I'm especially good at controlling mana. Once his mana recovered, he planned to test it again. Either way, everything had turned out well in the end. After a long night, both of them mounted their horses and began their journey home. Not far away, hidden in the shadows, a figure watched them silently. Rinez sat upon a tall tree, the moonlight reflecting in her eyes, making them glow faintly. She jumped down gracefully and moved toward the canyon where Alan and Evan had fought earlier. As she arrived, she noticed strange writings engraved into the canyon stones, glowing letters that read, "The Era of the Forgotten Outer God." The glyphs of the Alanef Empire shimmered faintly as Rinna placed her hand upon one of the stones. The energy within it flowed into her, and she realized something profound. Alan had repelled the invasion of the Black Things and defeated Alakalaka, the devourer of his subjects' heart. Fragments of history echoed through her thoughts. The brilliant emperor, the great Paulion. She knew them all because she had been born under the great mission within the ancient library. She recalled that Alan had said the labyrinth was created by Paulion. She knew he was special since the Bloody Queen followed him, something one could only find in history, but she did not expect the Great Moon to be a friend of Paulion. Moreover, the incantation Alan whispered did not exist in the records of the ancient library. She wondered in silence who that man truly was. Rinna smiled faintly, acknowledging that everything the Red Moon had said was true. A sense of guilt washed over her, as she admitted inwardly that she felt ashamed for merely following orders. At that moment, Deus appeared. Rinna's eyes shifted toward him. She noted his presence, and asked if he had managed to obtain the information. Deus, positioned above on a tree branch, responded coldly that he had not. The Dark One is dead, his neck twisting twice in midair, ending his life instantly. Rinna's expression turned serious. She stated that she would have to report this for processing. Her tone remained cold and composed as she prepared to move forward with the next steps. The scene then transitioned to Count Zenonia's house. Kalia sat calmly, sipping her tea. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she remarked that it hadn't just been a rumor after all. She remembered his gaze, cold and unfeeling, like the depths of the abyss. Count Zenonia was both powerful and renowned. Yet Kalia found something strange. Despite I don't participate in any social activities, he still said she is famous. Isn't it fascinating, father? You're the Count here. Sitting at his desk, writing a letter, Kalia's sly smile deepened. She snapped her fingers, releasing a wave of dark energy from her hands. A black aura spread through the air as she manipulated her father, bending his will to her control. She quietly assured herself that no one would ever suspect that she had made her father a puppet so she could work as the real head of the household. A faint light flickered as she murmured, wondering how they had managed to find out. Her mind raced, realizing that even the spy she had planted had already been discovered. Slowly, the truth became clear. The person secretly observing Alan earlier in the hall had been Kalia's spy. Moments later, a servant rushed in, calling for her attention. He addressed her as Lady Kalia and urged her to come to her room immediately. Without hesitation, she followed. Upon entering, she found the spy lying dead on the floor. The servant explained that the seal had not activated, meaning the spy must not have revealed the secret before dying. Kalia narrowed her eyes, stating that he must have deliberately placed it in her chamber. A faint smirk formed on her lips as a red aura radiated from her body. She let out a low laugh, realizing the depth of the situation. She thought about how they had managed to find this out and admitted internally that she had been caught off guard, her greatest weakness exposed the moment they met. Meanwhile, on the other side, Alan and Evan are resting in their carriage. Both were exhausted from the journey, finally finding a brief moment of peace. Yet as Evan drifted into deep sleep, his loud snores filled the night. Alan lay awake, unable to sleep, his eyes fixed on the dark sky while Evan's snoring echoed beside him, disturbing the silence. Loria is in her carriage towards Altia Ducal Estate, her face heavy with disappointment and fatigue. Her mind drifts with thoughts of regret and realization. As expected, she knew he was not someone to underestimate, the distinguished one of the underworld, a man whose cold eyes reminded her of her father's. He was the kind of person she should never make an enemy of. He is her last lifeline. But she knew he would never accept a deal that brought him any real loss. All her assets and power had already been stripped away by her cunning siblings, the eldest son, Timalion, the eldest daughter, Marianne, the second son, Keeg, and the second daughter, Pyron. With nothing left, she had survived only through her father's love and mercy. But even that now seemed uncertain. As she walked deeper into the estate, lost in despair, she whispered to herself that she no longer knew what to do. The moment she entered the main hall, the maids rushed toward her in panic, their voices trembling. They called out for Lady Loria, their faces pale with fear. They told her that Lady Pyron and Keeg had taken their own lives. Shock spread across Loria's face. Her body froze in disbelief. Those people, who had once betrayed their family, had chosen death? It didn't make sense. Fear gripped her heart as she asked about Timalian and Marianne. Soon after, she was shown a horrifying sight. Both Timalian and Marianne lay lifeless, their swords buried in each other's chests. Loria trembled, terror consuming her as her mind screamed in confusion. Why and how had such a tragedy happened? Meanwhile, outside the Altia ducal estate, Raiden was seen leaving swiftly, a faint smirk curling on his lips as he muttered to himself. Successfully eliminated. Loria's mind flashed back to Alan's earlier words, the ones hinting that good things would soon happen. A chill ran through her veins. The realization struck her, the true mastermind of the Count's household, the one who had hidden his claws and waited for the perfect moment, had finally made his move. Now, she had become the only successor of the Altia ducal family overnight. She wondered what kind of monstrous devil she had made a pact with. But she knew there was no turning back. Those who had betrayed him had already met their fates. There were too many precedents. She told herself she must walk the path she had chosen, no matter how dark it became. A spark of determination lit her eyes. 2 months later, a grand gift arrived from Duke Altias, addressed to Alan. Upon seeing it, Evan's eyes widened in surprise. It was a bottle of Cernance wine, a rare and luxurious drink worth thousands of gold. He was amazed, saying he never thought he'd see such a treasure. When Alan read the letter that came with it, he realized the gift hadn't been sent by Duke Altia himself, but by Loria, the youngest daughter had prepared it personally. Confused, he turned to the servant and asked if the gift was truly meant for him. The servant confirmed that the Duke herself had prepared and ordered it to be delivered personally. The Duke herself? That phrase made Alan pause. Realization struck him. The youngest, Loria, had become the Duke. In the next scene, Loria sat in her office, busy with documents. When her work was done, she leaned back and stretched, softly remarking how quickly 2 months had passed. After her father's funeral, she had officially become the Duke. She recalled how, before her siblings' sudden deaths, she couldn't even step into that office. Her siblings died so suddenly, yet no one had suspected her. She had an alibi. She was attending the ball at the time. Back then, her secret organization had been destroyed by her siblings, leaving her powerless. But when she returned, she finally understood how deeply he had planned everything. He had declined her plea with indifference on the surface, but had cleaned everything up perfectly behind the scenes. She wondered just how far into the future he had planned all this. She hadn't even informed him of her father's death, not wanting to trouble him, yet he still helped her. Clearly, he had a reason. He needed the Altia for something bigger. Though she had merged all the subordinate organizations under the Altia family, it still wasn't enough to match the immense power he held behind that calm facade. That could only mean one thing: he wanted something from her. The distinguished one of the underworld, who had risen through sheer business power, and if there's something that I have that he doesn't, it's being able to manipulate the political stage from the shadows. He needs the Altia name. She decided to focus on her duties, believing that the distinguished one will contact her soon. She hoped he would appreciate her gift of gratitude. The scene shifted to Alan's quarters. Loria's servant bowed before him, saying he would take his leave. Alan stood still, lost in thought, unable to process the news. The fact that Loria, who had once been close to death, was now Duke, it didn't sit right with him. Evan noticed his troubled look but stayed silent. Months passed. 5 years before the original story began. Evan entered with excitement, calling out, "Young master," before quickly correcting himself to "Count." Alan replied calmly that the succession ceremony hadn't taken place yet, but since a year had already passed, it was fine to call him that. Despite his words, he sighed quietly. He had never planned to become Count, but since he had already adjusted, he decided to use his status to his advantage. Evan handed him a letter, saying it had arrived from Yusha. Alan received it, and asked if there was any new information about the assassins who killed Leo. As they walked into the library and took their seats, Evan replied that nothing had been revealed yet. The Information Guild was still investigating. He then looked at Alan curiously and asked what his next goal would be, assuming revenge was no longer his intent. The two sat in silence within the Grand Library. Alan thought deeply. Everything that had slightly changed from the original game must have been butterfly effects caused by his own actions. Accepting that, he decided to simply be ready for whatever unexpected events might come next. Evan chuckled, saying he suddenly sounded like a real count. Alan brushed it off casually, but his curiosity turned to the letter. He wondered what Yusha had written this time. Opening it, he began to read. Yusha had written warmly, asking if he had been well. She mentioned that everyone was doing fine. Daya's puppet shows are now on a professional level. Sorang loves playing with her friends. Rinna spends her days reading and crafting, and Raiden has taken a hobby in tending his garden. As Alan read, a gentle smile spread across his face. Their monthly letters had become something familiar and precious to him. Though he had never seen their faces, knowing they were growing well filled him with peace. Alan asked Evan, "How old are the children now?" Evan, noticing his expression, commented that they were ready to step into society. "The ones you ordered to save are about that age now." He quietly acknowledged it was time to let them go. Evan was surprised, reminding him that he had placed them together because they were wounded. But Alan calmly said there was no need anymore, they were ready. He thought to himself that he had cared for them enough to ensure none would awaken his deadly sins, so they should be fine, right? Evan nodded, agreeing that since they were all healthy, it was time to move forward. Alan's mind drifted to his knowledge of the original game. Each of the five possessed a special talent. Yusha had the talent of faith, Deus had the talent of the sword, Rinna had the talent of studying, Seorang had the talent of a fighter, and Raiden had the talent of an apostle. If they used their talents well, they should be more than fine. Feeling satisfied, he decided to prepare a gift for each of them, which he planned to do anyway. Evening arrived. Alan shouted happily that he had finished all his work, which wakes Evan up, and he stretched and exclaimed with relief, saying that he would step out for a while before returning. Soon, Alan waved him off, bidding him goodbye. Alan smiled quietly to himself, wondering if he might one day receive something back from them once they succeeded in life. He hoped his letters would guide them to step confidently into the world. Meanwhile, in another scene, Yusha received Alan's new letter. Gathering everyone around, she announced that their orders had arrived. This time, however, each message was addressed to them individually. The group fell silent as they read their letters with focused expressions, except Seorang, whose eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly unfolded hers. It marked the beginning of another chapter in their intertwined fates. Before anything else, Yusha suggested they read the previous letter. Since the new instructions required careful attention, Seorang spoke excitedly, pointing out that only Yusha could read them before. She explained that since Alan had given each of them a personal letter, it meant that he had decided it was time for everyone to see it. The letter made Seorang and the other sins react with confusion. The kitten-like Seorang clumsily repeated the first line of Alan's message. "How have you been lately? It seems you have many talented friends. If you need anything, let me know." Rinna commented that it sounded like casual small talk, but Yusha smiled. She explained that he disguised the orders as ordinary conversations from the very beginning. "Here, look." This was his first order after the greeting letter. "Yusha, how are you doing?" "I'm doing fine. My second brother used me as a chair today, haha, funny, right? I'd like to send you letters sometimes. Reply if you're okay with that, and the child I sent this time," and the letter goes on. He had designated the elimination target, assigned missions, and instructed them to report back afterward. "Guys, these look like normal conversations to me. Yusha is reading too much into it. Okay, let's see another letter. Thanks for the reply. I hope you can let me know what happens in the orphanage every month. I leave that place to you, together you'll be fine." Yusha continues, and this is when he entrusted Blue Moon to her. Everyone could see he had chosen each of them personally, and all the sins were excited. Deus nodded, saying it made sense since it reduced the chance of information leaks. She reminds them that you must clearly understand the orders and carry out the mission. Deus then wondered, wouldn't it be better for us to visit him in person or use a magic communicator? Raiden agreed that if leaks were a concern, then why use letters? Yusha's with a serious expression. She reminded them that their duty was simply to follow Alan's orders. She gripped her letter tightly, and Deus sighed at her unwavering resolve. Seorang, with excitement, suggested, "Let's read orders properly." Moments later, after reviewing his assignment, Deus explained that Alan had instructed him to head to Caliban, the nation of knights. Seorang scoffed. For her it was colony. It's a desert place which she doesn't like. Raiden mentioned his destination, Raxas, the entertainment city. Rinna said she was ordered to go to Larthania, the mage city. Finally, Yusha looked stunning as always, guys. I think the author put most of his efforts into making her look this amazing. She said she'd been assigned to the Holy Kingdom of Rosario. Everything they needed was written clearly in the letters. Deus said she didn't understand why, but Alan had ordered her to become a knight. Seorang added that Alan told her not to worry because the patronage will continue. Rinna mentioned he had revealed the locations of their gifts. Raiden calmly said they would understand everything once they reached their destinations. Yusha reminded them that until Alan says it first, they must never mention the name. Blue Moon. Everyone agreed and prepared to leave. The next day, all members gathered and departed to carry out Alan's orders. 3 months later, inside his office, Alan sighed. As expected, there was no noticeable change in the magic and phrases. He muttered that he would have to experiment on his own. He looked at Yuan and asked how the collection of information on who killed Leo was going. Yuan replied that the information guild still hadn't found anything. Alan seemed surprised for a moment, and asked if there was anything else. Then he whispered that the butterfly effect caused by saving the 5 deadly sins had already gone out of control. Even Loria, who should have died in the story, had become the Duke of Altia. Now she was expanding her power and influence at a terrifying pace within the underworld. Alan let out a tired sigh and told Yuan they should stop investigating the assassin. He already had too many responsibilities. Yuan looked surprised. Are you sure, Master? Alan explained that the situation was clear. Sometimes ignorance is bliss. In a place like this, almost nothing escaped the Information Guild's network. Even he felt uneasy. If he tried to uncover things he wasn't meant to touch, the consequences could be far worse. If an unexpected complication led directly to death, then the investigation was meaningless. In the end, organizations like that wouldn't harm him as long as he didn't interfere in their affairs. There was no reason for any secret group to target him unless he approached them first. That's why he believed there was no point in continuing the investigation into Leo's death. Yuan nodded and said he would inform the guild to stop. Then he suddenly remembered. There's more news. Apparently, Deus has been appointed as a knight in Caliban. Alan looked up in surprise. Really? Good for him. 3 months later, Yuan entered again, carrying snacks. Count, there's something else. Apparently, Deus has created an entire knight order. Alan straightened. A knight order? Then he must be at least an expert level or higher. Could he already be at the level of a sword master? As per Alan, first level is sword user, then next level sword expert, and then sword master. Alan grew quiet, noting it hadn't been long since she was first appointed. People across the continent were talking about it, saying that the world would see a 5th Master Knight within 10 years. Alan raised an eyebrow. By Master Knight, you mean the one they call the Sword of Caliban? Yuan responded yes. He's incredibly talented. Caliban must be in an uproar. He keeps gaining recognition and followers. 6 months later, almost a full year since the 5 deadly sins left the orphanage, Alan had grown more used to his responsibilities as Count. Yuan rushed in again with news. Count, something very recent just came in. Alan asked what it was. Deus has officially become the Sword of Caliban. Alan froze. That meant only one thing: he had become the 5th Master Knight. He calmly said that only a Sword Master could become a Master Knight. The Sword Master of Psychedelia is a superhuman who has surpassed the Aura Blade and unlocked a unique ability called Derivation. He looked at Yuan and asked if he was truly saying Deus had become a Sword Master now. Yuan quickly clarified that he was about to become one. He hadn't created his derivation yet, but the nation had granted him the title of Master Knight regardless. Not only had he defeated the 4th Sword in a duel, but Caliban had also lost one of their Master Knights to the northern barbarians. Alan thought for a moment and acknowledged that they had been at war for more than a decade. Yuan continued, explaining that realizing mana and moving it around takes about 15 years, while creating derivation usually takes a few decades. The first sword, Reinhardt, had become the youngest Master Knight at 32. He had wielded a sword since age 5 and was unmatched, yet even he took over 20 years to reach that level. And now a child who once knew nothing about swords, Deus, was becoming a Master Knight. Alan's eyes widened. So if he's only waiting for his derivation, does that mean he has already surpassed Reinhardt as a Sword Master status soon? A small smile appeared on his face. Maybe I can benefit from him sooner than I thought, or maybe not. Alan looked at the letter with surprise and murmured that maybe there was nothing more he could do. Alan held the letter again and explained that he had only ever received letters from Yusha. Even after she left for the Holy Kingdom, she continued sending them regularly. Each letter contained news about the 5 deadly sins she had grown up with. It seemed they stayed in close contact. He sighed, saying that even though none of them had ever seen his face, they could have at least thanked him for the gifts. Alan was feeling sad. He paused, then slapped his cheek slightly and corrected himself. He was already grateful they hadn't destroyed the kingdom after awakening as the 5 deadly sins. As long as they were living well, he was genuinely happy. The scene shifted to Caliban, the central area of Kirtham, the residence of a high-ranking noble. There stood the grand mansion of the illustrious solar eclipse knights reside. Inside, knights trained non-stop. At the top of the mansion stood Deus, now in full knight uniform. He looked immense, calm, and strikingly handsome. His title echoed across Caliban, Deus Michaelian, captain of the solar eclipse knight order, youngest master knight. A girl waved at him joyfully. "Brother." Deus smiled back. He looked much composed than in his childhood. He smirked softly, still embarrassed by the memories of that time. He remembered losing everything to those black things, how his sister fell into darkness. Deus had been consumed with rage, trying to protect her. That thing was dragged him down again and again, to the point he was nearly imprisoned. He had completely fallen into the dark. The fact that the great moon had saved his life wasn't reason enough. He had sworn allegiance out of desperation, believing it was the only path left. He thought of Yusha's voice and the promise he'd made to take revenge with his own hands. Working under Blue Moon placed him in countless dangerous missions. He never complained or hesitated. Every mission became a stepping stone toward facing the Black Forces. After several years, he finally received his first personal order. When he opened the letter, he was confused. The order was different from anything Blue Moon had given before. It led him to a small inn in southern Caliban, where he was told to retrieve a gift. At first, he didn't care. Gifts meant nothing to someone who had lost everything. But when he arrived, Deus understood instantly what Alan had given him. The gift was his sister. Alive, safe, and waiting for him. His eyes trembled as he read the final line of the letter. "The gift from the great moon is your family." Deus broke down. Tears streamed uncontrollably as he ran forward and hugged her with shaking arms. His sister looked at him in disbelief, unable to process what she was seeing. She was more precious than his own life. His little sister, whom he believed to be dead, was still alive, overwhelmed by pain and relief. He looked at her and asked what had happened after he lost her. Silly cried as she held her brother's arm, offering a small, comforting smile. A little later, they sat together with cups of tea. Once she had calmed down, she began to explain. After those things dragged her away, she had been trapped in darkness for a long time. The memories returned clearly as she spoke. She described being locked inside a pitch-black cage, waiting for the moment she would be taken out to be killed. When her turn finally came, someone terrifyingly strong appeared, grabbed her hand, and pulled her toward the light, letting her escape. Years later, when she was about to be sold to a slave merchant, another powerful figure protected her again. A single strike cut down the attackers, saving her a second time. That person was Alan's knight, Evan, who rescued Silly, Deus's sister. Returning to the present, Silly explained that after those events, Silly had received a precious medicine from a sponsor. She repeated his words confidently while holding Alan's letter. In the letter, he said, "I will keep sending the medicine and support. You're safe under the name of Palacio. Don't worry about your sibling either, from Alan Palacio." She added that I'm very grateful for what he has done for me. By then, Deus understood that the Great Moon had been protecting her under his own name. He couldn't understand how the Great Moon even knew about their situation. He knew for sure he had never spoken about his family to anyone. Only Yusha had noticed the black lamp that got him. Growing serious, he gripped his shoulders and wondered how the Great Moon knew everything. Everyone recognized the Great Moon as a prodigy behind countless stories, someone who seemed aware of every hidden truth. At the same time, memories flickered in Deus's mind. Moments connected to Yusha, confusion and disbelief pulling at him until everything snapped together. It all aligned at once. He struggled to understand the anxiety Yusha showed whenever she mentioned the Great Moon, the nervous tone in her voice, and her repeated reminder that a sword could never act on its own without its master. Darkness washed over his thoughts as he realized the foolish one had been himself. Yet a small hope remained. He remembered the words he once heard, "Good things will happen," and that the Great Moon already knew everything and had been leaving hints for the child forced to survive alone. His body trembled, his voice shaking as the truth hit him. Silly pulled him out of his spiraling thoughts and asked, "Brother, are you okay?" Inside, Deus understood that his own sword had dared to act alone, yet the Great Moon had still chosen mercy. Deus imagined how the Great Moon had been guiding Deus's life like a carefully arranged strategy, almost as if controlling every step. Deus whispered that he had spent years consumed by hatred and revenge against the black sheep. He looked at his sister. Her cheerful expression now carried the brightness of someone who had survived long, terrifying darkness. She had lived, saved by the Great Moon, and their family had been protected. To Deus, that survival felt like a gift beyond measure. His thoughts twisted again as Yusha's words echoed in his mind. She had always said he would one day understand why she followed that man, the Great Moon. Deus realized she had never been a fanatic or blindly loyal. Deus remembered the letter, had Caliban, and became a knight. Now he finally understood why. Determination tightened his expression. He declared to himself that to repay him, through his mission, is to become the pinnacle of Caliban, become a master knight, and create his own knight order filled with the best swordsmen. Sometime late, a tall knight approached Deus and informed him that the time had come. Deus walked forward and looked down at the assembled knight order. He announced that this expedition would become the first stepping stone for the solar eclipse. Hardship meant nothing to him. Gripping his mesmerizing yet terrifying sword, he declared that he awaited the day he could offer his gratitude to the Great Moon, and repay him properly. His eyes glowed with dark determination. His loyalty toward the prodigy of their age remained unshaken. He vowed to prove himself under the moon. The solar eclipse knights then departed to battle against the barbarians. Alan sat outside quietly, thinking that the place felt peaceful, maybe because all his kids are grown up now. Meanwhile, cause of the wind, pages were flying away. Alan tried to hold them while saying they're all flying away. Guys, can we take this as a hint at something else? Then he started focusing on his research again. He did get why he was writing in cursive in between. After returning from the labyrinth, he shifted his attention to the strange phrases he had encountered. Alan let out a chuckle, satisfied that his reports were finally complete. Leaning back, he reviewed the concepts he had been analyzing: refraction, reinforcement of imperfection in magic and the behavior of refraction within spells. He noted that refraction strengthens the imperfections inside a completed spell, letting its range expand. Repulsion distorted the structure and affected the transition of a fired projectile. The phenomenon amazed him. According to his observations, blue light reinforces parallel magic, such as electrical magic. We can see the spell he used in the dungeon. He theorized that the line of diffraction grants penetration, creating a critical effect on impact. When he struck the golems in the dungeon, the massive creature was obliterated instantly, despite its size. He even noted down important phrase rules, which needed to activate his spells. If broken, then the spell fails. No repeating the same spell, no mismatched phrase, and only up to 4 allowed. But with his current mana, he could only use 1 magic per day. It had taken a long time to understand even this much. He grew serious as he remembered the world's limitations. The hand signs and phrases of Babylonia had been long forgotten. No record existed in written history, so he had to research everything alone and rebuild the missing pieces from scratch. Even so, he oddly enjoyed the challenge. Although he had learned magic only for self-protection, he placed his fingers together, preparing the spell he'd been refining for 2 months. A crackling purple light formed in front of him. Alan described the result aloud, noting that removing the focal point of the mana sphere and caused an imbalance to spark lightning. A small sphere of purple lightning appeared. Alan called it weak and worthless magic, his fixation. But the moment he finished the chant, a wave of thunder rippled out. Completing the structure, he chanted again, compression. The condensed magic cannon tightened as the phrases broke down and reshaped themselves. At the final instant, he finished the last hand sign, triggering the built-in purpose of the spell. A violent thunder cannon erupted upward, blasting into the sky. Massive energy flooded the area, shaking the ground as bright blue lightning washed across the field. Alan finally understood that the order also mattered. When he had tried using breakdown first, the spell failed instantly. But now, a voice echoed behind him. Impossible! Alan turned sharply. Shock stiffened his expression when he saw the figure standing there. Kalia, the red-haired woman, villain of her kingdom, stood with her butler. Her eyes were fixed on the lightning. The butler's eyes widened. An origin magic, Butler murmured. Using origin magic means he stands at the caliber of a 7th circle mage. Alan stiffened again, stunned by the term origin magic. Let's see the circles in order. It goes from 1 to 8. 8 is the top level a mage can reach. Alan was shocked that he could create origin magic. We got a tip from a professor in Caliban, the nation of knights, that one can create their order once they've been recognized by the king. After some time in Count Palacio's mansion reception room, we can see Kalia and her butler waiting for our MC. Kalia had 2 clear reasons to visit our MC. First, to confirm our MC's intentions, as she knows he can inflict major damage on Zenonia County, and the second reason was to detect the level of the organization that protects him, which allowed him to gain control over Palacio. But instead of that, she learned our MC's over-the-top magic. She never thought that she would see this arrogant mage quiver in fear. His name is Viankel, 5th circle mage banished from the magic tower for his inhuman experiments. He can annihilate an entire division of soldiers with ease. Kalia had sponsored him for years, yet he had always been arrogant toward her. But today, he was different. She could feel his fear. She had never seen him this shaken before. Kalia's thoughts trembled. Was that really origin magic? What did we just witness? Our MC stepped into the room with a gaze so cold it made the air itself tighten. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. What brings you to the county? He asked. Kalia apologized for the sudden visit. I simply wanted to. Alan cut her off with a single, chilling glance. I won't fault you, daughter of Zenonia. His tone was calm, yet the pressure behind it made them all freeze. But let me make one thing clear. He took one step forward, and even the light seemed to avoid him. What I used just now was not origin magic. His eyes sharpened. If you feel the need to categorize my abilities, I'm only at the second circle. The room went dead silent. His presence alone said the rest. A quiet aura that commanded obedience, a coldness that demanded silence without ever asking for it. He explained, again, that what they saw was not origin magic. That it was an ability useless for both offense and defense. That it held no real effect at all. But the truth behind his words wasn't an explanation. It was a warning. Stay quiet about what you just witnessed. And the message landed. Both Kalia and the mage trembled, unable to maintain their usual composure. The mage was the first to break. He bowed his head and spoke with a politeness Kalia had never seen from him. You are correct. I was mistaken. That alone was shocking. Vankel, who prided himself on knowledge, speaking gently under pressure. Meanwhile, our MC simply leaned back on the sofa, completely relaxed, radiating the composure of a protagonist who had nothing to fear. Good, he said, satisfied. Now that the misunderstanding is resolved, let's move on. Why are you here? Kalia hesitated before answering. I finished my business nearby, so I thought I would visit. Our MC didn't even blink. So you don't actually have a reason? No. Well, he said, unfortunately, I have work to attend to. I can't sit for long. Kalia immediately rose. I understand. Thank you for your time. We'll take our leave. But before they could exit, our MC spoke again, his voice calm, steady, and serious in a way that made the air tighten. If you ever need someone to talk to. He paused, his tone heavy with quiet authority. Visit Duchess Altia. I think the two of you would get along. Kalia turned confused. Altia? She bowed with respect. If you say so, she replied, still unsure. I'll pay her a visit. And with that they left. Later, outside the estate, we can see Kalia and Vankel leaving in the carriage, and Alan watched from the entrance with his subordinate. Evan asked Sala why has a Zenonia. A ruined family from the west came here? Alan exhaled. I don't know. His expression dimmed. If rumors spread that I used origin magic, all the battle-hungry lunatics of this dark world will come knocking. I hope they understood what I meant. I don't want trouble. There was no way, he told himself, that Zenonia would really visit Altia. The underworld was not a place for nobles. He prayed this would be the end of it. Kalia finally asked, was what Count Palacio used truly origin magic? The mage shook his head immediately. No. It wasn't. Then why did you react the way you did? His face paled. Origin magic draws its own laws on the canvas of unchanging principles, he explained. It is permitted only to the pinnacle of mages. But what the Count used was something entirely different. He swallowed. I used my observing eye to peek at his magic. And what I saw was... He hesitated, shaking slightly. He was tearing the canvas itself. Kalia froze. He twisted absolute, unchanging principles. He fixed lightning, distorted the law, collapsed the structure. And even after breaking everything, the spell still materialized. The mage clutched his temples. He manifested an impossible miracle. Kalia's face darkened in fear. And afterward, that presence, that pressure. That was the power of the forgotten gods. His voice cracked. I studied ancient knowledge when I was young. I was even praised for it. So believe me when I say this, do not oppose Count Palacio. Kalia exhaled shakily. So even someone like me can't understand his intentions. The mage nodded weakly. Kalia remembers his words. I advise you to visit Duchess Altia. She know that now she is his pawn. 5 months later. 2 years had passed since the children left the orphanage. Alan asked Evan any news? Preferably about the children. Evan shook his head gravely. It's not about them. But Zenonia County and Altia Duchy have formed an alliance. Alan felt lightning strike her mind. What? The top 2 underworld powers, allied? It's underworld convention, Evan said. No outsiders should know. But I'm certain. Alan's heart pounded. The top 2 of the underworld coming together? Alan got the Sins to go on a different path, But now I have to deal with some kind of alliance between two masterminds. Is the Asteria kingdom about to fall into ruins? Why did she take my words so seriously back then? He remembered the moment he advised her to visit Altia. He rubbed off his negative thoughts. No. It's probably temporary. Kalia is too cold, too prideful to maintain such an alliance. Still, unease gnawed at him. He sat down and wrote a letter. I apologize if I seemed blunt or cold. I'm not good with words. Please don't misunderstand me. He handed the sealed letter to Evan. Deliver this to Zenonia County. Evan said he will send this through the Mercenary Guild. And I'll keep an eye out for the children. Alan sighed, leaning back and wondering how Raiden and Seorang are doing. I hope you're both safe. I haven't heard from them since Yusha wrote that they arrived at their destination in her letter. Alan exhaled quietly, gazing out the window into the dim evening sky. I hope she isn't dead on the streets. If Seorang had found the item he mentioned in the letter, she would become the pinnacle of all fighters. The Baba Yaga, Guy's narrator just hinted at a Sihanwick reference. The essence of the Golden Mane tribe. A relic said to increase critical rate by 20% the moment one absorbed it. Its description had once stated, had the sin of pride obtained this, she would not have fallen into corruption and become a sin. Instead, she would have become a great wolfkin. He had gifted her the location of a treasure he originally planned on using as emergency funds. She's talented. Capable. She can earn money on her own, he muttered to himself. She should be fine. He could only hope. Night at the nation of Desert Colony. That place is the nation of fighters, where strength can earn you the entire world. Under the moonlit dunes, Seorang walked forward step by step. She had finally completed the trial. A glowing, golden aura circled her body like a living flame. She raised her head and whispered, "Thank you, Great Moon." Her voice trembled, not from weakness but from joy. I really thought the essence of the Golden Mane tribe was just a legend. She laughed softly. A laugh filled with disbelief and relief. When I was a child, they used to tell us stories. I thought they were fairy tales. But no. It was all true. The Wolfkin tribe. Descendants of the greatest beastkin rulers, the Golden Mane tribe. For centuries, the essence had been passed down, hidden, lost, sought after. And now, she held it. No, she had become one with it. Her entire body glowed with a brilliant yellow aura that surged like the sun. Seorang under the glowing moonlight, her body trembling with overflowing mana. The Great Moon, my benefactor. He saved me from dying during those bioexperiments. He gave me this strength. Her fists tightened. And now, I can avenge my parents. The black dragon who killed them. I will tear him apart myself. Mana swirled around her like a small storm. She shaped it with precision, molding the energy into her limbs, her spine, her soul. I'm sure he didn't save me so I could become some mediocre gladiator. Her aura exploded upward. From now on, I'll become the strongest gladiator. Her voice deepened with determination. I'll revive the Golden Mane tribe. I'll gather our scattered kin. And I'll kill the black dragon with this power. She punched the air. Boom. A shockwave rippled through the desert, scattering sand for meters around. She stood tall, golden light flowing gently around her like a royal cloak. Everything I do is for him. She turned away from the trial grounds. Let's begin. Her final words echoed beneath the moonlit sky. After 500 years, the Golden Mane tribe, the great kings of beastkins, shall be revived beneath the blue moon after 500 years. The scene shifts to Alan. Evan remembers something. The Information Guild has obtained new information about the children, Evan says. I wanted to tell you back at the training grounds, but I forgot. Alan asks, what is it? Evan continues, Seorang has been performing really well in the colony. She even earned the alias Golden Flash. Golden Flash? Alan thinks. I feel like I've heard that somewhere, but anyway, I'm glad she's doing fine. Evan nods. Right. In that land, as long as you have strength, you can become anything. What about Raiden? Alan asks. I haven't heard from him since he said he was learning to work in Raxus. There is some information on him, Evan replies, but they're still checking if it's reliable. I see. Alan glances at him. By the way, Evan, aren't you supposed to be busy? Evan freezes. Pardon? Why are you looking at me like that? I did everything you told me. You need to prepare, Alan says. It takes at least a month to get to the magic tower. Evan looks shocked. What? The magic tower? This is the first time I'm hearing about that. Oh? Did I not mention it before? Alan replies casually. Evan sighs. Well, I'm used to it by now, but still, a month. It should only take a week to reach the green magic tower. We're going to the blue magic tower. Oh, I see. That's near Labyrinth City, so it's far. Evan stands up. I'll start preparing right away. Alan falls back onto his sofa. A whole month in a carriage, just thinking about it exhausts me. But what else can I do? The item that could support his tiny mana hole was there. Labyrinth City, that brings back memories. Back in the game, he spent countless hours grinding there. Labyrinth was located at the center of the city, the signature leveling map in Psychedelia. Players could get high-quality items by going deeper down the tower-like structure. But even though countless players entered Labyrinth, not one ever reached the end. I used a cheat to get to the 150th floor, Alan thinks. Those devs were insane. There were even more floors past that. Why even make more if no one can reach them? Just to watch us suffer. People often ask, what kind of amazing items are on the 150th floor? Just like in the game, relics and artifacts were found there regularly. Because of that, the job of an official magic appraiser had become so popular that it guaranteed wealth. Rinna had mentioned she would be taking the appraiser exam soon. With her talent, passing shouldn't be hard. Alan thinks, but maybe I gave Rinna too small a gift compared to the others. All it does is appraise equipment. I should send her some additional support if it wasn't enough. Now we return to Labyrinth City, Larthania. Ruled by no one, it is a city of explorers and mercenaries. Past countless shops in the southern area sits a secret appraisal shop called Merd, famous for its unique services and mostly visited by nobles and A-rank explorers. The appraisal is over, my lord, a girl says. A wealthy noble looks at the item. Among them is the Lord of Larthania himself. This device ignites flame with mana, she explains. Thanks as always, the Lord says. It's a relic that can be imprinted. What's the imprinted ability? Just a bit of mana will keep the flame going for at least an hour. Its efficiency has increased a lot. Very good, the Lord replies as he leaves. Thank you, as always. You're welcome, Rinna says. Rinna picks up another relic, examining it. She realizes this one can also be imprinted. The reason this hidden shop is so famous is that the ability to imprint is a gift from the Great Moon. An eye floats in the air wrapped in blue mana. When he first told me to become an appraiser, I didn't understand why, she thinks. His true identity is a friend of Palin from the era of the Forgotten Outer Gods. She looks at the letter Alan gave her, head to Labyrinth City, Larthania, and become a magic appraiser. I couldn't connect this order to the goal. What does being an appraiser have to do with killing the black thing? But the moment she saw his gift, she understood. The eye of the stalker rapidly identifies items below a certain mana threshold, helping with appraisal. Now, it works differently from what she knows. The substance inside doesn't even exist in the library. After the seals were broken, the imprint ability awakened. To gain the strength to fight the black thing, she must awaken this item fully. It requires sacrifices. She places the relic in front of the eye. A golden beam wraps around it as imprinting begins. I have 252 more sacrifices left until it's fully awakened, she says with a small smile. By increasing a relic's stats, the eye absorbs something from it, slowly changing itself. It only reacts to specific high-tier relics, and if the wrong item is sacrificed, the accumulated stack disappears. Accurately appraising relics and choosing the right sacrifices, this was her role. She leans close to the relic and hugs it gently. This is something only I can do. I was born with the library of eternity. Everything is for the sake of killing the black wolf. All according to the will of the great moon. 3 weeks later, Blue Magic Tower. We are at the Blue Magic Tower, and someone announces that the Tower Master is currently absent. Just finish your business and leave. A girl speaks to Alan. She is the Vice Tower Master of the Blue Magic Tower, a 6th class mage. Phinia Crazine. I'm busy, she says flatly. So let's get this over with. Alan looks at her and thinks, she's a familiar face. I saw her in the main storyline. She's still a Vice Tower Master because the main story hasn't started yet. In the game, she was a once-in-a-lifetime genius who reached the 8th circle at age 20 and became the Tower Master. The Magic Tower wasn't just powerful, it monopolized essential goods, giving it status equal to nobles. With a Tower Master who had transcended human limits, Alan expected more authority, but she already looked buried under work. He introduces himself. I'm Count Palacio. As I said earlier, I came to discuss the matter with the gate. So? What about it? I can eliminate the gate, Alan answers. The time gate, a crack connecting to a mysterious subspace, appears where magic is frequently used. It creates dangerous anomalies. Sometimes, dragons even burst out of it. Phinia looks him up and down with a tired expression. With that low talent of yours? What are you even planning to do? Whatever. Just leave. Alan is stunned. This is not how it was supposed to go. I need an answer, he insists. You're going to eliminate the time gate and claim the treasure, right? Yes, of course you will, she says with growing irritation. Do you have any idea how many people come here with the same nonsense every day? Talk. I'm telling the truth, Alan says. Guide me to the time gate, and I'll show you. Why won't she trust me? He thinks. But Phinia glares at him. I get it. You need something big to flip public opinion, since people are starting to say you only became Count by luck, because all your siblings died. Blue mana flares around her, filling the area and pressing down on both Alan and Evan. But that doesn't mean you can come here and cause trouble, she adds. Alan thinks, so that rumor is spreading. Well, I did live that kind of life. Still, she's surprisingly informed. Her eyes glow blue as she floats slightly in the air. Alan and Evan both think the same thing, she's terrifying. That's only her mana, Evan mutters. If we mess with her, we'll be folded in half. But Alan steps forward anyway. He's desperate. If I fail to eliminate the time gate, he says, I will surrender my entire property to the Magic Tower. Phinia stares at him. Still babbling nonsense. Alan shifts into main protagonist mode. If you want, I'll even make an oath. It's not a bad offer for just a little of your time, right? Phinia thinks for a moment, then finally gestures for them to follow. Fine. Come with me. She leads them to the sealed chamber. As promised, if you fail, all your wealth is mine, she says. That won't happen, Alan replies. Phinia watches him. Perfect timing, she thinks. I wanted to know if he's some mastermind of a joke, or just a lucky incompetent. After listening to him, he's definitely closer to the latter. His mana hole is small, his sensing ability is barely above average. His talent is stuck at the very edge of the 2nd circle. What is he going to do with that? What she doesn't say aloud is the truth. The gate doesn't actually need to be closed. In 3 months, it will disappear on its own after releasing the relic inside. No mage capable of closing a time gate exists. That's why the gate in the Blue Magic Tower has remained for 2 whole years. Alan and Phinia now stand before the glowing cracks, blue light spilling over the floor. He begins forming a sign with his hand. If you can't do anything, you can just leave, she says, and then freezes, shocked. Are you using your hand as a medium? Without a staff? Even ancient magic texts classify that as primal. It's basically a fairy tale technique. Stop imitating and leave. But the moment she speaks, everything around them stops. Time stops. Phinia realizes she can't move. Nothing is moving. Then she sees it. A massive red eye opens in front of them, suspended in the frozen air. A red aura spills out, thick and suffocating. The eye opens fully, glaring furiously at both her and Alan. Everything stopped. Time is frozen. She can't move. No, nothing is moving at all. The eye of observation activates on its own. She looks at the eye floating in the air as it peers through the unknown essence. The eye of observation sees through the essence of the unknown. She thinks, ah. It's simple. That thing, but suddenly no. Absolutely not, stop thinking. Cut it out, don't realize it, don't feel it, don't think about it. Doom is already predetermined, like a chalice filled with poison, doom is already predetermined. A floating red arm reaches toward her and forms a sign and demands absolute silence. She looks at it, and says, I understand your demand. Then the eye filled with malice closed as she saw it. Then everything vanishes. It's as if nothing ever happened. Alan turns back to her and says calmly, the time gate is closed now. Easy for me. I just used a special item and some random magic, he adds casually. I'll take the relic from the time gate. Alan had to use it a few more times, so he used random magic. Did she fall for it? He wonders. Yeah. I won't tell anyone. Inside, she's panicking, her thoughts tangled between fear and confusion. Did my bluff fail? Alan thinks. I'd be grateful if you could, but only if you want to, he says while stepping closer. She takes 2 steps back in fear. Yes, of course, she rushes out. I'll stay silent. I won't tell a soul. I'm very good at keeping secrets. Please believe me. Alan frowns slightly. Why is she acting like this all of a sudden? He turns away. Meets with Evan. Let's go home. Please wait, she suddenly says. These are mana potions I made. Please take them. Her earlier arrogance is completely gone. The Vice Tower Master who once spoke coldly now looks nervous and overly polite. Alan looks at the bottles. They're homemade mana potions. Top quality. Do you like them? She asks carefully. 2 of these bottles are worth an entire mansion. Alan feels stressed just thinking about the price. Is she really this grateful just because I closed the gate? He wonders. She's still trapped in confusion, fear written all over her face. Oh, and about what you demanded, she adds quickly, I'll definitely stay silent. Should we make a mana oath? She's clearly talking without thinking. Is there really a need for an oath over something like that? Alan asks. Wait. I think she misunderstood something. Suddenly, she activates her magic. Chains rush out and bind both of them. See? She says nervously. I'm good at keeping promises. Okay, Alan replies. There's no way I can clear this misunderstanding, he thinks. Just like that, he gains a relic, 5 mana potions, and an oath, for reasons he still doesn't fully understand. They leave the tower in a carriage. Evan looks at the relic. Is that really the treasure from the time gate? It looks pretty crude for how hard it was to get. Not sure, Alan replies. Regardless, I need it. Inside, he sighs in relief. Thank goodness. The item is the Mark of the Corrupted, a bracelet that can observe and store mana in the air through embedded gems. The amount it can store isn't large, but it's still more than his own mana capacity. He feels a brief sense of burnout. I can't believe my body has less mana than a support item. No. It's for investigation and survival, not combat. Thinking that way makes it easier to accept. Still, he feels slightly confused about everything that just happened. What exactly did Phinia misunderstand? He wonders. She suddenly became way too polite. As they left, she bowed repeatedly, telling them to have a safe trip. I'll say this clearly, just in case, Alan told her. I'm only a second circle mage. She gave him a thumbs up. I know. You look like one too. Is she mocking me? He thinks. Her reaction reminds him of Kalia. How shocked she and the 5th circle mage were back then. That memory still felt uncomfortable. Well, I probably won't see them again, he decides. So it doesn't matter. The weather's nice, Alan says. Yeah. It's peaceful, Evan replies. The scene shifts to Duchess Altia's estate. It's been a while. I hope your stay here will be comfortable, Lady Zenonia. Of course. You're the same as ever, Altia, Zenonia replies warmly. More than anything, I'm glad to see you again. I feel at ease here. There's no need to measure rank or power between us. Once again, the Count Palacios of foresight astonishes her. She remembered how he advised her to visit Duchess Altia. And so, she followed his order. Once I followed his order, I quickly understood what he meant. As we talked, we realized that we were both under the influence of Palacio. In an alliance formed under Count Palacio's orders, with no questions asked, any power struggle was meaningless. There was already an absolute number one. As a result, Zenonia and Altia became friendly with each other. That's how it happened. Altia asked, Our next meeting is scheduled for next month. Why did you visit today? Zenonia replied, The Count sent me a letter. Using the day I visited as a pretext. What does the letter say? Altia read it. Lady Zenonia, I hope you are having a wonderful day. Regarding your last visit, some nobles have complained to me. Since I don't have many noble friends to begin with, I ask for your understanding. At first glance, it looked like a simple apology letter. This looks ordinary, Zenonia said, but it's definitely in order, Altia replied. Zenonia smiled. Exactly. That's why I brought it here to discuss. He says he doesn't have many noble friends, Zenonia continued. Baron Kenya belongs to the aristocratic faction. Marquis Malatino is a key figure among the royalists. Viscount Villanda is also affiliated with the royalist faction, while Duke Paldion is a key figure of the aristocratic faction. The nobles he had a conversation with at the ball were these people. So he's spoken with both sides, Altia concluded. Which means, he dislikes both factions. Is he telling us to eliminate them all? Zenonia asked seriously. Altia paused. Let's use common sense. I agree, Zenonia said. He wants to push out the existing nobles and build a new regime. They reached this conclusion on their own, something he never directly asked for. In their minds, Alan had become a figure with absolute foresight and overwhelming authority. That's why he made me Duchess, Altia said. To give Altia the prestige it needs. If he's willing to invest so much effort into me, then I believe that's exactly it, Zenonia replied. Shall we discuss the plan? The two of them began planning how to reshape both the aristocratic and royal factions. Meanwhile, back at the Blue Magic Tower. He closed the time gate, Count Palacio, she reported it to the Tower Master. Yes, Tower Master, Phinia replied. Allow me to explain in more detail. As she spoke, the scattered puzzle pieces seemed to move on their own, slowly fitting together. While the discussion continued, Alan suddenly choked on his food. Are you okay? Evan asked. I almost choked on the sweet potato, Alan said. It's good though. I just want to go home. By now Yusha should have received my letter, he thought. The scene shifts to Yusha. She stands before a goddess statue inside the goddess tower, praying quietly. She looks absolutely stunning in her priestly attire. Tip from narrator, we learn that the Eye of Observation is considered a mandatory talent for high circle mages. Most awaken it around the 6th circle, though some are born with it. Phinia was born with it. Others, like certain 5th circle mages, learn to use it through effort. A few minutes earlier, the Tower Master of the Blue Magic Tower, an 8th circle mage, Selim Micardo, returns to the main chamber. He doesn't feel the presence of the time gate anymore. Did something happen? He wonders. You're back, Tower Master, Phinia says. I completed the task you entrusted to me. Her voice is gloomy. That's strange, he thinks. She's not getting angry like usual. What's the matter? He asks. Phinia hesitates. Since becoming Vice Tower Master at such a young age, thanks to her talent and blessing, her arrogance had been sky-high. This was already the 77th time she made a rookie cry like this. Still, he never tried to fix her personality. When it came to magic, she was sincere. He believed that once she reached the 7th circle, she would realize how small her achievements were and naturally become modest. That's why this situation felt odd. My trip to the north took longer than expected, he says. Did something happen while I was away? She tells him everything, how Count Palacio closed the time gate. Now he understands. So, the gate really was closed, he says. But you can't explain how because you made an oath, right? There's not much I can say anyway, she replies. That's all. He lets it go. So what broke her arrogance was some incomprehensible magic. Or maybe origin magic, he thinks. She's so shaken that she doesn't even swat his hand away when he places it on her head. Count Palacio of the Asteria Kingdom, he mutters. Interesting. Very interesting. 1 month later. After returning from the Blue Magic Tower, Alan finally starts researching phrases seriously. Now that I have the Mark of the Corrupted, I can use more magic per day, he thinks. He writes everything down. Rules for using phrases. Can only use up to 4 times. Don't use things that doesn't match. Don't repeat the same things. Seems like a certain phrase needs to be properly set up in advance, I think. Similar phrases can overlap. Some phrases need to be prepared in advance, he realizes. At the training ground, Evan watches closely. Your magic keeps getting stronger every time I see it, Count. Is that so? Alan replies. It feels like second circle magic, but it's clearly stronger than before. Alan looks at the crater in the ground. An average gravity spell shouldn't do this, he says. Even at max output, second circle gravity magic can't crush things like that. I thought I was getting stronger. Maybe it's just an illusion, he thinks. But Evan smiles. Your magic really is interesting, Count. Alan considers it carefully. It can't be proficiency. That only improves precision. Phrases are more like trigger words that adjust attributes. He spent months refining gravity phrases, and recently reused similar ones for alteration. Power should only increase gradually. There's no reason for such a sudden jump, he concludes. Maybe I'm just in better condition. Evan hands him a letter. This just arrived. It's from Yusha. Thanks, Alan says. I'll read it later. Are you heading back already? Evan asks. Yeah. I've used all 3 casts for today. As he walks away, Alan thinks, maybe this power boost is a reward for a curse. In Eastern rituals, a caster sacrifices something to curse another, or themselves, losing something but gaining compensation. But there's no one from the East around me. Maybe it's receiving faith? Count of a small kingdom that the underworld ignores. That makes no sense. Well, he sighs, I'll just live with it. Nothing bad will happen, right? Holy Kingdom Rosario, capital, Riano. A pure white city where people worship the goddess of moon and peace, Chironia. At the Eastern Prayer Hall, a knight approaches a sister. Greetings, sister. And to you, Sir Loke, have you been well? She replies. Loke notices she's a nun, lower in rank than a paladin, without the sash of holy grace, but he bows respectfully anyway. We saved 8 children and 25 villagers this time, he says. It was thanks to you. Not at all, Yusha replies. You were the one who executed the good deeds. He continues, and you were the one who taught me, an ignorant one. I'll always be grateful for that. Loke remembers his past. For 20 years I lived in despair, he says. I couldn't feel divine power at all. I almost gave up. Yusha says gently, if you desire something deeply, try placing faith in the moon. The moon? He had asked. You'll understand once you try. Desperate, he followed her words. After praying for several days, he awakened divine power. Yet he feared he had committed heresy by placing faith in the moon instead of God Chironia. But the power was the same. Even holy artifacts shine in his hands. Why did you tell me to believe in the moon? He asks now. Faith is invisible and takes time, she answers. It's easier to believe in what exists. The moon is always there. So, because the goddess herself is the moon, he says. She nods. Loke bows deeply. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. Back in the present, Yusha smiles. If you wish to express your gratitude, shall we pray together? I could do that forever, Locke replies. You came at the perfect time. Many have already gathered. They enter the hall, filled with worshippers. Now then, Yusha says, taking her place, let us pray to the great moon. A note from the narrator. Mail is often handled through the Mercenary Guild and delivered to home mailboxes. Evan notices a couple of letters. A banquet invitation? A social gathering? He blinks. Oh, a letter from the Mercenary Guild. Alan sat in his office, lost in thought as he read a letter from Yusha. There was nothing special about it, mostly everyday life stuff. That meant everyone was living well. It was a good thing. Still, it made him a little sad. No one else sent letters anymore. Only Yusha did. From their perspective, it made sense. He was just a stranger they had never met, probably just some nice man who helped them once. I already achieved my goal, he tells himself. I guided them onto the right path so they wouldn't destroy the world. There's no reason to be sad. Inner peace. Even though Yusha must be busy, she still writes regularly. I raised 5 kids, but only the eldest acknowledges it, he thinks. He feels like crying, but convinces himself he's fine. Count, are you busy? Oh, Evan, you startled me. You're still here? I received some intel about the kids from the Information Guild and wanted to report it right away. Oh? Really? About Raiden, the one you asked about last time. He's a pirate now. Alan goes silent. Can you explain? Alan imagines Raiden in iconic, monkey D. Luffy attire and asking about his well-being, and proudly presenting himself as a pirate. The ones with the most rumors are Seorang and Deus, Evan continues. Seorang achieved a 32-win streak out of the 100 needed to become Baba Yaga. Alan asks what a 32-win streak. The fighter with the longest win streak is? Evan says the longest current streak is 41, held by the Lion King. Alan remembers. The Lion King was an overpowered character who briefly joined the player's party. The colony relied on powerful individuals to maintain its strength, and Seorang was about to surpass them all. As for Deus, Evan says, his order executed one of the 8 barbarian chiefs, Kurga of the Snowfield. The leader of the ones who metamorphose into monsters through rituals, you them right? I know them well, Alan thinks. Back in the game, I had to battle against the barbarians and eliminate their god, Alterus. Good thing, this time I don't have to see them. Because Alterus only appeared when the 5 deadly sins gathered, an absolute nightmare to clear. I guess that means I don't have to worry about Deus anymore, Alan says. With that achievement, Evan adds, he's now considered on the same level as Reinhardt, the first sword. Alan leans back. Maybe I really should have gone to see him. That would have been nice. As for Rinne, Evan continues, she became an appraiser. She's now imprinting black engravings that enhance artifacts. Oh, something like that exists? Alan murmurs. Interesting. She was doing well on her own. Guys, RMC just plans one step. After that, whatever happens is all in his favor. So, Alan says, Raiden really became a pirate? Yes, Evan replies. You know the 7 archipelagos off the coast of Raxus, right? He became the captain of the first archipelago, the largest one. Alan freezes. That's impossible. As a joke, I once laughed at online just became my reality. There was a post about a person who had donated to that kid for years so he could live a proud but average life. And now he's a pirate? You don't see endings like this in games. I didn't send him to Raxus for that, Alan mutters. Raiden's good at tracking enemies. As a rare sea god child, he moves freely in water. I told him to become a treasure hunter, a safe path with a future. Evan tries to reassure him. A great pirate captain is basically a lord of islands. He's an important figure. But Alan can't stop thinking. How did Raiden defeat the previous captain? All captains were superhuman. They never lost naval battles. Did he only salvage top-tier relics from the old era? I also wanted to get a good relic. So I had to spend a lot of hours on the mini-game called Treasure Hunter. So he geared himself to obtain the captain's position. Alan was sad about how the world doesn't always works in his favor. Guys, I think he will pass out when he truly knows what really does happen around. The bitterness lingers. How does it feel to have a pirate son? Alan thinks with a disappointment. Are you okay? Evan asks quickly. Now, the heart of the Principality of Korkia is the gigantic maritime city of Raxus. Beyond the city's coast lie the 7 pirate paradises of pirates. The largest is the first archipelago. The great pirate, Alcride the Red Slayer, was the former captain of this place, who received the Heavenly King's protection through wealth. And here's the person who defeated him now, to become the new captain of the first archipelagos, stands there, Raiden. I don't really know what the Great Moon is, he says quietly. I was never interested. At first, Great Moon was just someone he felt grateful to. Raiden was supposed to die as a vivisection slave, but thanks to him, he met Yusha and awakened his power. It felt like I was just following Yusha's orders while I worked as the Blue Moon, he thinks. So when I received a direct order from the Great Moon, I didn't understand it. What's the point of becoming a treasure hunter? It even stirred a sense of revulsion. I have to start my revenge as soon as possible. The black thing that had slaughtered a clan that had been living peacefully on an island no one even knew about. When he barely escaped with his parents, the damn hunters killed his exhausted parents and sold me as a slave. I didn't think the gift or treasure hunting had anything to do with my revenge, Raiden thinks. But I'll make it look like I'm following the order, for now. He hears noise in the distance and recalls the wanted posters. One person says that only the chosen great pirates can receive the Heavenly King's protection through wealth. The chosen captain of the 7 archipelagos forever, he is none other than the Red Slayer. Raiden finally found the bastard who killed his parents. They finally gained power, huh? The Heavenly Kings are spreading lies on purpose, only through a sacred ritual that uses parts of the sea godkin's body, and one receives the power granted by the sea god Clyat. And every captain of the 7 archipelagos wielded that power. Those damned hunters split my parents' bodies into 7. Guys, next chapter will definitely be the revenge of Raiden. The party was in full swing. Raiden watched from a nearby hill as the celebration continued on the boats below. How did he know? I never talked about myself. It felt as if the Great Moon had arranged everything, creating the perfect chance for revenge to fulfill a promise. But Raiden knew he couldn't act yet. His enemies were superhuman, wielding the power of the sea god. Below, people casually displayed their abilities. If all of this was intended, he thought, then this gift must have a reason too. He held the chain necklace in his hand. The Great Moon must have assigned everything accordingly. Clutching it tightly, he prayed, not for comfort, but to lay the foundation for his future revenge. A few days later, he dove into the sea. The gift from the Great Moon was Spectacles of Amrita. It allowed Raiden to identify and locate relics deep inside the sea. The specific relics he found were able to make up for the lack of force. The relics he found made up for his weaknesses. He emerged from the water wearing bracelets around his ankles. It was foolish of me to be only grateful. The Great Moon had kept his promise. Not only was his target placed right in front of him, but he was also given the power to carry out his revenge. Now I understand what you meant in that letter, Raiden thinks. Your true intention was for me to take revenge, and seize control of the 7 archipelagos. This time, he was certain. He would kill the captain of the first archipelagos. Yusha's words echoed in his mind, see, I told you so, never forget that everything is for the Great Moon. He whispers it himself now. Everything is for the Great Moon. What once meant nothing slowly carved itself into his heart. Trust turned into faith. He looks toward the sea. The moon shines brighter than anything else. 3 months later, the oppressive heat receded, and autumn arrived, the season when the biennial grand social gathering of Asteria is held. Alan is forced to attend. Mandatory participation. Once every 4 years. God, I hate this, Alan mutters as he rides in the carriage with Evan. Suddenly, 2 more carriages join them. As scheduled, Evan says, the KRYLD and Adorn families have joined us. Ah, yes, Alan replies. Bandit prevention through group travel. What a strange tradition. Later that evening, Alan relaxes with a drink when two nobles approach him. Count Palacio. One sneers. Why do you only have one escort? Another laughs. Looks like your finances are falling apart after gaining your title by pure luck. Alan sighs inwardly. Nobles were more troublesome than bandits. He'd rather they gossip behind his back. Well, it does make sense. Palacio's authority once came from dominating the eastern underworld, built on massive wealth. Alan had already stepped away from that world. He earned enough honestly now. The eastern underworld was filled with small-time opportunists fighting over the vacant position. The rumor that he became count by luck had become accepted truth. Still, being insulted openly annoyed him. Such a shame to see you so broke, one noble says. Just let me know if you need help, the other adds mockingly. They're crossing the line, Alan thinks. Probably victims of Palacio. Kryld and Adorn were once Valenco's errand boys. Now they were venting old humiliation. This feels like dealing with internet trolls, Alan thinks. I should archive them as PDFs. Evan arrives with food. Yikes, Evan mutters. They're still at it. Best to ignore them, Alan says. Where were you? Alan asks. In the kitchen, young master, Evan replies, holding roasted corn. They sit down and eat together. Roasted corn is always a blessing, especially on a chilly evening. The nobles keep mocking, but Alan and Evan ignore them completely. Now the nobles sounded like they were rapping. Might be a diss rap, Alan thinks. This would be better with butter, Evan says. Far to the north lies an endless frozen land ruled by barbarians. In this place, only cursed grayish lights exist, as if life itself has abandoned the place. A man was crawling on the ground, his arm torn off. Those Caliban bastards know nothing of honor, he growls. He is Great Klecken, one of the 8 barbarian chiefs. For barbarians, dying in battle is the highest honor. But Clay was tricked by a Caliban knight who promised a fair duel, only to backstab him. He coughs up blood, and the cause of the huge blood loss, he was on the verge of death. What happened to Kurga of the snowfield? He asks himself. Kurga, I met a shameful fate, Klecken says. So shameful I can't even close my eyes at the face of death. An eerie voice echoes. Brother, call my name. The air trembles. Call my great name, the voice demands. The name you worship. Klecken finally says Ultoris. Gathering the last remnants of strength left within him, he forced out the word. The great god Ultoris, he cries. We dare call upon your honorable name. A figure loomed over him, wearing a menacing smile, and replied, Yes. Then I shall grant your desire. Coming back to our MC, the uncomfortable escort continued as we headed toward the palace, where the social gathering would be held. Even after other families joined, the mockery didn't stop. 2 idiotic nobles lingered nearby, openly mocking Alan. Oh, that's enough to fill you, one noble sneered. I feel so bad for you, I might cry. He casually placed a beer bottle on top of his head, clicking his tongue in fake pity. Looks like they won't stop unless our MC does something. Noble waited for a reaction. Alan didn't react at all. He just ignores them. Not falling for bait is basic gamer behavior. Alan kept doing what he was best at, ignoring pieces of shit like those nobles. Let's just rest here for the night, he said calmly with Evan. As night gradually fell and the group settled down to rest, Alan continued his meal without concern. The 2 nobles, however, twisted their expressions in growing frustration. Surprisingly, ignoring them worked. That brat from the Palacio is completely ignoring us. This is absurd, one of them thought bitterly. So, how are the additional escort troops? One asked. I checked with my artifact, the other replied. It seems that foolish brat only brought a single knight, yet he dares sit at the same table as us nobles. Alan and Evan quietly enjoyed their meal. The fish which Evan caught earlier. It seems the rumors were true, the noble continued. We can start moving into the underworld immediately. The days of tiptoeing around Palacio are over. Finally, we can get a taste of the astronomical amounts of money and power of the underworld. Once we take control. The other laughed. We should give him a little gift. Yes, came the reply, lips twisting into a grin. He'll thank us for teaching him how the world works. They never realized that the great moon they dismissed so casually was far more terrifying than anything they could imagine. Suddenly, everything changed. A deep rumble echoed from beyond the camp. From the darkness, monsters surged forward in massive numbers. An entire army rushed in, plunging the night into chaos. Monsters! Someone shouted. Mages were ordered to secure visibility. A light spell illuminated the area. They saw them, goblins, but not ordinary ones, but different. Crystals were embedded in their bodies were larger, and their eyes glowed deep crimson. Goblins? A soldier scoffed. They're weak. Then he froze. His confidence was shattered as more poured in. I've never seen goblins like that, someone said. They're bigger, and they have mana. The goblins charged. As everyone struggled to hold their ground against the giant goblins, a sudden dome appeared, enclosing all of the creatures within it. A massive wall appeared between the soldiers and the monsters, cutting each other off. A third circle rock wall? And a second circle shield? A mage shouted while staring around in shock. There's another mage here. Who is it? Who cast that? It was Alan, but he did not respond. He calmly began a second enchantment. Before anyone could search for the caster, Alan extended his hand and clenched his fist, causing the entire dome to crash down on the goblins through his compression spell. The dome condensed into a ball that continued to shrink, trapping the goblins inside before being lifted into the air. At that moment, every goblin trapped high within the dome froze in place. Alan's gaze swept across them, coldly. The surrounding men were completely stunned by the sight. Alan spoke again, his tone calm and refined. Vacuum. A violent rumble followed. The energy within the barrier fluctuated wildly, distorting the air itself. Alan continued without hesitation, returned to the origines. The gentleness in his voice only made it more terrifying. Mana burst outward as the crystal embedded in his bracelet shined brightly. The trapped goblins were crushed as stones, propelled from inside the barrier, tore through the remaining goblins. The two despicable nobles stared in disbelief, their faces drained of color, as they watched the scene unfold. Through the night, Alan stepped forward and spoke sharply. Don't just stand there. Alan snapped. Get ready. The remaining goblins rushed in. The soldiers braced themselves and fought back, taking them down one by one. By morning it was over. The goblin army had been completely annihilated. The soldiers were filled with awe. Who was this man who saved them? But inside, Alan was panicking. I almost died. Good thing we won. I can only use more magic per day now, but that's only 3 or 4 times a day. From the middle of the battle onwards, I became an ordinary person with my pitiful mana hole empty. Are you hurt, Count? Evan asked. I'm fine, Alan replied. Even with Evan nearby, losing the ability to defend himself terrified him. Are you sure? Evan asked again. Yes, Alan said quickly. I'm really fine. Good thing I traveled with the other nobles, he thought. Going alone would have been suicide. But something else worried him. This is Amethyst. Why did divine descent just occur? Divine descent was a rare phenomenon that happened when forces from the outer god were about to descend. Monsters influenced by it became frenzied, their physical abilities drastically enhanced. That shouldn't be possible yet. The children did not awaken into the 5 deadly sins, so why is this happening? What exactly is the problem? I need to collect information as soon as I arrive. At this rate, I'll die in the near future. Alan glanced back at the nobles following behind. Seeing his expression, they nearly panicked, pale and shaken, still unable to process what they had witnessed. The next day, Ducal House of Roteger. We finally made it, Alan thought. After all that hardship, he said calmly, the great social gathering has finally begun. He sighed. I just want to go home and sleep. The interior was nothing short of breathtaking. Every surface gleamed as if sculpted from pure gold. Even Alan, who rarely marveled at extravagance, couldn't help but notice the opulence. The chandeliers sparkled. Evan leaned in to inspect them more closely. I wonder if anyone would even notice if we swiped a few of these. Alan scanned the room, noting the nobles bustling about exchanging pleasantries and subtly sizing each other up. Part of him considered mingling, but he wasn't keen on unnecessary socializing. Then he heard people were complimenting Roteger. Alan thought still, appearances mattered. So he settled on a neutral path enough to be seen, but not drawn into their schemes. That's when he felt it. A presence creeping up behind him, spinning around in annoyance, flared immediately. It was those same two nuisances from before. This time, they were putting on an act of feigned humility, nervously presenting gifts. One guy proffered the finest cuts of meat from his lands, while the other offered a chest filled with gold coins. Both begged Alan to accept their support. Alan frowned, confused by the sudden change in demeanor. But Alan's expression was normal, but they imagined him as a terrifying villain, which made the two nobles shrink back in panic. Finally, they admitted that they shouldn't have messed with him in the first place. A day ago, after the battle against the goblins. After witnessing Alan's display against the goblins, the two had been utterly shocked. They had never imagined he possessed such overwhelming, magical power. Curious. They had even cornered one of the third circle mage in the escort, asking if the spell that had annihilated the goblins, a swirling black vortex, had to be like some second circle spell, right? The mage's response left them speechless. Alan's magic was far above what they could handle. Beyond even third circle mastery. Their earlier mockery of him, saying that he became Count Palacio by luck, suddenly felt like sheer foolishness. They realized Alan had been concealing his true abilities all along, and the lack of escort knights was no indication of weakness. Now standing before him with gifts in hand, both of them were trembling. Alan's villainous glare, ever present and unnerving, only amplified their fear, desperate to save face. They resorted to begging, bowing deeply, and pleading for forgiveness over their previous arrogance. Alan was oblivious to the depth of their terror. Assumed they were simply teasing him. Once again, even Evan paused, and asked Alan, should I take care of them? Alan decided to play along with a bit of intimidation, enough to put them in their place without causing a scene inside. He knew he couldn't actually do anything extreme, but the scare would suffice to scare the two fools caught on the side of his death glare, and they realized with sinking hearts that they were completely out of their depth, with Evan sent off to gather intel from the Information Guild. Alan turned his attention to the mansion, grabbing a quick bite. He scanned for potential sources of gossip. His enhanced senses, courtesy of a small spell, let him eavesdrop on a pair of nobles. In a hushed conversation, they spoke of Duchess Altia and Count Zenonia, apparently surprised that the two had formed an unusual alliance. Alan shrugged internally. Their chatter didn't concern him. Alliances like these rarely lasted, and he was content to let them unravel on their own. But then the conversation took a shocking turn. The nobles whispered about the real power behind the underworld. It's neither Duchess nor Altia, but the Count of Palacio. Alan froze mid-bite. The words hit like a thunderclap. Panic surged as he realized the rumor had spread, and he had no idea who was responsible for this dangerous misrepresentation. He dropped his food. Alan felt the weight of the absurd accusation pressing down on his heart. Alan's mind raced as he tried to make sense of the gossip. He had met Altia only once when she was younger, and Zenonia's infamous daughter, just twice. So how could such absurd rumors even take root? He attempted to calm himself, dismissing it all as idle chatter, nothing more than noble gossip. His thoughts were interrupted by a voice calling from behind. Turning, Alan felt a twinge of unease at the sheer number of people seemingly drawn to him. Today, the newcomer introduced himself with confidence. Carmine, the third son of Duke Camelin of the Asura Kingdom. In his usual awkward half-bowing manner, Alan offered a polite introduction, silently scolding himself for forgetting nobles from other lands were part of this gathering. Carmine wasted no time launching into playful mockery. He claimed he had heard Alan had only become a count through sheer luck. Alan's irritation flared instantly. Wow, these days even twisted donuts can talk, huh? A nearby noble, sensing the insult, stepped forward immediately. They questioned Carmine's audacity, mocking a noble of the Asteria Kingdom. Carmine's confidence faltered, and panic set in as he struggled to comprehend the situation. He thought that it was okay to bully him. Carmine, explaining the situation to us as to why he behaved in such a way, introduces himself with exaggerated charm. Described himself as a romantic suitor on a mission to win the heart of Duke Roteger's youngest daughter. He boasted of his charm, convinced no woman could ever regret saying yes, but the truth was far less flattering. At the gathering, he openly gawked at other women, making crude comments on their appearance right in front of his fiancée, even insulting a woman's nose while showering his own fiancée with backhanded compliments. Unsurprisingly, the engagement ended in that moment itself, leaving him both stunned and furious. Unsure how he had blown his chance with Duke Roteger's daughter, frustrated and seeking a target for his anger. Carmine had mistakenly fixated on Alan, thinking him the perfect scapegoat, a supposedly weak, inconsequential noble, with no real standing. Now, however, he realized the magnitude of his miscalculation, the three towering nobles in front of him. One of them is an important figure of the noble faction Duke Roteger, and another is an important figure of the royalist faction, Marquis Mardanio, and finally, the center of the moderate faction is Count Palin. Alan watched the scene unfold with mild amusement. Duke's sharp question cut through the tension. Had Carmine been mocking them by insulting a noble of the Asteria kingdom? Carmine scrambled to clarify, insisting he had no such intent. Count Palin then demanded to know why Carmine had addressed Alan by name, so casually interpreting it as a sign of disrespect, not just toward Alan, but toward all of them. Flustered, Carmine apologized profusely. Yet Marco stepped closer, emphasizing that the real issue was Carmine's insult toward Count Palancho. Alan himself felt something about their defense felt oddly intense, almost unnatural. Why were these three high-ranking nobles who barely knew Alan protecting him? Alan couldn't shake the strange sense of déjà vu. Something about the whole situation felt eerily familiar, like a junior officer being berated by senior officers. The thought tugged at some buried memories, and for a fleeting moment, he felt the weight of old unspoken frustrations that he had during his military service back in Korea. Meanwhile, Carmine, utterly overwhelmed, had taken off like a child, caught misbehaving, crying, running, and completely humiliating himself. Turning back to him, the three nobles leaned in concern, etched across their faces. The sudden attention threw Alan off. Why was everyone acting so unusually kind today? Enhancing his hearing through a subtle spell, Alan tuned into the surrounding conversations. The other nobles had seen the earlier scene, misinterpreting it entirely. They now believed that Alan wasn't just a simple count. He was rumored to be the true mastermind of the underworld. Some even speculated that if powerhouses like Duchess Altia and Count Zenonia were to engage in politics, Alan, supposedly outranking them both, would wield overwhelming influence. Alan knew that the misunderstanding was getting out of hand, and he considered correcting it outright, but before he could even open his mouth, the noble's actions left him speechless. Two of the dukes began showering him with praise. Mardanio started complimenting Alan on his recent dive into the study of magic. He mentioned he had acquired a rare, magical artifact and wanted to gift it, a device capable of storing mana, before Alan could respond. Duke and Count Palin jumped in, each eager to present their own offerings. Alan froze, realizing the magnitude of what was happening. By staying silent, he unwittingly secured 2 powerful magical artifacts and 5 mana potions entirely free. A small satisfied smirk tugged at his lips. Later, at dawn, Duke Roteger's annex. The architect behind all the subtle maneuvers revealed herself. A striking woman in black approached Mardanio, inquiring about how the things went. He explained that Alan had graciously accepted the gifts. Normally, such exchanges among nobles were mere formalities. But offering something as precious as a magical artifact conveyed deeper intent, a declaration of alignment and loyalty. The woman finally revealed her identity. Duchess Altia. She formally welcomed Mardanio into Alan's growing circle, and now they shared the same goal. She calmly inquired about others. He answered with measured confidence, saying it had been an honor and that no one had hesitated, and accepting inwardly. He reflected on how carefully everything had been arranged. Duke Altia, who had stepped forward this time, but only after selecting the right pieces for the board. Those chosen were then tested through what could only be described as a ritual of sincerity, sealed with gifts, too valuable to be dismissed. As a mere courtesy, rumors were spreading at an alarming pace. Yet this too fit neatly into the shifting tides of politics. Sensing the gravity of the moment, he resolved to grasp the opportunity before it slipped away. Altia's gaze cooled as she concluded that the time had come to move in earnest. Only with a trusted few. Meanwhile, on the fourth day of the banquet, Alan noticed that rewards kept arriving at his quarters, one after another. He assumed the generosity stemmed from the false whispers tying him to Altia and Zenonia. If people wished to misunderstand, he would not correct them. Not yet. For now, he would accept everything. Whether they later demanded repayment was another matter. A hand suddenly settled on his shoulder. Evan's familiar voice announced his return. Alan was startled. Evan raised a brow. "Why do you look so shocked?" "I only just got back." Alan quickly composed himself, brushing aside his absent-mindedness. Soon after the two withdrew for a private discussion, the report Evan delivered wiped the calm from Alan's face. An outer god had descended in the north. Evan confirmed the chaos unfolding in Caliban. Ancient manuscripts were being revisited, and scholars now believe the appearance of amethyst signaled the influence of outer gods. Alan asked about the other matter he had assigned. Evan replied that the individual Alan sought had been located in a village north of Ashudalin. In that case, Alan decided they would make a stop there on their way because their true destination would be Caliban. Evan's composure faltered. "Are you truly intending to head north?" "I'll explain on the road," Alan said, firmly ordering immediate preparations. Evan bowed and departed. Without further protest, left alone, Alan exhaled deeply. He had hoped events would not spiral this quickly. Entities like the 5 great sins and the outer gods defied prediction. No one could foresee which god would descend. That's why I had tried to gather as much information as possible. Still, he had not expected the event to unfold this soon. Because he has already seen hundreds of cases during his gameplay, he can easily tell where this is going. The allied kingdoms will fall apart, and they will push each other into ruin by having foolish wars on the lands polluted by otherworldly energy. If this all happens, then he would definitely die. But now Alan has a plan. After descending, an outer god required months to stabilize before awakening fully as a living deity. During that vulnerable phase, their power remained incomplete and cannot wield divine power. That narrow window offered the only chance to strike. There were no guarantees, but there was no alternative to stealing himself. Alan briefly wondered what that child might prefer. With the thought lingering, he began drafting a letter. A week later, a vice commander delivered Alan Seal's message to his superior upon reading it, and recognizing the authority behind its contents. Deuce stiffened in disbelief. Without delay, he issued new orders. The next northern deployment would be postponed by 2 weeks. The vice commander saluted and carried out the command. In northern village Pakran Ashudalin Kingdom, Alan did not think that he would find this child so soon. A radiant boy who greeted them with gentle warmth. Alan recognized him immediately. Elivan, the protagonist of the turn-based roguelike RPG Psychedelia. Seeing him in reality rather than on a screen left Alan quietly awed. The boy looked exactly as he had in the illustrations, but he's a boy, right? Studying him carefully, Alan asked, "Do you know who I am?" The boy answered with an easy smile, saying he just wanted to welcome a stranger. He introduced himself as Elivan. Alan felt a strange sense of inevitability, no matter how different this world might be from the version he once knew. The main character is still the main character. In due time, Elivan would rise to fame and become much stronger, which felt certain. Alan complimented his positivity, but inwardly, however, he couldn't shake the odd sensation of standing face to face with the character he had once used to play. Without further delay, Alan handed him a small pouch and told him to take it. When Elivan peeked inside, his eyes widened at the sight of gold coins before the boy could recover from his surprise. Evan stepped forward with another box. He opened it, revealing rows of potions within. Evan explained that everything inside belonged to him. Elivan looked from the coins to the potions, overwhelmed. He asked in disbelief whether all of it was truly meant for him, and why it was being given so suddenly. "It's an investment," Alan replied evenly inside. He reassured himself that he had prepared exactly what a protagonist would need in the early stages of growth: supplies, funding, support, and everything required to accelerate development. He told Elivan that he was doing this because the boy was destined for greatness. Alan thought inwardly, so grow quickly and defeat the outer god in my place. As he mentally reviewed the signs and probabilities, Alan wondered if the offering was generous enough. Surely this would secure the boy's favor. Then he introduced himself. "Finally, I'm Count Palacio." He thought inwardly, "It's the name of the sponsor whom you should thank when you become successful." Elivan quickly ran towards him and thanked the Count with sincere gratitude, and promised not to forget him. He waved goodbye to Evan as they prepared to depart, Watching him, Alan found himself questioning whether the protagonist always been this cheerful. The story he remembered belonged to a dark fantasy setting. He had expected someone hardened, not someone so openly warm as they turned to leave. Evan spoke quietly. He understood Alan's intention, but pointed out that they were departing without truly getting to know the child. "He's a smart boy," Alan answered. "He'll understand." What he did not say aloud was that his own survival was at stake. There was no time to nurture bonds. Slowly, in his mind, he thought, just in case I left the child running on auto-grind mode. Evan then observed that the boy's talent seemed extraordinary. His man felt dense, constantly swirling beneath the surface. And despite his plain clothing, he appeared to carry artifacts. Alan nodded. He had sensed it as well. In the original setting, Alan had started as someone entirely ordinary before embarking on his journey. This deviation felt like another butterfly effect, an unpredictable divergence from the game's script. Considering that the anomaly involved the protagonist himself, it was both unsettling and reassuring. Still, Alan reminded himself that the objective remained unchanged. Secure a comfortable future. The stronger the boy became, the more valuable this investment would prove. He even reassured himself that Eli Van had been one of the few genuinely kind figures in that grim, unforgiving world. A moment later, doubt flickered. Was he truly as kind-hearted as remembered? Shifting the subject, Alan mentioned Deus, saying that Deus would eventually meet him. Inwardly, he admitted he had avoided going there before. Out of fear. He had never imagined events would force his hand like this. Alan, unable to hide his unease, asked whether they would at least be allowed to see him. Probably, Evan replied. 10 days later, in the capital of Caliban, the northern gate of Kirtham, inside the carriage, Evan looked half dead from exhaustion. Days of relentless travel had drained him completely. Alan, though just as tired, remained composed. Long-distance travel was never pleasant. It consumed stamina and patience alike. Evan muttered that the final stretch had been especially unbearable because of the absurd labyrinth. Alan simply accepted the hardship. It couldn't be helped. Alan was holding a locket in his hand. The reason Alan visited various places was to prepare for the fight against the outer god. Alan wondered quietly whether the gifts he had prepared for Deus would be enough. Will he like them? It's like a father wanting to give his son everything. Evan soon noted that their turn for inspection was approaching. He stepped down from the carriage and headed toward the officials for identity verification. Alan leaned back inside the carriage and closed his eyes briefly. At least here in the capital things should go easily. That alone was a relief. It didn't last. Evan returned sooner than expected. He informed Alan that there had been a minor complication. Though Alan's identity had been confirmed, they were being asked to step aside. Alan stepped out of the carriage, and a knight approached from behind. The man wore a crooked, self-assured smile. He addressed Alan directly, confirming whether he was Count Palacio. Then he introduced himself as Viren, the Fourth Sword, a direct disciple of Master Knight Viola. His smirk carried deliberate provocation, annoyance, and stirred within Alan. Maintaining a cold expression, he questioned why Viren had arrived with an escort of knights and demanded an explanation. Viren replied smoothly. A friend of mine in the kingdom of Asura had contacted him, claiming to be deeply wronged by Alan. Alan dismissed the accusation immediately. No such matter existed then. Then he realized, could it be Carmine? Viren smiled and said, it seems you managed to seriously get on my friend's bad side. Viren recalled how his friend had raged about humiliation and disgrace. He claimed that Count Palacio had been humiliated in front of many people. He said that bastard was heading toward Caliban, beat the shit out of him, and make him cripple. Carmine offered him an abyssal entity as a reward, which Viren needs to raise his skills. Back to the present, Viren then said he owed his friend a favor. After all, at the very least, he could stage an impressive performance. Without warning, the knights accompanying Viren drew their swords in unison, and they surrounded Alan and Evan near the northern gate. Alan thought that reckless brat had picked up a fight with me for no reason, and he ran away. Viren unsheathed his sword and said that maybe if every valuable item inside the carriage was surrendered, he might consider mercy to him. Viren knew that Alan was nothing more than a minor noble from the Asteria kingdom with little influence in the alliance. Not to mention, he has no connection to anyone in Caliban. Annoyance flared in Alan's mind, and he thought birds of a feather truly did flock together. Alan started his enchantments, and at the same moment, Viren lunged forward, grinned wildly as he charged. Alan remained steady. But the clash never came. Someone appeared behind Viren and seized him by the neck mid-charge and hoisted him into the air. The interruption was so sudden that Viren barely registered it before agony exploded. The person was none other than Deus. His expression was cold, detached. Deus, with a cold voice, said, "What do you think you're doing? You dare to harm my benefactor?" Unfortunately, there was one thing Viren wasn't aware of. The fact that Count Palladio, while the benefactor of Deus Michaelian after defeating Kurga of Snowfield in a duel, he became a hero and earned the alias Swordless, and the title of Master Knight. Deus released Viren without warning and hurled him to the ground. Before he could recover, Deus kicked him mercilessly again and again, grabbing him by the head. He glanced toward the surrounding knights and issued a warning. If even one of them moved, the consequences would exceed their imagination. Then came another brutal kick to Viren's chest. Blood spilled from his mouth as he was launched backward, crashing hard against a distant tree. Alan watched in stunned silence. So this is Deus. Viren struggled to rise, barely managing to prop himself against the tree. Deus closed the distance in an instant, and drove his knee into Viren's chest. The assault continued without hesitation, fists and kicks landing with ruthless precision. Besides Alan, Evan muttered that the beating had been impressive, but Alan's thoughts drifted elsewhere. Did he just call me his benefactor? I thought he'd be thanking me for his childhood, but he completely forgot about me and won't even greet me now. That's what Alan, though cause never received a single letter, and yet watching him now felt strangely familiar, like he's been rewarded for raising his son. Alan had happy tears seeing Deus grown into such a handsome man. Such a handsome guy, aren't you? I wonder who your sponsor is. Then a heavy thud resounded as another blow landed. Evan, half teasingly, remarked that Alan's son was beating the man senseless. Alan replied that he heard nothing, but deep down he understood. Deus had stood up for his father because he had been insulted and mistreated in a foreign country. Alan felt very touched and thought, why is my son such a sweetheart? Deus continued the relentless assault until Viren finally lost consciousness. Then another realization surfaced. Deus was actually meant to be one of the 5 great sins. Restraint had never been one of their virtues. At last, Deus turned away from the Viren and approached Alan, stopping before him. He bowed respectfully, with a confident smile, and stated that he would personally escort them. The remaining knights stood frozen. The knights who remained at the northern gate could only stare, stunned by what had just unfolded before them. Far to the north, at the center of the devastation, stood Delman, bearer of Caliban's third sword, and captain of the Crimson Flame Knights. Victory surged through him. He lifted his blade high and proclaimed that one of the 8 chiefs, the great Kulkan, and his clan had been annihilated. It's a victory for the Crimson Flame Knight Order. A roar answered him. The Crimson Flame Knights erupted into cheers. Delman gave the next order: return to the outpost. Prepare for departure. Yes, Captain. The response came. Yet Delman did not share their ease as the men dispersed. His expression tightened inwardly. Having secured achievements of this magnitude, I won't be outdone by him who just became a master knight. His jaw clenched. Even if I used underhanded means that no one knows about. Caliban and the barbarians have long upheld wars that respect each other's honor. But I deceived Kulkan and dealt with him when he came out alone, together with an infiltration force. With that momentum, I successfully annihilated the entire clan. Because that bastard took out Kurga of Snowfield, I needed a clear result for this expedition. Kilken's corpse disappeared during the battle. The barbarians likely hid it. Even if he was still alive, he should have died by now due to the poison. Anyway, it's all done once I return to Kael'burn and report this achievement. With these thoughts, he reached the forward base, but there was nothing left to confirm. Standing alone against the icy wind was a solitary figure. Delman frowned. The man turned slowly to face him. Recognition struck like a blade to the spine. Rage flooded Delman's veins. Without hesitation, he swung his sword. Flames erupted from the edge. His thoughts faltered. Kulkan should already be dead. Delman narrowed his eyes as he focused on the lone figure ahead. The man said furiously, you tainted a sacred duel, a fight that was meant to be decided with honor. A chill gripped Delman's spine. This pressure was heavy. Cold sweat slid down Delman's face. This isn't Kulkan. Panic flickered through him. He swung his sword again. Fire emitted from the blade. The man avoided the attack. Answer me first, he said. Delman did not respond. He attacked again, and flames erupted violently, melting ice. Once more, the man slipped past him without effort. Delman gritted his teeth, believing in duels on a battlefield. How naive. The stranger fixed his gaze on Delman and said, "You are strong for a human. I will offer you one final chance. Face me in a duel." Delman ignored him and shouted at his men to prepare for battle. A faint smirk touched the man's lips. Dark corrupted mana coiled around both his hands. "A mortal without honor does not deserve an honorable death," he said softly. The fallen knights' convulsed cries of agony split the air as the mana invaded their lifeless bodies. Eyes snapped. Opened glowing crimson limbs. "It hurts, kill me, please," some of them begged, voices breaking as their bodies twisted and tormented. The man stepped forward with a single motion of his bare hand. He sliced across Delman's throat. Before Delman could even react, the man struck the ice beneath them. The ground detonated in an explosion. Surviving knights were hurled skyward, and with a single kick, he killed them all. Then the man drove his fist forward. It pierced straight through Delman's chest, and he coughed violently. Blood spilling from his mouth. He collapsed, trembling in agony. Voices echoed, "It hurts, kill me, please." The man's eyes, filled with rage, he murmured, "Creatures born from the dead denied their rightful end around him. Welcome to the bloody Colosseum." The fallen began to rise. The resurrected knights surrounded the remaining Crimson Flame warriors. "The god of all barbarians, Uldurus, father of duels, personally wishes to bestow an honorable death upon you. Prove that you aren't savages through a duel," he declared. The scene shifted. Dew stood before Alan and lowered his head. "Respectfully, allow me to guide you." The surrounding knights froze in disbelief that Dews is bowing his head. In Caliban, the aspirations of Deus Michaelian the Swordless are as high as the heavens. He received no punishment for beating up the second prince who had harassed his sister. He would never be polite to anyone other than the king. That's why it was so shocking that he'd bow his head to a count from a foreign nation. Soldiers thought that the Swordless to bow his head who is Count Palacio. Dews summoned a royal carriage and gestured toward it. "Please get on." Alan felt a faint discomfort at the attention, and Evan quietly assured him he would follow in another carriage. Soon, they arrived at Deus' residence. The mansion loomed like a massive illuminated fortress. Inside the hall, they were walking, but Alan felt the silence was suffocating him. Alan thought, maybe he's uncomfortable with me? Then he sighed, "Let's get straight to the point. That's the best way to show my respect and consideration." Alan called Deus and said, "The reason I'm here today is because I have a request for you." Deus blinked in surprise. "A request, you said?" "Yes," Alan responded. Deus replied at once. He understood the difference. This was not a command, it was a request. Alan said, "Yes, is that strange?" But inside, Alan thought, maybe he thinks I'm shameless? Deus then said, "Please, we can continue the conversation after taking a seat." They took their seats at the table, and silence lingered between them. Alan briefly wondered, shouldn't the host be the one in the highest seat? "I mean, I like it because it feels like he treats me like his father." After a pause, he continued, "I have 2 requests. I know they're not simple." Deus listened attentively. "I must travel north. I would like you to accompany me," Alan said. Without a second wasted, Deus' answer, "Of course." Alan did not expect this fast response. Deus added calmly, "I was just about to set out on an expedition to the north." Then Alan spoke again. "This is the difficult one. Would it be possible for me to borrow the ring of the Mad One from Caliban's treasury?" Outside the estate, a knight stepped forward and saluted. "Vice Captain. I have returned from the escort mission." Vice Captain replied calmly, "Well done." I was not concerned since the captain personally went. He reflected inwardly that Deus himself volunteered to escort him. At the same time, Deus' sister arrived, and if my brother handled the escort himself, the guest must be someone truly distinguished. Vice Captain chuckled lightly. "Indeed, Lady Silly. A while back, Deus held a letter and said to the Vice Captain that informed them that the northern schedule would be delayed by 2 weeks. The Vice Captain asked respectfully, "May I know the reason for it?" With a faint smile, Deus answered that my benefactor would be arriving soon. Back to the present, the Vice Captain thought that he had never seen him make that expression before. He said to Lady Cilia about the arrival of Count Palacio of the Asteria Kingdom. Cilia could not hide her excitement. The scene returned to Alan. He faced Deus and asked steadily, "Would it be possible for me to borrow the ring of the Mad One from the Caliban treasury?" Though his tone remained composed, tension weighed heavily on him. He understood the gravity of the request. It was unreasonable and could place him in debt to the royal family. Yet the ring of the Mad One was vital to his plan. He looked directly at Deus without hesitation. Deus lowered his head slightly and replied, "Yes, of course." At that moment, Evan entered the room. He bowed respectfully to both Deus and Alan. "My apologies for arriving late." Alan thought his timing could not have been better than this. He decided to ease the atmosphere first. Alan signed to Evan, "You brought them, right?" Evan gave a confident nod. "I will bring them now." He returned shortly with several elegant boxes. The gifts shimmered under the light as Alan personally presented them to Deus. Deus looked at the boxes with mild surprise. Alan opened one and explained, "These are gifts I prepared myself. I especially recommend this shoestring tie. It is quite popular. You should try it inside." Alan had chosen the tie after careful consideration. The refined design adorned with delicate stones gave it a distinguished appearance. He hoped Deus would appreciate the effort. Deus accepted it calmly. "Thank you." He did not open the box. Alan hesitated before asking, "Aren't you going to open it?" Deus turned his face slightly. "It would be discourteous to open it. Now. I will do so when I am alone." A flicker of doubt crossed Alan's mind. Perhaps the gift had failed. Was he merely a foreign count offering something insignificant? Or was Deus sincerely trying to show respect? Then Alan remembered how Deus protected him previously. Clearing his throat, Alan spoke again. "If my request causes you any inconvenience, I will compensate for it," Deus said firmly. "I will bring the ring of the Mad One right away." Alan continued speaking and asked, "Didn't you hear what I said about its current location?" Deus replied calmly, "It is in the royal treasury of Caliban." Alan frowned slightly. "Wouldn't retrieving it be difficult?" Deus answered. "Under normal circumstances, it would take about a week." He fell silent afterward, lost in thought. Both Alan and Evan were waiting for a response, but none came. Deus spoke again, thinking about the complication. "Dealing with the king would be the most troublesome part. But I just have to take out about 50 people." The thought surprised Alan. Deus might not look like he does, but he makes good jokes. Suddenly, Deus' expression changed. "Seriously," he said, "should I start right away?" Alan quickly shook his head. "You don't have to go that far." Deus gave a slight nod. "Understood, then I will retrieve it as quickly as possible." Alan felt a surge of gratitude. Deus was clearly willing to fulfill his request by any means. It showed how deeply he cared. Their conversation ended, and both of them prepared to leave the room. At that moment, Silly rushed in excitedly, "Brother!" At the same time, Evan interrupted with equal enthusiasm. "Lady Silly? It has been a long time." The two greeted each other warmly, as siblings reunited after a long separation. Alan watched them with surprise, noticing the genuine happiness on their faces. He recalled that Silly was the younger sister he had ordered Evan to save. Back in the original game, only a brief glimpse was given of how she died. Seeing her in person made Alan realize how much she resembled Deus. Before the moment could continue, Deus suddenly stepped forward. His face darkened as he pulled his sister slightly behind him, narrowing his eyes at Evan. He spoke coldly. "This man is not a brother, he's a mister." Evan froze in place. Shock was evident on Evan's face. Evan stammered, "Mister? I mean, you're not wrong, but still." Alan already knew that Deus carried a sense of loss and emptiness regarding family, but he had not expected him to cherish this Silly so strongly. The atmosphere turned tense. Deus' eyes glowed faintly with a dark purple hue, and his aura deepened ominously. He spoke in a low, threatening tone. "Silence, mister, do not speak to my sister so casually." Evan trembled slightly. "I was only trying to greet her." Alan suddenly understood something important. Deus treated him kindly because Alan had saved Silly. He wondered silently whether Deus would continue helping him unconditionally. Perhaps he had been pushing things too far. Still, he could not deny the benefit of their connection at that moment. Silly stepped forward, interrupting the tension. She turned toward Alan politely. "Excuse me, sir, you must be Count Palacio, correct?" Alan nodded. "That is correct." Silly spoke sincerely. "I heard that you ordered Brother Evan to save me." Alan replied modestly. "I simply did what I had to." Inside, however, he admitted the truth. If she had died, her brother would have become a merciless killing machine. Alan had arranged their reunion at the most crucial moment to prevent that future. Silly gently held Deus's hand and said softly, "Truly thank you." She bowed her head gratefully toward A. Alan froze for a moment. He had acted with calculated intentions, never expecting to receive sincere gratitude, yet the warmth of her words filled him with unexpected happiness. A gentle sense of satisfaction spread through him, and he smiled faintly. Later, that's how he ended up staying at Deus's mansion for a while. The next day, Deus said, "I have brought it." Alan looked up in disbelief. It had only been a single day, yet Deus had already obtained the treasured ring. When Alan opened the box and saw the ring inside, he was astonished. "How did you manage to bring this within a day before?" Deus could answer. Evan rushed into the room in a hurry. "Count, I have just heard something very strange." Evan looked unsettled, and he said Deus made a fuss at the palace, demanding the ring. Alan stiffened. "What?" "Well," Evan continued, "the second prince, who was nitpicking him, received a few slaps from Deus. After that incident, 3 days were spent making preparations. Soon afterward, Alan departed for the northern expedition with the solar eclipse knights. 2 weeks later, at the forward outpost on Caliban northern border, some terrible news came pouring in. The knights engaged in war across the northern lands were being pushed back. Inside the military camp, chaos erupted. "Retreat," someone shouted. Another slammed his fist against the table. "Are you suggesting we turn our backs on the barbarians? You've seen it yourself as well, Viscount. Soldiers are severely wounded." A different voice snapped back. "The first sword has gone into seclusion, so we have no winning chance against them." Suddenly a sharp clap echoed through the tent. The sound silenced the heated debate. All eyes turned to Deus. Beside him stood Fiola, the fourth sword of Caliban and captain of the Preservation Order. Speaking calmly, "Everyone's opinions are valid, and we will decide after cooling our heads." Later, outside the camp, Deus walked with Fiola. "The outer god is sweeping through our bases with undead forces," Fiola explained. "The third sword, Delman, died at the eastern base. The second sword, Kiriana, has been critically wounded at the western base." Deus gazes toward the horizon. "I can already sense it." Fiola nodded. "There's a strange red aura spreading through the land. Visible only to those who have reached that realm and opened their eyes to it, a chilling landscape of mana." Foley frowned. "That aura keeps drawing my attention. Perhaps retreat truly is our best option." Deus narrowed his gaze. "Smoke. What is that?" On the other side of the camp, Alan calmly roasted a sweet potato over a small flame. Deus stared at him in disbelief. "That is a sweet potato. Where did he get those from?" Suddenly, someone shouted, "I can't, you fools." Behind the camp, a young woman shouted sharply while confronting 2 soldiers. "I said the treatment is complete. There is nothing more I can do. I am here to investigate the barbarians' ritual." One soldier tried to reason that saving people comes before investigation, don't you think? "Just once more time." She cut him off coldly. "All you can do now is watch over him." Deus looked up with surprise. "The King's Grace, Knight Order of the Second Sword, and the wise master of the Blue Magic Tower." She turned and spotted Deus. "You brat. Move aside." Her voice carried sharp authority. However, as her gaze shifted further, she suddenly trembled, her eyes locked onto Alan. Her expression stiffened. "Why is he here?" she demanded. Deus tried the shoestring tie, which elevated his charm even more, and he looks astoundingly good. Meanwhile, the Vice Tower Master looked up at Alan in complete disbelief, and her expression stiffened the moment their eyes met. Alan casually waved at her and addressed her as Vice Commander, stating that he had heard she was present and that the rumors appeared to be true. The Vice Tower Master trembled while still holding a meat skewer in her hand, clearly caught off guard by his sudden arrival. She quickly explained that the medicine he had mentioned was currently out of stock and that preparing it would take a while, and since I'm pretty tied up right now. She tried to maintain composure, but her voice wavered despite her attempt to appear calm. Alan responded evenly that he had sincerely hoped she could assist him. Yet he understood that perhaps he was asking for too much. Hearing this, she immediately raised her voice in panic and clarified that she could absolutely prepare it without hesitation. Alan gave a slight nod and mentioned that his finances were tight, so the payment might be delayed. She insisted that 1 gold coin would be more than enough for her service. Although she spoke calmly, her fingers still shook as she forced a nervous laugh. Alan's gaze sharpened as he stated that he could not refuse such generosity. Behind them, 2 subordinates exchanged stunned looks, whispering among themselves in disbelief. Subordinates were speechless that the Vice Tower Master of the Magic Tower was smiling in such a manner. They were even surprised that she got scammed out of hundreds of gold coins, wondering whether she had lost her mind or what. Without delay, she hurried off and announced that she would prepare the concoction immediately and serve it piping hot. Alan and Evan stood frozen. The nearby subordinates looked at Alan with shining admiration, commenting that she was showing him remarkable respect and that it was impressive to witness such deference from someone of her standing. Not long after, inside the camp, Deus suddenly stiffened as a disturbing sensation spread through the air. One of his knights asked whether he had felt the immense energy approaching from afar. Deus tightened his grip on his sword and glared at the faint red mist forming in the distance. He knew that they were under attack. Outside the camp, zombie-like corpses staggered forward slowly but relentlessly. Closing in on their position, a knight shouted for everyone to charge, and the soldiers rushed ahead without hesitation. Swords pierced through rotting flesh and twisted bodies as they fell. Yet more corpses continued advancing, creating an overwhelming pressing toward the camp. Suddenly, a freezing wave burst across the battlefield, scattering pale light like countless shards. The Vice Tower Master raised her staff and activated her spell. Frozen like stone statues, she began another chant without hesitation, reinforcing the battlefield with calculated precision. Behind her, Deus stepped forward with purple energy flaring around his blade with a decisive and powerful strike. He cleaved through the frozen monsters, shattering them into fragments. He then lifted his gaze toward the sky and alerted the others to look above. The Vice Tower Master followed his line of sight, her expression darkening at the ominous sight unfolding overhead. The sky turned crimson as thunder roared within swirling clouds. An oppressive force pressed down upon the battlefield. The impact sent shockwaves across the field, from the smoke that emerged to the towering demonic figure. The demon laughed mockingly and warned the soldiers, "Don't desecrate the sins of those who have lost their honor." Without hesitation, Viola lunged forward and struck him. Viola gritted his teeth as the quick sword failed to pierce the demon's body. In the next instant, the demon retaliated with terrifying speed. With just a little movement of his hand, Viola's head was severed cleanly. It fell to the ground before his body collapsed lifelessly. The battlefield fell silent for a brief moment as the brutality of the scene weighed heavily on everyone present, intensifying the murderous atmosphere surrounding the confrontation. The demon coldly declared that those who had abandoned the nobility of their souls would not be granted an honorable death. Alan stepped forward with unwavering composure. He said, in accordance with the oath of Calgunia, "I, Alan Palacio, present myself to honor this sacred promise. I request a duel of Babylon." The demon burst into laughter. He expressed amusement that someone still remembered the oath of his era and described the situation as unexpected, yet pleasing. Red energy erupted from surrounding zombies, dissolved into mist, which formed a massive ring around them. The demon welcomed Alan to his bloody Colosseum, where no one can interfere. In accordance with the Grand Pact, I, Arthultus, accept this sacred duel of Babylon. Alan felt the crushing pressure radiating from him. He realized that the demon was far more terrifying than he had anticipated and admitted inwardly that he was wrong. "I did not think he was already this close to manifesting." The closer an outer god gets to incarnating, the more power they gain, nearly rivaling the 5 mortal sins. He steadied his breathing and reflected that if he had not consumed the potion of excellence earlier, he would have passed out by now. He understood this was his final chance. He raised his head and said that let's begin this duel. The Grand Duel of Babylon is played turn by turn. Rule 1 granted initiative to the challenged person. Arthultus moved first and hurled a punch toward Alan, crimson energy condensing around his fist as he expressed his intent to play the Psalm of Ruin. Outside the barrier, soldiers shouted for everyone to take cover. Alan did not move and stood firm with his gaze locked on the approaching strike. A soldier questioned why he remained still after witnessing such power. Rule 2. The defender cannot move outside of their turn. If struck by an interdict, they cannot move at all. Arthultus commented, "Magnificent, you truly are honorable." Rule 3. A turn consists of 1 attack and 1 defense. Opponents swap positions at the end of each turn. Alan brushed his fingers against the potion at his side, acknowledging that it was now the defender's turn. He knew that a basic defense would be useless against such a force. He began chanting, immobilization, condensation, reinforcement, and deepening, as magic circles layered behind him. "So, even if I have to use all my magic today just to block a single attack." The crimson force descended and collided with him, and a deafening explosion. Red light clashed against shimmering enchantments as the earth shattered beneath him, splitting apart under immense pressure. Outside the ring, Deus and the others were frozen in place. The Vice Tower Master anxiously wondered whether the Count had survived. When the light faded, Alan remained standing, though battered and bleeding, with a magic circle glowing behind him. He steadied himself and held the potion prepared by the Vice Tower Master, recalling that it was described as a potion of excellence, capable of soothing unbearable pain. He observed that it worked flawlessly and allowed him to remain standing. He poured the golden liquid over himself as warm light enveloped his body and restored his strength gradually. He assessed that he won't recover all at once, but it's a supreme potion, so I should be able to move right now. His gaze turned cold as he declared that he had fulfilled the conditions to enter the state of frenzy. He raised his hand as a ring appeared upon his finger. Golden radiance burst forth from it as he activated Binding Summon and announced that the hour of the long-awaited attack has finally arrived. He began to explain that the boss fight against Orthultus is turn-based and has a separate set of rules. That was why he had willingly accepted the challenge and demanded a sacred duel of Babylon. To limit the actions of the outer god with those rules, he deliberately dragged him into a duel. With the pendant of reincarnation and a healing potion, he managed to barely survive the hit. I invoke the restriction. The activation condition of the Ring of the Mad One is to be on the verge of death. Now that the requirement has been met, the constraint is activated. Alan stepped forward toward Orthultus, and he knew that, since he regarded duels as sacred, he would not defend or interrupt. Back in the game, he would just take the first attack. Enhancement took some off the time limit instead of spending a turn. But here, however, there's no time limit, unlike the game. He began channeling magic first constraint, explaining that when magic takes place in the land of extreme cold, it may twist the law of the world. Above his head, a red eye and a blue eye opened. He invoked diffraction, the second restriction. When the use of magic takes place in near-death state, it may twist the law of the world. Energy gathered before his hand and crackled with unstable force. He invoked focus, condense, and death. The third constraint, when the magic is used against a god, it may twist the laws of the world. The power surged once again and intensified beyond its previous state. He declared the fourth constraint, stating that when magic was used against Orthultus, the great god of duels, it may twist the laws of the world, and its force increased further. Orthultus stood with his arms spread wide. He neither guarded nor used any defense. Alan hurled the spear. It struck Orthultus' head on a blinding explosion, erupted, and swallowed the battlefield in light and thunder. Alan knew that it's a success if he's gone within the first hit. Outer gods do not disappear just because a body part of theirs goes missing, even if it means the missing part is the heart. Orthultus laughed, and said, "You're strong." Cold dread tightened in Alan's chest as he questioned whether it had failed. He had poured everything into that attack. Even the reserve of magic stored within his bracelet had been completely drained. Orthultus regarded him with manic amusement, and said, "I see you were carrying on the will, and to think that you even possess the class already." Alan's mind raced as he wondered what was happening. Is this hellfire? Orthultus' massive form began to vaporize. Orthultus said, "Noble one, it was an excellent duel." Alan stared as the god was fading. Orthultus continued, "I see now, the black and blue ones are worth keeping an eye on." He then removed his belt and tossed it toward Alan. He declared that he had lost the duel, "So I'll gift you this along with the authority." His body began drifting upward and dissolving into the sky. He addressed Alan as a warrior who remembered the hand signs and the mysteries of the great forgotten god, who shall carry our will by remembering us. When the usurpers break free from their shackles to crawl out, call my name. Not the epithet steeped in falsehood, but my real name, the Wicked One. He smiled, and then he vanished completely. Silence fell across the battlefield. The duel was over. Alan had won. After the outer god's disappearance, soldiers moved quietly across the battlefield and buried the fallen. The chaos gradually settled, and preparations were made to return to Caliban. Inside a carriage, Alan sat opposite the Vice Tower Master. Alan says, "Anyway, Vice Tower Master, the next question is," she immediately cut him off and stated that he was a second circle mage. He corrects her as the third circle. Right, she corrected herself and admitted her mistake. Alan leaned back slightly and asked what she knew about the term. "Black and the blue ones." At once tension seized her face, she shook her head rapidly, and insisted that she did not know anything and did not see anything. she did not see anything black or blue. She did not see anything this time either. Please, I swear. He studied her for a moment, and then said that it was fine. The moment he said that, she practically leapt from the carriage, thanking him repeatedly. As she hurried away, Alan blinked and said, "Receiving thanks for nothing special makes me feel like a cruel villain working behind the scenes." His gaze lowered as his thoughts returned to the duel. He questioned why Arthultus had disappeared even though his attack had not truly destroyed him. Arthultus' final words lingered in his mind and raised more questions than answers. Beside him rested the belt that God had given him. Alan picked it up and examined it carefully. He had seen this item before in the game. It was the belt of the Forgotten One, a reward for defeating Arthultus. Its effect was simple and brutal, doubling both the damage dealt and the damage received. As he turned it over, he noticed something he did not recall from before: the one who carries on the will, head to Kahara, the city of the ancient god. A quiet thought surfaced as he wondered whether he would find answers there. Deus interrupted his thoughts. Alan asked him, "What is it?" Deus spoke that the mage had left without properly seeing him off. "So should I kill her?" Alan blinked and quickly waved the suggestion away, stating that it would not be necessary. 2 weeks later, in Kirtham, the capital of Caliban, the northern expedition officially came to an end. Deus went to the castle to deliver his report, and returned to the Ring of the Mad One. When he rejoined Alan afterward, Alan said, "I'll see you next time," and mentioned that he had received several rewards from the king of Caliban. Alan thought about how he had invested all his money into saving his life, so this is great. Deus hesitated and then asked whether he too could become stronger like Alan. The question caught Alan off guard. He wondered what Deus was talking about since he was already the youngest Master Knight. Then he realized maybe my magic looked cool. Even before the gods who fuse with the descendants of the 5 deadly sins, the children's unique abilities are pretty overpowered. Because Deus is very talented in handling swords, it is only a matter of time before he becomes as strong as he desired. He stated that you can become stronger with enough effort, and with that, you will achieve what you desire. He met Deus's eyes and assured him. To Alan, that was simply a fact. Alan thought that Deus had been born with that gift. Alan eventually stated that he should be going before he could leave. Deus quietly asked why. Alan is requested favors instead of giving him orders. Alan paused and responded by asking who in the world orders their family around. Deus stood still, caught off guard by that answer. Without another word, Alan departed. Inside his carriage, Alan was sobbing, as he thought that did he think I had some ulterior motive behind my sponsorship. The reason why I sponsored him with my precious money was out of pure goodwill. I get why people say it's a thankless job to be a parent. Guys, here we go again. Our MC is totally misunderstanding this all again, cause of miscommunication. That evening, in his own quarters, Deus sat alone. The gifts Alan had given him rested on the table nearby. He reflected that he had initially followed Alan because he felt indebted, yet Alan kept doing more for him. He raised his hand and attempted to replicate the gesture he had seen during the duel and invoked the front line of Silent Front. Nothing happened. He lowered his arm and let out a quiet breath, wishing that he could use magic the way Alan did. Then he remembered Alan's words about family. The thought settled warmly in his chest for the first time that night. Deus allowed himself a small and contented smile. About a month later, when Alan finally arrived at his estate, he felt a deep sense of relief. It had been a journey of nearly 3 months. After such a long trip, only one simple thought remained in his mind: sleep. Just a peaceful, uninterrupted nap. As he reached the door, he sighed with relief and pushed it open. Then he froze. The smile on his face slowly disappeared. This was not his bedroom. It was his office. And waiting inside was a mountain of documents stacked so high that it looked like a small fortress built entirely out of paperwork. The papers almost seemed alive, silently welcoming him back. "Welcome home, Count. Now, please finish your work." Alan instantly closed the door. Then he immediately turned around and walked away as if nothing had happened. Calmly, he muttered, "I must have opened the wrong door." He took a few steps. Suddenly, he stopped. After a long moment of silence, Alan let out a deep sigh. Right, who am I kidding? Since the work had to be done sooner or later. Soon, Alan sat at his desk. One hand wrote while the other stamped documents. Meanwhile, his soul slowly drifted out of his body from exhaustion. As he stamped another paper, "I'll take care of this backlogged work before taking some rest. When exactly do I get to live my peaceful, noble life? After finally finishing the mountain of work, Alan rewarded himself with a 1-week vacation. He fully embraced the lifestyle he had always dreamed of. A long week's rest started to make him feel uneasy. Then he suddenly remembered all the things he needed to research on the terms left behind by Ulteris. Alan heard about hand signs and the mysteries before, but he's not sure about anything other than that. The Wicked One, huh? Why does Ulteris have a true name that sounds like an Eastern god? Furthermore, I've never seen an outer god disappear like that. Alan was in deep thought about why they appeared in the first place. Since it started, there's a chance that the other outer gods might start appearing. But of course, they at least give off a warning before they descend, unlike the 5 deadly sins. Then he decided to head to Kahara right now, but he can't get there even if he knows the location, because the location of the ancient god city, Kahara, had not yet been discovered by the explorers. It would only bring trouble if he visited there now. Alan referred to the notebook, which he had written in case he forgot something. In the original story, Kahara had been discovered 3 years before the protagonist left the village. And this year just happened to be that exact year. So I just need to wait. Right at that moment, the door opened. Evan stepped inside and immediately frowned. Count. He rubbed his arms and shivered. It's strangely cold in here. Is this one of your magic? Alan responded with a Looks like the research I did here and there during my vacation paid off. Apparently, his magic experiment had turned the location around him cool, as if the work of an AC. Evan cleared his throat. I'm here to report that a hidden city has been discovered in the colony. Alan froze. His eyes widened. What? The timing was so perfect that it felt suspicious. For a moment, Alan wondered if the world was secretly listening to his thoughts. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Blue Moon meeting had begun. The members usually gathered every 6 months, and they communicated through a crystal orb. Normally, the meetings were extremely short. Most of the time, they lasted less than 10 minutes. Yusha always leads the discussion. Duz, in particular, rarely spoke. During the meeting, Seorang innocently asked, I heard that the Great Moon has visited Caliban. What was it like seeing him in person? Deus said, great timing, I'll tell you about the experience. Which shocked everyone as he began speaking, which went on. When everyone was trembling in despair and fear, Great Moon calmly stepped forward alone and challenged them to a duel. Thinking about it now, it seems he had foresight and had already been preparing his magic since then. Wait, but how did he even know about the duel? He must truly know everything. 50 minutes have already passed, and members slowly began to realize Deus was giving a full lecture. Deus continues, here comes the important part. That strike of instant death was something no one could have predicted, yet the Great Moon pulled it off. It was truly astonishing, and just when he had prepared his real attack, Seorang requested Yusha to stop him, because she was the only one who could. But instead, Yusha smiled brightly. As expected, the Great Moon truly is remarkable. Deus finally finished his story 2 hours later. The meeting room fell into complete silence. Rina, Raiden, and Seorang were totally drained. Deus calmly concluded, I seem to have talked a little too much. I'll see you all again in 6 months. Yusha smiled warmly. It's been a while since I had this much fun. And that day, the Blue Moon's semi-annual meeting set a record for its longest duration, about 3 hours. Back with Alan, he suddenly found himself standing in front of a room that was filled with gift boxes. Suspiciously expensive-looking boxes. Then he slowly turned toward Evan. Evan, what are all these presents about? Evan stepped forward and opened one of the boxes. As soon as he saw what was inside, his eyes widened in shock. My lord, this artifact came from the deep floors of the labyrinth. To be honest, we could probably buy a mansion with just this one. Alan blinked. Then he picked up a golden cup from another box. In his other hand were several letters that had arrived along with the gifts. He never heard about those nobles. The letters were extremely polite and full of praise. Alan slowly nodded to himself. I see. The rumors must have spread. Even so, he couldn't hide his amazement. All of this, just because I have one connection with a master knight? He leaned back. As a previous salary slave, I've come to reach a certain truth. If they give anything, take it without saying a word. I'm going to save these as my emergency fund. A week later, Evan returned with even more gifts. My lord, it doesn't seem like they're going to stop anytime soon. Alan, then he slowly nodded. Deus, you are indeed a good son. I will forget about the bitter past when you never wrote back. What Alan didn't know was that these gifts were actually bribes from nobles hoping he would allow them to join his faction. A month later, the gifts were still arriving. At this point, Alan started feeling slightly embarrassed. Looking at a ridiculously luxurious item, he sighed. Maybe I should return the excessive ones, in early summer, when the excessive gifts finally started slowing down. Capital of the Asteria Kingdom. Tyria. The Grand Council began. Unfortunately, Alan was late, which resulted in a very unusual sight. Count Palancho was walking quickly toward the assembly hall. Evan followed behind him. See you later. Alan was desperate not to draw attention for being late to his first grand assembly. Evan noticed his speed and was surprised, assuming his master must be in a real hurry. He also noticed that several other nobles had started following behind the count. Alan finally pushed open the doors of the assembly hall and immediately froze. The center area of the hall was empty. Alan blinked, then sighed in relief. Oh, so I'm not late after all. He recalled the research he had done earlier. The royalists sit on the left. The aristocrats sit on the right. He looked toward the empty center area. So the middle must be neutral. Alan nodded wisely. I'll just sit in the back. But the moment he tried to sit, he noticed something strange. The nobles entering the room were staring directly at him. Alan was shocked. Weren't they all outside until now? He wondered if they were judging him for sitting in the back. Trying to avoid suspicion, he changed direction and moved toward the middle row. The nobles continued staring, their expressions growing more shocked by the second. Because they were thinking something completely different. Why isn't he sitting in the front? Eventually, Alan gave up. Fine. I'll just sit in the front row. The moment he sat down, every noble in the hall immediately sat down as well. Alan slowly looked around in confusion. Wow, they put me in the front line, so they don't have to sit here? I guess that's understandable. There is no good in sitting in the same line as the heads of each faction. Soon, the presenter called the assembly to order. We will begin the Grand Assembly. The presenter continued. Today, we announce that the newly established Cal faction has been granted voting rights. Alan sighed. He just wanted to go home. Then the presenter continued. Representing the faction is Count Palancho, and Alan was surprised. Inside his head, Alan was screaming. What is the Cal faction? Am I the only one unaware of this? He quickly turned around only to find Altia and Zenonia sitting together. Both of them were staring at him with pure admiration. Alan's mind completely shut down. Why are those two sitting together? Did the alliance between Zenonia and Altia become a faction? And that new faction is called the Cal faction? He thought the alliance would break soon enough. This is driving him nuts. Then the presenter asked politely. Count Palancho, as the president of the Cal faction, would you like to say a few words? Alan slowly turned back toward the front, his face completely blank. And at that moment, he realized something horrifying. The leader of this newly formed shadow faction was apparently him. Here, a mysterious figure examines the site where Count Palancho and Ultorus fought. He found it interesting and wanted to see how far Count Palancho would go. Back at the conference, the presenter then looked at Alan and asked politely. Count Palancho, as the representative, would you like to say anything? But Alan's mind was already in complete chaos. There's no way. How did I suddenly become the leader of some villainous mastermind faction? And what kind of name is this? It sounds like something straight out of a light novel. Seeing that Alan remained silent, the presenter continued. It seems the Count has nothing to add, so we will proceed. Everyone congratulated the establishment of the new faction. The nobles offered polite applause and expressed how pleased they were to witness such an important moment. Later that evening, the traditional banquet began. However, Alan was completely lost in his own thoughts. While he stood there absent-mindedly, and thought, could it be that I'm just the figurehead, Altia and Zenonia approached him. Are you enjoying the banquet? Zenonia asked with a smile. How is it? I'd like to believe that it was close to perfect. Altia added, I think everything went exactly as you intended. Alan is in disbelief. The Duchess Altia and Countess Zenonia, who had recently succeeded the county, and Alan remembered that he had had a couple of conversations with them a few years ago. Wait, could it be that I actually have some kind of split personality, and my other self arranged all of this without me realizing it? Altia continued speaking. I'm glad that I can finally repay you for saving my life. Alan couldn't understand what she was even blabbering about. Then Alan finally listened carefully to everything they said. According to the information he gathered from their conversation, things had developed in a very strange way. After Count Palancho supposedly ordered an alliance between them, the foundation of the Cal faction had been established through instructions sent to Zenonia. Then, by sending gifts to Alan, other nobles had formally requested to join the faction, and were accepted. Alan stared blankly. But I never told them to do anything like that. He was certain that he had only sent a simple apology letter. In the letter, he had written specifically to Zenonia. Sorry if I offended you or came across as cold. I'm not good at speaking with people. At least, that was what he thought he had written. But somehow the letters had been interpreted in a completely different way, as if they were instructions for forming a powerful faction. He was wondering why some of the letters were corny as shit. Alan sighed internally. This misunderstanding probably can't be cleared up anymore. From his experience, people who operated from the shadows tend to have rather peculiar sensibilities. After receiving all those gifts and seeing how far things had already progressed, trying to explain everything now would only make the situation worse. Besides, many of them in this game have terrible personalities. So Alan concluded, I'll just take this position for now, and retire at the right time. As long as he acted carefully, he could probably survive this mess. Zenonia then asked, So what do you plan on doing from here? Alan knew absolutely nothing about politics. Would people even listen to me? After thinking for a moment, he answered, I'll start with sweeping up the underworld. I have matters to attend to. So goodbye. With that, he immediately walked away. He simply wanted to escape before anyone asked him more questions, questions he didn't even know how to answer. In many ways, the situation resembled the story of Ain's old gown from Overlord. Just like Ain's, Alan was being pushed into a role far greater than he had ever intended. Ain's had no choice but to act as the absolute overlord because of the overwhelming expectations and loyalty of his subordinates. In the same way, Alan was slowly being forced into the role of a powerful faction leader simply because everyone believed he already was one. After leaving the banquet, Alan asked Evan, Did you send the letter? Evan replied, Yes, I did. Then Evan added, Was it not a banquet you came back so early? But Alan was already mentally exhausted. Don't even look back, he said. Let's head to the colony right away. Back inside the banquet hall, Zenonia and Altia continued their discussion. As expected, he disappeared after saying everything he needed to, Zenonia said. I've already taken control of the underworld in my territory a long time ago. Uniting the underworld, huh? Altia replied. That would be interesting. Once again, they had misunderstood Alan's words. They were now eagerly waiting to see what their mysterious leader would do next. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a shadowy figure was flying through the night sky above Count Palancho's carriage. It was an assassin. Killing Count Palancho would be easy, the assassin thought. But things could get troublesome if that Master Knight becomes involved. Even the organization's leader had warned them, try not to make powerful enemies, even if it leads to huge rewards. That is the rule. Still, the assassin believed that even the leader would understand this mission. Far in the southern part of the Asura kingdom, Duke Kamalin's mansion, Carmine had been speaking with a visitor. You must be the agent. If you are, then you should already know who I am. The agent nodded. Yes, you are related to the Seeker. The agents are an assassin organization of the Federation Kingdom with sword-master level skill. The agent then swiftly killed all the people behind Carmine, saying that no rats allowed during the mission. Carmine was happy that you are strong, just as expected. Then he said calmly, I want you to eliminate Count Palancho. You wouldn't refuse this request from me, who is called the Tyrant of Asura, The agent replied confidently. As long as the payment is correct, there will be no failure, even if the target is royalty. But I'm not so sure if you'd be able to afford the cost, Lord Carmine. Carmine then revealed something and said 4 of these. The agent's eyes widened. These were abyss entities, not even abyss orbs. An abyss entity is an item that Duke Komaan distributes in extremely small quantities on the black market. Unlike abyss orbs that only enhance physical abilities, these entities could grant special powers. They were worth astronomical amounts. The agent thought to himself, thanks to the leader, I've already experienced a bit of their power once. If I used all of these, how strong would I become? He nodded. I'll return with results soon. Then he vanished. Carmine watched him leave. Palancho, do you really think you can live peacefully after looking down on me? Not a chance. However, the agent did not immediately begin the mission. Instead, he went to meet someone else. That person was none other than Duke Komoan, the head of the nobles of the Asura kingdom, and the true power behind the Federation Kingdom's underworld. The Duke looked at him calmly. I was wondering what my useless son was planning after stealing those abyss entities. The agent bowed. Although the reward was tempting, the organization's leader had given strict orders, never oppose the ducal house under any circumstances. So the agent came to confirm something first. The Duke waved his hand. I didn't hear anything. Now get lost. The meaning was clear. The Duke would turn a blind eye to the coming conflict. The agent smiled. Shall I send our leader your regards? The Duke replied calmly, nice excuse for this sudden visit. Do as you wish. The agent left. Later, the Duke spoke to another person in the room. So, you were saying that you can't exercise any influence on the Asteria kingdom? He responded with yes, Seeker. Because the Cal faction, with Count Palancho as the head, is growing rapidly. The other person is Shutro, the underworld power of the Ashudaland kingdom. The Duke sighed. It would have been a bother if I had to deal with it personally. At that moment, the agent had already begun moving toward his target. Back in the present, the assassin was flying through the night sky. Soon, the abyss entities would belong to him. No hard feelings, Count Palancho, he muttered. But the moment he prepared to attack, his hand was suddenly cut off. The assassin froze and looked back in shock. Someone grabbed him and slammed him violently into the ground. The impact shook the area. Then the assassin was on the edge of death. It was the true protagonist of the story. You're wasting your energy, he said calmly. You can't move anyway. With a simple flick of his finger, the assassin was thrown away, saying no hard feelings, you just chose the wrong target. He was following Count Palancho as an guardian angel, to protect him. If your target hadn't been the Count, you wouldn't have died by my hand. Then he crushed the assassin's feather pen. Alan and Evan were traveling toward the colony. The land had already turned into a completely deserted wasteland. The sun blazed overhead, and the heat was unbearable. Evan felt as if his lungs were boiling. Alan glanced at him and said, It's been 5 days, and I still haven't gotten used to this heat. Evan let out a tired sigh. If we had an ice crystal, we wouldn't be suffering this much. Count, don't you want to practice your magic? Alan shook his head. Not really. Evan continued. Well, it can't be worse than ending up roasted like a barbecue. Despite the harsh conditions, joining a caravan had been a good decision. Alan nodded. Yeah. We don't know this desert at all. Beside Alan's carriage was a woman who suddenly noticed them staring. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? She asked. Do you enjoy spying on people? Is that it? Alan looked at her calmly. She was Liana Gull's, daughter of the Red Magic Tower Master and a rank 4 mage. Alan replied bluntly. Not really. Hearing that, she became annoyed. Ha! Feigning ignorance. That's exactly the kind of attitude I'd expect from the Blue Tower. Alan sighed internally. Can I ever get a moment of peace? Evan then whispered. Whoa, did you see that? She has tons of ice crystals in her carriage. Alan thought to himself, the Magic Tower Master is a complete maniac. Better not get too close to his daughter. He decided to keep a low profile. But that night, everything changed. Her carriage was suddenly attacked. A few of her guards were killed in an instant. It was a perfectly planned ambush, and she was quickly captured by the leader of the attackers. Listen up, the bandit said. For your own safety, cooperate quietly. When her subordinate saw their symbol, his expression stiffened. The Sand Bandits. They even managed to capture Lady Lion before she could do anything. The bandit laughed. Heh. I heard the Tower Master's daughter was here. Looks like I found her. Want some special treatment, little girl? She struggled to breathe, coughing weakly. I can't breathe. Then suddenly, a wave of cold air spread through the area. It's ice magic. The temperature dropped instantly. She felt relief as the cool air filled her lungs. It helps. I can breathe again. She turned in shock. It was Alan, she couldn't believe it. The entire area had transformed into something resembling a snowy landscape, as if they had been transported into a snow world. Lion, the daughter of the Tower Master, had developed trauma due to the many trials she endured growing up. She had developed trauma and an aversion to lies. That's why, even though she's only a rank 4 mage, she is exceptionally sensitive to energy. Earlier, she had sensed that Alan barely possessed enough mana to reach rank 2. Meanwhile, Alan and Evan had been casually eating potatoes. Evan had even commented, "It's much cooler now that night has fallen." Lion couldn't help but feel conflicted. And I'm supposed to believe he played a major role in the battle against the Outer God? They say he's the benefactor of a Master Knight, but it feels like he's just taking the credit. At least, that was what she had believed. But now, Alan was using combined incantations. He had linked at least 3 elements. The success rate of combined incantations dropped exponentially with each added element. Normally, one needed to be at least rank 5 to even attempt such a technique. So how? Bandit leader charged toward Alan. With a single motion, Alan froze him instantly. Then, with a quiet command, "Demolish!" The frozen bandit shattered into countless pieces and vanished. Alan looked at the remaining bandits. They usually scatter once their leader is eliminated. "I'm giving you a chance. Leave." The bandits fled immediately. Lion stood there stunned. So the rumors were true. Afterward, her subordinates prepared food and drinks for Alan and Evan. "What do you think of this wine, Count?" one of them asked. "It pairs remarkably well with the ham." Alan nodded, "Thank you." But they insisted, "Not at all. You saved our lives. This is nothing compared to that." Later, Alan quietly said to Evan, "Fortunately, everything went according to plan." Then he continued, "Reducing the constraint penalties was the right decision. This snowy land spell I developed during my vacation uses space magic, frost magic, and maintenance magic simultaneously. Even if its only effect is turning the surroundings into a polar zone. In snowy terrain, his magic remains stable and unaffected. When he is near death, his weakened condition causes his magic power to decrease, making each spell less effective. Against weaker opponents, his magic does not reach its full strength, as if it naturally holds back. However, when facing Arthultus, the great god of duels, his magic is suppressed by an external force, reducing its power regardless of his state. This method lets me limit those penalties to just 3. He sighed. Still, combining 3 incantations just to last 1 measly minute isn't efficient. I'll have to need to improve it more. Thanks to the bracelet, my power has increased. Now I just need to solve the penalty issue. At that moment, Lion approached him. Count. She bowed her head. "I was wrong about you. I'm truly sorry." Then she added, "If you don't mind, I would like to discuss magic with you. Would you be willing?" Alan and Evan exchanged glances. Wasn't she picking fights with us the whole time? What changed? Alan cleared his throat. Fine. I accept your apology. I am a magnanimous person." Evan nodded in agreement. "Truly noble." She smiled with relief. Their conversation soon turned into a deep discussion about magic. For Alan, it was interesting. For Evan, it was not. He fell asleep halfway through. Even Lion was amazed. "You're using incantations to bend the rules of magic." Alan replied, "You can't break the sequence, but you can twist it, rotate the structure and reframe the flow." Their discussion continued all the way until they reached the colony. After arriving, Lion said, "Thank you for everything you taught me, Count. Will you be attending the conference?" Alan shook his head. "I'm not affiliated with any magic tower, so I wasn't invited." She smiled. "In that case, why not join the Red Magic Tower? I truly enjoyed our conversation." Alan replied politely, "Thank you for your kindness." As she walked away, she turned back and said, "I'll see you there then." Alan thought, I actually needed something from the conference, so this works out. Evan returned shortly after. "I've taken care of the carriage and luggage," he said. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed nearby. Several people were blown away. Evan tensed. What was that? Another blast followed, like a yellow lightning. Alan and Evan looked toward the source. And then they saw her. It was Seorang. Evan stepped forward. Count stayed back, but before he could finish, in a flash, she appeared behind Alan and wrapped her arms around him. "Hello, Godfather." Guys, it wasn't Godfather in the literal sense, not like the figure from those underworld tales. But considering the influence Alan unknowingly held, the title suited him surprisingly well. Alan froze. Seorang? She smiled brightly. You should have told me you were arriving. This place is full of nasty thugs. Even Evan was shocked. The Golden Flash. Seo rang. One of the 4 Baba Yaga of the colony. She grinned. But don't worry. I already took care of the ones who were after your belongings. The people nearby were stunned. Is that the Golden Flash? Then who is that man she's treating so kindly? Alan thought nervously. She didn't actually kill those guys earlier, did she? It's been a while since Alan had improved slightly. He had now reached rank 3. With the help of his bracelet, he could cast spells up to 5 times a day, a significant improvement from before. Evan nodded proudly. I remember when you could only cast once a day. Seo Rang smiled and said, This is my guild. Only my kin are here. Come in, come in. Evan looked around in surprise. I didn't expect it to be this big. After entering the guild, one of the members stepped forward and greeted her. Boss, welcome back, Seo Rang asked him. Ralga, did anything happen while I was gone? Ralga shook his head. No, boss, nothing at all. He turned towards Alan and said, So, you must be the honored guest the boss mentioned. Welcome, she's been eagerly waiting for you. You know, she sat at the entrance of the colony every day. Seo Rang blushed. Hee. Alan was touched by the gesture. She then asked them to sit, but she herself kept moving around energetically, unable to stay still. Alan smiled slightly. Looks like you manage your guild members well, but you can't even sit still yourself. Seo Rang replied, That's because they're family? I don't need anything else. Then she realized something and hesitated for a moment before adding, After my family it's Yusha, and after her, you're the most important person to me. Alan blinked. She asked him, But you and Yusha aren't even blood-related. He paused, then muttered, We've barely even had a proper conversation, and I'm already ranked 3rd? That's pretty high. He scratched his head awkwardly. Now, how am I supposed to bring this up? In that moment, he turned. Evan, are you ready? Evan nodded, of course. Without hesitation, Alan presented the gifts they had prepared for Seo Rang. Her eyes lit up with excitement. You brought me presents? Alan then explained everything to her. Without even thinking, she replied instantly. It's fine. I'll help you, even if we're not family. Then she added firmly, No. It's because you're my benefactor. We were able to gather our people because of you. Alan observed her carefully. Oh, is this another favorability boost? He looked at the gauntlet on her hand. This gauntlet, the essence of the Golden Mane tribe. When equipped, it increases critical hit rate by 20%. If it had been obtained by the Sin of Pride, they would have become a great wolfkin instead of a corrupted sin. Looks like there really was something hidden in its description. He smiled faintly. Everyone is willing to help me so easily. It's kind of heartwarming. Maybe I'm actually good at raising kids. Suddenly, Seo Rang lifted him up excitedly. Benefactor. You must be tired from traveling. Come, I'll show you your room. Alan, still overwhelmed by the warmth, felt oddly proud. Looks like I raised them well. Later, Seo Rang asked, So, how was the desert? Just endless sand, right? Alan glanced at Evan. Evan sighed. I'm more worried about the return trip. Seo Rang tilted her head. Why? Because it's too hot, and we were attacked. The moment she said that, her expression changed instantly. Attacked? Alan nodded. Yeah, we were attacked by blood sand bandits. Apparently, it happens often to merchant groups. I'd rather not run into them again. He said it casually. But Seo Rang understood something completely different. That night, the bandits' hideout was attacked. Seo Rang stormed in, tearing through their forces with overwhelming strength. Are they hiding here? She muttered. She smashed enemies through walls, her attacks brutal and relentless. She spotted one man and asked him, Hey, you're the leader, right? The man trembled and was surrounded by the pitiful level of mana and said, I'm Kalman's younger brother. I'm under the protection of the strongest Baba Yaga. Are you trying to pick a fight with my brother? Seo Rang tilted her head slightly. But you touched my benefactor first, didn't you? And besides, I don't like trouble. That night, the entire Blood Sand Bandit group had been annihilated. The next morning, Alan got the news of the Blood Sand Bandits' annihilation even before he could properly wake up. Seo Rang grinned proudly. I wiped out the Blood Sand Bandits. Alan froze. Overnight? She puffed her chest confidently. If they're gone, they won't cause problems anymore. Problem solved. I'm a genius. Alan stared at her in disbelief. That group had hundreds of night-level fighters. That was a difficult quest in the game. She leaned closer. I did it all, so praise me. Alan swallowed. Now he truly understood. The title Baba Yaga wasn't just for show. She was someone destined to become the sin of pride. Meanwhile, in the colony's Colosseum, a gladiator stood victorious as the crowd roared. He was one of the 4 Baba Yagas, and the longest-standing champion. Kelman. He sat calmly, looking down at the arena. Still plenty of fools around. At that moment, Ralga entered. I agree. I can't believe they thought a few hundred people could defeat a Baba Yaga. Kelman smirked. It's been a while, Ralga. He replied, the Blood Sand Bandits. They were completely wiped out by Seorang. I know. Wasn't your younger brother part of them? Kelman chuckled. That was just a rumor I spread. I only kept him around to control the underworld. Ralga narrowed her eyes. I thought you'd use this as an excuse. Kelman shook his head. No, a proper match between Baba Yagas isn't easy to arrange. He leaned forward. But now, the excuse is perfect. He placed a box in front of him. Take it. What is it? A gift from our father, the Seeker. Use it. Once we take over the underworld, we can aim for the throne. He smiled coldly. Let's see how long you last. 2 days later, under the guild's protection, Alan and Evan departed for the ancient city of Kahara. At the entrance, Alan turned to Seorang. I'll be going now. She smiled brightly. Okay. See you later. Inside the ruins, Alan and Evan explored carefully. Evan pointed ahead. There's a light, that must be it. The ancient city, Kahara. When they entered, they were amazed by the structure. Then suddenly, a voice echoed. Mage. Alan froze. A voice? If you can hear me, come in. Alan turned to Evan and said, I think I need to go alone from here. I'll be back. Evan nodded, all right. I'll wait here. Inside the central tower, Alan stepped forward. Even in the game, this place couldn't be entered. Welcome, the voice said. Since you can hear me, you at least meet the minimum requirements. A shadow appeared, dark, in a woman's form, cloaked in complete darkness. Alan was about to say Altera's name, but refrained and said, I came here after hearing the Wicked One's words. Oh, you know my true name. Then perhaps, you're worth testing. However, you lack the proper class, so there's nothing more I can tell you. Alan frowned. That's what the Wicked One said too. What exactly is this class? The shadow replied, it is the standard by which the world judges you. An outer god will descend soon. Prepare yourself and deal with it. Alan tensed. Then what? The voice continued, you'll meet the conditions for conversation. Since you are slightly better than those fools who imitate magic, I'll teach you something. Magic is the law imposed upon the world by the Archmage. The magic of this world is built upon 3 things: phrase, principle, manifestation. After the phrase comes the principle. The phrase must unfold according to the principle, and only then can it manifest. You must recite its name, for it to become magic. Alan's eyes widened. Principle. I've never heard of this before. The voice continued calmly, even if I explained everything, you wouldn't understand. So I will teach you. True magic. This marked the beginning of yet another step in Alan's growth. The voice said, then I will teach you about principle, true magic. Outside, after some time had passed, Seorang began to worry. Her benefactor had been gone far longer than expected. Then, suddenly, 2 figures appeared. In the blink of an eye, they slaughtered her clan members. Before she could even process what was happening, everyone around her was dead. It was Kalman. He had come personally, and his brutality was merciless. Seorang's eyes burned with rage. How dare you do something so immoral outside the Colosseum? Kalman laughed. Immoral? Ha ha, immoral. He smirked coldly. I heard you annihilated Blood Sand, my precious little brother in particular. This is revenge for my family, you see. Then he lunged toward the remaining clan members, intending to finish them off. Seorang immediately charged the gauntlet on her arm. Don't touch them. Don't touch my family. In an instant, she appeared in front of him and blocked his attack head-on, protecting her people. Kalman grinned, as expected. Seorang shouted back, Don't mess with me. What exactly were you expecting? Then suddenly, she felt a sharp pain pierce through her chest and out her back. A sword had stabbed her from behind. Her eyes widened in disbelief. When she turned around, it was her own guild's second-in-command, Ralga. He smirked. "I told you before, you're too obvious, boss." Seorang froze. Ralga betrayed me? Even now, she couldn't believe it. You didn't betray me, right?" Her voice trembled. Seorang had always held deep affection for her kin. Ever since leaving the orphanage, she had desperately tried to recreate those lost days with the members of the Golden Mane tribe. She longed for revenge against the black dragon that had destroyed everything, and she wished to find her kin once more. As descendants of the Golden Mane tribe, known as the King of Beastkin, they naturally formed powerful bonds with their own kind. But unfortunately, that truth did not apply to everyone. Ralga sneered. "Let's stop pretending this stupid family act meant anything." Seorang stared at him in shock. Why? Why did you do this?" Kalman rushed forward. "Ralga, stop wasting time and kill her already." A massive explosion followed, but Seorang barely escaped. Kalman clicked his tongue. "She's good at running away, like a little rat." He flexed his arm as dark power surged through him. "But I've increased my strength several times over with an abyssal entity." Then he landed a brutal punch. The battle turned savage. Despite her injuries, Seorang matched Kamen's speed and power blow for blow. Then suddenly, Ralga attacked from behind. Using dark smoke, he formed a blade and lunged at her. "I'll definitely win this time. Farewell, boss." But to his surprise, she dodged. Ralga gritted his teeth. "Let's see how long you can keep this up. I also possess authority granted by an essence." Now it was 2 against 1. Seorang was in terrible condition, yet she continued fighting with everything she had, refusing to fall. Ralga couldn't understand it. Why can't I overpower her? Then Seorang landed a vicious kick that sent Kalman flying. Even Kalman was shocked. Though battered, poisoned, and wounded, she was still fighting equally against both of them. Then Kalman noticed someone coming out of the cave. "Who is that?" His eyes narrowed. "That's her benefactor, right?" A cruel smile formed on his face. "Perfect timing. I was ordered to kill him anyway. I'll use him as a hostage first, then kill him." He charged toward Alan. Meanwhile, Seorang suddenly stopped moving. Ralga smirked. "Looks like the poison is finally kicking in. I coated the blade with Kamenace's poison. You won't be able to move for an hour." Then he leaned closer. "Tell me, did you really think our tribe gathered just to play family with you? It was obviously for the authority granted by the essence of the Golden Mane tribe. You simply happened to possess ownership over it." His voice turned bitter. "Do you know how it felt, watching someone who got lucky wave around overwhelming strength?" Seorang's heart sank. "Still," she whispered, "even if you came seeking power, the time we spent together was real. We became family, just like before." Ralga laughed. Then he signaled. Several figures suddenly appeared from above. They were members of her tribe. Seorang's eyes widened. "Everyone betrayed me, too?" "Yes," Ralga said coldly. Black smoke gathered into a sword in his hand. "The essence belongs to someone more worthy." "Well then, I'll gratefully accept it, boss." He raised his blade, but before he could strike, a brilliant blue wave of sword energy tore through everything in its path. Ralga's eyes widened. "What was that?" He turned. Kalman had already lost half of his body. Standing there was Evan. His attack had been devastating. Ralga trembled. "Who is he?" The sheer pressure radiating from Alan's presence was overwhelming. His sharp eyes alone were enough to make Ralga feel death looming over him. Alan, meanwhile, stared at Kamen's dark power. Black magic power, an abyssal entity? How? Abyssal entities were supposed to appear much later in the original story. Because of their mysterious descriptions, there had been endless speculation surrounding them. Alan quickly poured a high-grade healing potion over Seorang's wound. "This is the highest-grade healing potion. You should be able to move soon." He looked around and understood the situation instantly. "It seems your guild members betrayed you." Then he added calmly, "Also, those people should be the only traitors. So don't worry." Seorang looked at him in disbelief. "You really think so?" Alan nodded. "I do. From what I've seen, your guild is a warm place." His words struck deep within her heart. Emotion welled up inside Seorang. Her spirit returned. I see, then she stood. Can you hold them off until my spell is complete? Alan asked. Can you do it? She nodded firmly. My family is waiting for me. Then Seorang and Evan charged forward together, attacking the rebels. Meanwhile, Alan began chanting. He only had one spell left. So he chose carefully. Frost form, he began weaving ice magic into shape. Then he remembered the shadow's words. It seems you only know a few words, but you understand how to connect phrases. Words can alter laws. Phrases are the key that brings you closer to them. Yet after losing that great legacy, humanity learned only crude abbreviations. Alan's eyes sharpened. Then he spoke, phrase, trio of snowy mountain. A burst of ice mana exploded outward. From that freezing storm, a single massive ice petal formed. Its sharp crystalline edges gleamed brilliantly. It towered over him, nearly 5 times his height. No, it was a spear. A colossal spear of ice. Even the entity was surprised. Ice spear, is it? Its voice echoed. Its true name, forgotten by those fools, is the painted halberd of ice crystal. Then Alan launched it. That single attack tore through several people in its path as it flew straight toward Ralga. Then, in the blink of an eye, Seorang moved. The attack struck Ralga head-on. Everyone was left speechless by the sheer force of the impact, and by how massive the attack was. In an instant, everyone caught in its path was wiped out. Cowman, however, refused to stop. Nothing else mattered to him now. I just have to kill you. With that thought, he lunged toward Seorang. As he charged, a desperate thought ran through his mind. If I can just gain control of the essence, I can start over. But before his attack could reach Seorang, Alan stepped in front of her. Seorang's eyes widened. Benefactor! He had shielded her. Then Kamen's blade cut into Alan, leaving a deep wound. He wiped the blood from his mouth. Seeing that, Seorang's expression twisted in fury. You! In the next instant, she delivered a brutal kick straight to Kamen's face, obliterating him completely. Afterward, Evan rushed over. Count, are you really all right? Alan let out a long breath. Phew, yeah? I wasn't hurt badly to begin with. It was only a scratch. I was coughing up blood because I exhausted my mana. That spell was definitely powerful, but I didn't think it would be so draining that it would cause internal damage. Then Alan remembered something Carmen once said. You know, Shutro told me father thinks you're an eyesore. Alan still had no idea who Shutro was. But he quickly dismissed the thought as unrelated. Instead, his mind focused on something else. When facing an opponent that has absorbed an abyssal entity. Third restriction. When magic is used against a god, it may twist the laws of the world. When facing a god, I become stronger. Then Alan turned to Seorang. I can't let her sink into dark emotions and become a sin. Should I try to help you calm down first? Tears filled Seorang's eyes. Her voice trembled. Why didn't you dodge? He was aiming for you. It's all because of me. Alan smiled faintly. You said you could block him. You believed in me, didn't you? Inside, Alan thought, it was more like, I can't dodge, so please block it. But before he could say anything else, Seorang interrupted him. Then why did you save me? You got hurt because of me. Alan thought for a moment. Considering I watched her grow for so many years, and she was about to die. I guess my body just moved on instinct. He looked at her and answered honestly. I didn't need a reason to save family. Then Seorang suddenly gave him a blunt reply. But my family is my tribe. That caught him off guard. Then, with a shy blush spreading across her face, she quietly added still. Benefactor. I want to become a family with you. Alan was so happy about it, just like when an adoptive father didn't receive recognition for years, but ended up being called father. But to his shock, Seorang wrapped her arms around his shoulders and said softly, but not like that. I'm a golden mane, and you're human. So, let's get married. Both Alan and Evan froze. It was such a sudden shock that neither of them could process it. Alan's mind went blank. Why? Why are we suddenly talking about marriage? 5 days later, word of Kamen's atrocities spread throughout the colony. Most people condemned Kalman as a cruel Baba Yaga, while Seorang gained overwhelming support and became recognized as the strongest among them. But despite all of that, she still followed Alan everywhere, repeatedly asking him to marry her. Alan was completely exhausted. I don't even have a skip button as I did back in the game. At first, he had found it somewhat heartwarming. When she was younger, hearing things like, "When I grow up, I'll marry you, Dad," had been unbearably cute. But now, not at all. This is the 19th time, Alan said with a tired sigh. I think of you as family. Seorang smiled brightly. Exactly, benefactor. If we get married, we'll truly become family. I'll definitely make you happy. I'm serious. Alan shook his head. I'd be perfectly happy with sweet potatoes and a quiet, noble life. Eventually, it was time for Alan and Evan to leave. Even as they departed, Seorang called after him. You'd better give me an answer next time. Alan waved casually. Sure. Inside, he thought, she'll eventually give up if I leave her alone, right? After Alan and Evan left, Seorang stood quietly and reflected. This isn't enough. My guild still needs to become stronger. After Ralga's betrayal, all of her people were deeply shaken, angry, hurt, and afraid. Seorang clenched her fist. Simply gathering my tribe isn't true happiness. Even in life and death situations, a real family trusts one another completely. I need to be more careful. I must build a guard strong enough to protect my benefactor. Only then can we become a truly happy family forever. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Alan had now gained proper control over his ice magic. He kept the carriage as cool as an air-conditioned room, creating a comfortable atmosphere despite the blazing heat outside. Evan spoke after reviewing recent reports. After confirming the information, there don't appear to be any suspicious individuals, aside from Ralga's remaining men. I've asked people to keep watch just in case. Alan nodded. I can't let anything happen to her after raising her so well. Then his thoughts drifted. I was told to prepare for the outer gods. But all I know about is divinity. That can't be all there is. There must be something else. More and more questions kept piling up in his mind. Then, beneath the tower's archives in the far eastern stronghold of Kahara, Alan discovered a record from the distant past. It was his first time seeing such ancient writing, yet somehow, he could understand it. He frowned. The gods are being referred to metaphorically. Nothing I know connects properly. Is it because the events of psychedelia belong to the future? Then another contradiction struck him. Why are the terms gods and outer gods being used the opposite way? Outer gods were beings born from faith or from other worlds. Meanwhile, the gods referred to the 5 great sins, beings that had existed since the beginning of time. Yet this stone slab referred to the 5 great sins as outer gods. That inconsistency weighed heavily on his mind. Then Evan spoke again. I also have news about the children. Alan looked up. What happened? Evan answered, Deus defeated the first sword. Alan was stunned. Reinhardt? Even in the game, Reinhardt had been on another level. Yet Deus had already surpassed him halfway there. Just how talented is he? Alan remembered Deus once asking him, will I be able to become strong too? Then Evan continued. Rinne has become one of the 3 councils, the group that sets Larthania's policies. Alan blinked in surprise. She reached a position of authority already. And Raiden, Evan continued, has united the 5 archipelagos. He's now known as the Pirate King. They say his bounty is in the millions, just like the first Pirate King. Alan was speechless. He went from a Somalian pirate to a Somalian Pirate King? Then Evan was about to continue, but elsewhere, at a gathering of powerful figures, Seorang proudly declared, I'm going to marry the Great Moon. Silence fell. Then, Raiden, Rinne, and Deus all froze in shock. Is she declaring war on the boss? Yusha said, Seorang does tend to exaggerate. Still, I can see why. He is a great man. Of course, you would come to like him. Seorang immediately replied, yeah. I'm going to marry him. I'm sure I'd make a great wife. The moment those words left her mouth, Raiden, Rinne, and Deus all froze. They could tell Yusha was holding herself back with everything she had. After a moment Yusha spoke. However, Seorang, that is not possible, we are shadows. Seorang quickly interrupted. But shadows can get married too, can't they? That answer visibly irritated Yusha. As his shadow, we cannot stand by his side. You understand that, right? Seorang immediately looked disappointed, like a small kitten being scolded. Even so, she refused to give up. Still, what matters most is what the Great Moon thinks. Yusha narrowed her eyes. Do you really think he would choose you? Seorang puffed out her chest proudly. He said I wasn't bad. She remembered that moment clearly. Do you really, really hate me? And Alan had replied, that's not it. Naturally, she had interpreted that answer in her own way. Yusha looked stunned. Deus then calmly asked, what exactly happened? And so Seorang explained everything. The story went on for quite a while. When she finally finished, Deus nodded thoughtfully. I see. This reminds me of his magnificence half a year ago, his calm demeanor, as though he had walked the path to hell countless times. Seorang nodded excitedly. Yeah. You felt something like that too, right, Seorang? Seorang quietly nodded. That's right. However, I failed to assess his strength, and even doubted him after sensing the enemy's overwhelming magic power. But even then, he reassured me. Her eyes softened. Who else could stand so firmly in the face of doubt? He is a truly admirable man. I have made up my mind. I must become stronger so that after I take revenge on the Black Thing, then I can become his sword. Seorang clapped happily. Yeah. I totally understand. That conversation somehow continued for 2 full hours. At the end, Deus sighed. We've spoken at length, but what I mean is, Yusha immediately interrupted him. Anyway, you cannot marry him. Seorang instantly protested. Then Yusha and Seorang began arguing like little children. Blue Moon Biannual Meeting Notes. First, do not ask Deus anything regarding the Great Moon. Second, if the topic involves the Great Moon, Yusha will display an unexpectedly childlike demeanor, which was new. Raiden frowned. I really didn't want to know any of that. Meanwhile, in a back alley of the capital of the Asteria Kingdom, 2 powerful figures met in secret. One asked, so you're saying we should form an alliance to bring down the Cal faction, the one full of maniacs? The other nodded. Its existence is unsettling for both sides. So yes, I agree. Do you have a plan? The first man was the leader of the aristocratic faction leader, Marquis Phil Boyd. The second was the royalist faction leader, Duke Rimgrave. Rimgrave calmly explained, we will involve the Holy Kingdom of Rosario and make use of a Reformation letter. A Reformation letter, issued by the Center of Religion, the Holy Kingdom of Rosario, could be sent across nations to any individual suspected of heresy. For such a letter to be approved, multiple cardinals had to support it, making its authority immense. Marquis Phil Boyd smiled. That would be a flawless move. And what do you want in return? Rimgrave replied, at least 2 cardinals must agree. I ask that you secure half the fund. The 2 men clinked their whiskey glasses. Then I shall proceed accordingly. I've already begun discussions with a cardinal, so this won't take long. Let us leave the rest to them. They raised a toast. Elsewhere, within the church, a man spoke respectfully. Although there are 8 beneath the saint and the pope, we are all quite busy, so I believe this is only our second meeting. Regardless, it is a pleasure, Cardinal. Across from him stood Cardinal Yusha. He continued, allow me to be frank. I would like you to lend me your name for a Reformation letter directed at Count Alan Palacio. I do not believe this is a bad proposal for you. Do not worry, I can easily create a proper justification for accusing him of heresy. He is exactly that sort of suspicious figure. Then he smiled greedily to himself. This way, I can keep the bribe for myself. The gates of heaven stand before me. Suddenly, pain exploded through his body. Blood poured from him. Standing before him was Yusha, her face twisted with fury. Are you telling me to kill the man I worship? Her voice was terrifyingly calm. Then, she began torturing him. He screamed his lungs out, but no one could hear him. Eventually, he begged, please, just kill me. Yusha coldly replied, I already told you many times, I cannot. Then she continued breaking him, bone by bone, inch by inch. On the verge of madness, he sobbed. Please, no more. I beg you, kill me instead. Yusha's eyes remained cold. I won't. There is something you must do for me. Then she added, you attempted to harm him, so punishment is necessary. And the punishment continued for a very long time. Recognize your sins, so that you may be forgiven. 1 month after returning from the desert, Evan approached Alan. My lord, the preparations are complete. Alan nodded. I understand. Once preparations are finished, we leave for the magic conference. He sighed. I'm the faction leader now, so I guess I have to go, even though I still need to investigate the abyssal entities and the outer gods. Normally, he would have hated the idea. But this time, it was different. He looked at a letter in his hand. Evan asked, "Do you still have that letter? The one that came 2 weeks ago?" It was a certificate officially recognizing him as the leader of a faction, along with his legal wages. The amount was far beyond anything he had expected. Before receiving that money, Alan used to think, why would anyone willingly hold on to a position full of endless hardship? But after the deposit, his attitude changed completely. With great power comes great responsibility, he muttered like some enlightened sage, sounding suspiciously like Spider-Man. Then he stared at the numbers again. I have no idea how this faction is structured to make this much money, but considering my current finances, this is pure magic. Money, wages, actual income. My poor, wounded soul is healing. Is this the true magical nature of capitalism? That night, at Viridium Marquis, the site of the magic conference, Alan arrived with Evan. Evan observed the crowd. There are plenty of renowned individuals attending this conference, but it's surprisingly diverse. Warriors, merchants, and even princes. Soon, Alan spotted Altia and Zenonia. Zenonia greeted him warmly. "Lord Count, so you came." Altia smiled. "Have you been well?" Alan nodded. "Yes." Afterward, he thought to himself, I rowed a boat here with 2 underworld bosses. Thanks to this misunderstanding, all I want is to exchange greetings and quietly disappear. Then Evan suddenly rushed over. "My lord, I have hot news." Alan looked up. Evan grinned. The leader of the royalist faction received a reformation letter and was dragged away to the Holy Kingdom. Alan blinked. Really? Then he casually reached for some financiers, small French almond cakes, and quietly enjoyed them with tea. At that moment, someone approached. Zenonia stepped forward protectively. "Excuse me, what business do you have with him?" The newcomer trembled. It was Marquis Phil Boyd. Sweating heavily, he bowed deeply, almost 90 degrees. "I've lost. Please spare me." Everyone present was stunned. Even Altia and Zenonia were speechless. The leader of the aristocratic faction, the man standing at the peak of politics, was bowing his head before Alan. Unlike the underworld, the political world ran on power and legitimacy. To bow before another was equal to surrendering authority. Zenonia watched Alan's calm expression and thought in awe, incredible. Even now, he remains calm, as though he foresaw all of this from the very beginning. Just a few days ago, Marquis Phil Boyd had received a mysterious letter. It looked disturbingly similar to a letter of reformation. Attached to it was a magic crystal containing a 5-second recording. In the crystal, the royalist faction leader was screaming in terror. "I'm sorry! I'm sorry! Look upon the holy letter. Come to the Holy Kingdom and witness the holy moon. We were wrong." The image then shifted. It showed Duke Rimgrave, who had also received a letter of reformation. Then the letter displayed another chilling message: "You are next." Marquis trembled. "Why, Duke? We were only trying to maintain political balance." A single letter of reformation was enough to destroy a person's political career. Normally, such letters only targeted those connected to heretics. And yet, even Duke Rimgrave, who supposedly had no such ties, had suffered overwhelming backlash. Marquis' face turned pale. "I'm sure Palacio is behind this. How does he have connections greater than ours? No, more importantly, I'm next." Back in the present, Marquis was kneeling before Alan. "I simply wish to live the rest of my life in peace. I shall retire from politics. So please, about the reformation letter." Alan blinked in confusion. Why is he asking me? Did those two do something again? From the perspective of the others watching, however, the scene meant something entirely different. Incredible, as expected of the Count. At that moment, any suspicion that Alan Palacio was merely a puppet figure raised by Altia and Zenonia for their convenience completely vanished. No, it became clear to them that Alan was the true mastermind. On the 3rd day of the conference, Alan headed east toward the main magic conference grounds. Evan spoke as they traveled. "It seems Marquis Phil Boyd also received a letter of reformation and was taken to the Holy Kingdom." Alan sighed. "So he got dragged off in the end." Evan looked at him. "Weren't you the one who sent him, my lord?" Alan stared blankly. "How would I send him there?" Evan remembered Alan's words from the previous day. "I will take that into consideration." Alan rubbed his forehead. "Is that really how it looked?" In truth, He had only wanted to escape the awkward conversation. They soon arrived at Labyrinth City, Larthania, a city of endless exploration, famous for its 5 great guilds. At one guild headquarters, an expedition was being prepared. One member said, "Really? 1,000 New York yourself?" Another laughed. "You're a newbie. Guild leaders are basically superhuman, got it?" The guild leader waved his hand. "Don't praise me too much. There's nothing special about this request." This man was Alderic, the leader of one of the 5 great guilds, Bloody Iron. A woman beside him asked, "The request is to capture a monster from the 20th floor, right?" Direct nodded. "Yeah. I took it because the advance payment was huge." He frowned. "But floors that are multiples of 5 are safe zones, so this request feels strange." He shrugged. "Still, even if it's a trap, I've gone as far as the 50th floor. And if we fail, we still keep the advance payment." Soon, they entered floor 20. As they moved forward, one of them suddenly pointed. "Boss, something's there." Standing in the distance was a small elf-like figure. "Isn't that a goblin?" Another member laughed. "I can't believe it, it's the weakest monster. If we just hand it over, we'll double our payment." Then someone noticed its appearance. "Wait, what's with those clothes? Are those Eastern garments?" The goblin slowly turned. "Huh! You brats are noisy." He casually raised a finger, and a wave of sword energy cut through the air. In an instant, 4 guild members were sliced apart. Direct's eyes widened. He immediately lunged forward, planning to finish the goblin in one blow. But with nothing more than a flick of its finger, he was cut cleanly in half. The king of starving demons, adorned in pride and contempt, had begun his ascent to the surface. Meanwhile, Evan stared upward. "Whoa! It's huge." Alan looked at the towering structure ahead. "It looks like the central tower is especially tall. Perhaps around the height of the loaded tower." A guide approached. "Welcome, Lord Count Palacio. It has been a while since we last met. I will guide you inside. The conference begins tomorrow, so today you may spend at your leisure." Alan nodded. "Thank you, Leanne." Then he immediately asked, "By the way, where is the library? There's a book I'm looking for." Leanne smiled. "I'll guide you." Evan waved cheerfully. "Have a good trip." Since Evan could not enter the main conference building, he remained in the lounge. As Alan walked with Leanne, she explained, "A friendly match with the Green Magic Tower is scheduled for tomorrow. They will also present their thesis." Then raised voices echoed nearby. "You really are an idiot if you can't understand something this simple." Alan turned toward the noise. Leanne sighed. "It looks like the Blue Vice Tower Master is arguing with another Green Tower newcomer." Alan asked, "The Blue Vice Tower Master?" Leanne nodded. "Yes. She's quite prideful after all." At that moment, several members stormed out. One shouted, "I'm telling you, let's go again." The Blue Tower's Vice Master coldly replied, "Even if 20 rank 5s attacked me together, none of you could win with your talent." One of the Green Tower magicians clenched his fist. "One day, I'll make you apologize." As she approached, the woman noticed Leanne, but she didn't recognize Alan from behind. "Oh? Look who's here, the mage who got wiped out without even putting up a fight. It seems you brought a friend this time. Let's see who." Then Alan turned around. The moment she saw his face, she froze. Her body stiffened. She couldn't even say hello properly. Then, with visible nervousness, she bowed. "Alan said it has been half a year, right? Have you been well?" She replied awkwardly, "Not really. I mean, yes." Then he added, "There's no need to be uncomfortable." She hesitated. "Would you prefer I speak informally?" "You may do as you please. Thank you for your consideration." Everyone around them was stunned. Is this illusion magic? Why isn't it dispelling? No one could believe what they were seeing. Alan then said, "It's not really my place to interfere, but wouldn't it be nice if fellow magicians got along?" Immediately, she rushed toward the Green Tower magicians and bowed deeply. "I'm very sorry. Let us all get along from here onward." Then Alan casually said, "All right, let's meet again." She saluted enthusiastically. "Yes." Then, she jumped out the window. Quick disappearance magic. Alan watched her leave. "She seems worse every time we meet. What kind of misunderstanding does she have about me now?" Then he noticed the expressions of the Green Tower magicians. They looked utterly horrified. "Did I do something wrong?" Lian continued guiding him. The way that utter ass of mage changes in front of you is astonishing. Alan thought, what in the world is Fenia's reputation at this tower? I knew she was an arrogant genius, but this is extreme. Then two people stepped out of a lift. One of them immediately approached Lian. My dear Lian, did you come to see me? He tried to place his arm around her, but she blocked him instantly. Then he noticed Alan. And who is this? I've never seen him before. Lian replied coldly, that's Count Alan Palacio. Stop being disrespectful and go away. The man smiled. Ah, the famous Count. Pleased to meet you. I'm Baruch, son of the Purple Magic Tower Master. Alan nodded casually. Yes. Nice to meet you. Baruch then turned back to Lian. You'll come to like me soon enough. Well then, until next time. After he left, Lian frowned. I don't even want to be near him. Despite only being rank 4, he stole someone else's research and does nothing but mock others. Alan watched him walk away. If he's rank 4 at that age, then he really is a genius. A little jealous, honestly. The gap between magic ranks was enormous. And the higher one climbed, the wider that gap became. The difference between rank 7 and rank 8 was nearly impossible to comprehend. Just thinking about rank 8 made Alan feel stressed. Finally, Lian stopped. The library you wanted is on the 38th floor. Well then, I'll see you again at tomorrow's presentation. Alan thanked her and entered. Looking around, he was amazed. Seeing it in person really feels different. He had 2 goals here. First, set all the broken clocks to 12 o'clock. Second, find a black book with no title and no author. Inside that empty book lay the nail guard. Eventually, he found it. The next day, after the Green Magic Tower's presentation, an announcement echoed across the dueling grounds. Lord Count Alan Palacio has been challenged by Sir Baruch. Do you accept the duel? What is going on now? Alan immediately had a bad feeling. Don't tell me this is because of Lian. And then, later that same night, Baruch had approached him directly. Given your role in subjugating the outer god, I would like to receive teachings from a great mage such as yourself. Then, after a short pause, Baruch revealed his true intentions. I need more influence on top of my status as the son of a magic tower master. So this is perfect. Alan instantly understood. At the moment, rumors surrounding Count Alan Palacio were spreading wildly. People credited him for dealing with the outer god incident, the Baba Yaga betrayal incident, and countless other absurd stories. Combined with the rumors of Fenia practically groveling at his feet, his abilities as a mage were being exaggerated to terrifying levels. Meanwhile, Baruch thought something completely different. Those fools can't even properly appraise his skills, so they're inflating his reputation. At most, he's probably rank 3. A mage whose pride exceeds his talent will make the perfect stepping stone for me. Then Baruch smirked. Don't tell me you're scared. It's just a friendly match. Alan sighed internally. If someone picks a fight with no reason, then you might as well give them one. So he calmly answered, I accept. Baruch smiled arrogantly. He's just as dumb as he looks. No decency whatsoever. Later, the arena for the match was prepared. The referee announced, lethal spells are prohibited. Ready. Begin. Baruch immediately thought, I need to finish this quickly before everyone realizes how weak he really is. Otherwise, I won't be able to use the rumors surrounding him to elevate my own status. Then suddenly Baruch felt cold. Why do my feet feel heavy? He looked down. Ice had frozen his legs all the way up to his knees. It was Alan's magic. The entire battlefield had silently transformed into a frozen field. Meanwhile, Alan calmly moved his hand signs while quietly chanting phrases. Renown of a snowy mountain. Not long before the match, outside the arena, Fenia apologized, My disciple, have you finally studied yourself into madness? The disciple replied, It's true. Ever since seeing Count Palacio, she's completely changed. Maybe the ridiculous rumors about the Count are actually true. Just who is he for her to act like that? Before the match began, all around the arena, people continued discussing Alan. The Green Tower mage quietly commented, Knowledge is what matters most to a magician, but lacking mana should still make things difficult. However, the moment Alan's spell spread across the battlefield, everyone fell silent. The entire arena froze solid, even the air itself seemed frozen. Yet Alan stood calmly at the center, carrying the presence of the underworld's true sovereign. One Red Tower mage stared in disbelief. He nearly perfected the simultaneous usage of 3 spells. The Green Tower mage muttered, "He's doing something even I, as a rank 5 mage, cannot. How is this possible?" Alan calmly continued his phrases. Crystallization, then another hand sign. Rotation, the frozen air twisted violently as rotating spears of ice formed around him. Baruch panicked, realizing he was losing, and he immediately began casting a lethal forbidden spell despite the rules. The spectators gasped. "Wait, isn't that forbidden magic from the restricted archives?" But before he could even complete the spell, he froze solid instantly. The entire audience sat there in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. The referee finally announced shakily, "Victory goes to Count Alan Palacio." After the match, several magicians immediately surrounded Alan. "Incredible! How did you arrange your spell structure? I apologize if it is an original spell." Another said thoughtfully, "I believe I've seen the use of hand signs as a magical medium in ancient practices." Alan blinked. "I thought signs and chants from ancient eras were common knowledge. Why does nobody seem to know them at all?" Alan answered honestly, "I'm roughly rank 3 mage." Silence. "What? He just said rank 3? There's no way. There's no need to be so humble." Alan immediately felt his social battery draining, so it was time to leave. Ahem, well then, I should get going. Then he turned around and fled at full speed. The mages were surprised by the way he left, as they wanted to discuss with him even more. Finally, some peace, Alan let out a deep sigh. The ornament on his pointer finger glowed faintly. The name of the ornament is Memories of the Black Eye. He knew this thing would come in handy. The item specializes in storing magic. It could preserve one spell and release an enhanced version of it later. The frigid cold restriction already consumes 3 out of my 5 spells. But if I use the finger ornament to release frigid cold, not only does the power increase, but I can still use my remaining spells separately. He closed his eyes, remembering the shadow entity's words. Phrases are the key to approaching the laws. Alan slowly began understanding. If I use phrases while truly understanding their meanings, then instead of merely changing characteristics, I can manipulate the laws themselves. I originally thought phrases simply strengthened spells like chants. But this is developing far beyond that. His curiosity only deepened. That night, Alan headed toward the 38th floor. The moment he entered, a voice echoed. "You have arrived at the 38th floor. You came at the perfect time. It is commendable that you solved the riddles." Alan froze slightly. "I came to solve further riddles." The voice laughed softly. "Oh? You hear my voice, yet you do not panic, how surprising. I am the executioner feared and worshipped by those that disturb the world, the eternal fear, and yet I am also the one that mages call the chalice of beginnings." After hearing those titles, Alan immediately realized who it was. After the forgotten era of gods, she was the first mage ever to reach rank 8, the genius archmage, Heinkel. A figure appeared before him. Alan's thoughts raced. This could go very badly if I make a mistake here. In the game, players called Heinkel the retry witch. To obtain her item, players had to choose the correct dialogue option. If they chose incorrectly, instant death. Though after repeated attempts, she eventually became slightly friendlier. Still, if players mentioned certain things, she would instantly kill them. Because of that, players had nicknamed her the Angry Milk Witch. No wonder she feels dangerous. Alan quietly formed hand signs for defensive magic. He absolutely could not afford to die instantly here. Then Heinkel suddenly stared at him. For the first time, fear appeared in her eyes. Alan carefully said, "Now then, I am prepared for your riddles." But before he could finish, she abruptly threw an item directly at him, and said, "Take it." Alan caught it reflexively. He blinked, then she immediately disappeared. Alan stood there in confusion. I even prepared defensive magic just in case. Wait, was she looking behind me? He turned around. There was nothing there. Of course, Alan couldn't see what some gods and mages see him as. After a moment, he shrugged. Well, whatever. I'm just glad I got the item so easily. The day after the friendly match, Alan began attending the conference presentations while also participating in magical discussions. Honestly, this was far better than studying alone. Unlike Alan, who specialized in magic control, Leanne possessed exceptional talent in magic arrangement theory, so their discussions proved extremely helpful. At one point, she suddenly asked, "Are you really rank 3? Alan sighed. You've asked me that 15 times already. I understand, she replied immediately. Which clearly meant she did not understand. Alan thought to himself, should I start trying practical magic theory now? Though my mana capacity still wouldn't be enough. Then, on the 4th day of the conference, Alan received urgent news. An outer god had appeared in Larthania's labyrinth. Evan explained, this caused massive changes in labyrinth. The Information Guild estimates the outer god actually appeared about a week ago. Alan's expression hardened. Evan, send this letter, and we're leaving immediately. As he prepared to depart, Phinia approached him. Lord Count, are you leaving already? Yeah, that's just how things turned out. Right. Then she bowed repeatedly. Please have a safe trip. Alan stared at her strangely. She came all the way out here to say goodbye, but why doesn't she look particularly sad that I'm leaving? Seriously, what is with her? Meanwhile, Phinia was practically glowing with happiness. Several days later, Alan arrived at Labyrinth City, Larthania. The moment he stepped out of the carriage, he froze. Is this place really Murd? Even Evan looked shocked. I heard Rinna was climbing the ranks quickly, but I didn't know it was to this extent. Honestly, Alan had already heard that magic tool appraisers had a great influence. Still, seeing it personally was unbelievable. As they approached a large building, an attendant stopped them. Dear guest, do you have an appointment? Evan whispered, it looks like we need one. Alan replied politely, this matter is somewhat urgent, so could you simply tell her Count Alan Palacio is here? The attendant tried to smile, while he was thinking this is the 325th Karen I've dealt with today. Then he answered mechanically, entering without an appointment costs 3,000 gold. Alan nearly choked. That's the price of an entire mansion. How long would it take without paying? The attendant checked calmly. From today, approximately 10 months. Both Alan and Evan froze. 10 months? At that moment, someone casually tossed a bag of gold coins onto the attendant. Here, open the door. The man glanced arrogantly at Alan. What are you even doing here if you can't pay? He was Lavald Greystone, the son of the Lord of Larthania. The attendant internally screamed. This bastard again. These damned Nepo babies. As the gates opened, Lavald smirked. You can leave now, you don't have to embarrass yourselves any further. But before he could continue, someone walked out. It was Rinne. Lavald immediately smiled. Oh, Rinne! What a surprise to have you come outside to greet me. Before he could finish, she punched him directly in the stomach and said go away. Then she elegantly bowed before Alan. I've been waiting for you, Godfather. The attendant's jaw nearly hit the floor. Whether it was a foreign prince or a powerful noble, Rinne had always remained cold and impartial. But now she looked completely different. Lavald staggered back up furiously. How dare you do this to me? He started shouting angrily. Rinne simply repeated, I told you to go away. But Lavald refused to back down. Don't you know I have connections with the 3 councils? You'll regret turning your back on me over some random peasants. He continued ranting endlessly. Meanwhile, Rinne ignored him completely. Please come in, Godfather. Then she looked at Evan, you as well, mister. Both Alan and Evan blinked. Is this really okay? As they walked inside, Alan quietly asked, was that all right? I heard the Lord of Larthania is extremely protective of his son. Rinne answered calmly, don't worry about it. He most likely won't bother us again. The way she said it sounded odd. Then she said I also received your letter safely. That's a relief. Alan relaxed slightly. She's surprisingly reliable. Before long, the two naturally fell into comfortable conversation. Still, Alan couldn't help thinking, how did I end up casually sitting in the head position? Then he finally asked the question bothering him. By the way, why Godfather? Rinne tilted her head. What do you mean? The others usually call me a benefactor, so I was curious. Alan thought hearing Godfather reminded him of that famous movie. Rinne responded with I simply believe Godfather suits you the best. Is that so? Alan leaned back quietly. Rinne really feels like a daughter who grew up diligently on her own. I'm actually kind of proud of her. Then Alan got to the point. I mentioned this in my letter as well, but I have a favor to ask. Rinne immediately replied, please don't hesitate. Alan continued, I need influence in order to reach certain places. So, could you place me in the Outer God Suppression Unit? Rinne nodded thoughtfully. That operation unit was only recently established. Alan scratched the back of his head awkwardly. If it's difficult because of what happened earlier. Rinna blinked. Godfather, are you worried about the Lord's son? I was simply worried it might cause unnecessary trouble for you. She shook her head calmly. Please don't worry at all. I can resolve your request. Well then, I'll leave it to you. Afterward, she guided them to a room. You must be tired after such a long journey. Please rest. As she left, Alan smiled faintly. She really matured well. It feels like she grew up exactly by the book. That night, Alan lay on the bed deep in thought. Having Rinna's support is reassuring. The real problem is the members of the operation unit. They're stubborn idiots who solve everything with brute force. Unlike the North, I'm not in a hurry this time. I'll slowly prepare a proper plan. As he continued thinking, he eventually fell asleep. Then suddenly, knock, knock. My lord, will you not be eating lunch? Alan jolted awake. When did I fall asleep? No matter how much I sleep lately, I'm still tired. Soon, he arrived at the dining hall. Rinna greeted him warmly. Godfather, you're awake. You're already here? She nodded. I resolved the matter you requested. There's a strategy meeting soon, so please attend. Alan blinked. Already? Yes. Then she casually added, and so you wouldn't need to worry about Lavelled Greystone anymore. I gave him a clean death. Alan nodded absent-mindedly. HMIC, you gave the Lord's son a clean. He froze. Wait. His brain finally processed what she had said. Lavelled is indeed a parasite. Larthania is better off without him. In the games, all of Larthania's subquests, Lavelled had been responsible for countless horrific incidents. The massacre of mercenaries on the 30th floor, absorption of abyssal entities by monsters, living camera experiments, and many other atrocities. Even so, he was still the son of Larthania's ruler. Alan's expression stiffened. Wait, isn't this basically killing royalty? His mood shifted instantly. Lavelled, why? Rinna tilted her head slightly. You said he made you uncomfortable. And if he had continued living, he would have continued making you uncomfortable, correct? You also do not need to worry about the 3 councils anymore. Alan stared blankly. Right. Rinna was also one of the seeds of the 5 great sins. But even if she sees me as her godfather, this is way too excessive. Then another thought hit him. She's supposed to be an appraiser right now. How exactly did she deal with all those mercenaries by herself? Rinna looked at him carefully. Will this become a problem? I may have handled things inadequately. Alan blinked. Why does she suddenly look sad? He quickly replied, No, I was just worried about you. Rinna calmly answered, I made sure there were no loose ends, so there is nothing to worry about. Alan felt a headache coming. Is this what people mean when they say someone has a completely different way of thinking? Still, he sighed. Anyway, thank you. Don't do anything that could destroy the life you built here. You worked hard to reach your current position, right? You can't let it collapse. Rinna nodded obediently. I understand my duty, Godfather. Then she suddenly stood up. Godfather, while you are here, I would like to show you the Eye of Stalker. Soon, they entered a large research room. Rinna proudly explained, I have also been collecting imprints without issue. Alan's eyes widened slightly. Wait, the Eye of Stalker? The artifact in front of him was famous for increasing the power of artifacts marked with black imprints. At least, that was what Alan knew. As far as the game explained, it was merely a support artifact. It shouldn't have possessed any other hidden functions. The Eye of Stalker rapidly appraised items below a certain mana threshold. Rinna's fame largely came from using it so effectively. At that moment, Alan finally concluded. So that's why she's being so nice to me. Naturally, that conclusion was completely wrong. Still, Alan nodded wisely to himself anyway. Let's just move on from this for now. I see you've been making good use of it. Rinna nodded proudly. After reaching 400 imprints, the collection speed slowed down significantly. However, I believe I can finish the collection within a few years. I see. Alan nodded again despite understanding absolutely nothing. Then Rinna finished formally. I have completed my status report to you, Godfather. So now, please allow me to guide you to the meeting room. Soon, Alan arrived at the meeting room of the Outer God Suppression Unit. The atmosphere instantly turned hostile. One woman frowned the moment she saw him. What? Don't tell me we're supposed to take this straggly guy with us. Just looking at him makes it obvious the rumors were exaggerated. She was Mayan, guild leader of the fourth of the 5 great guilds, the Ancient Tracker Guild. Another man snorted. There's no point even listening to him. Just throw him out. This was Maverick, guild leader of the third of the 5 great guilds, the Terra Nomad Guild. 2 others remained silent while observing him. One was Hyman, guild leader of the second of the 5 great guilds, the Arcadia Guild. The other was Argonia, leader of the strongest guild among the 5 great guilds, the Kalamata Guild. Mayan pulled her daggers out as she was ready to fight, and she said, "Stop trying to leech off stronger people and keep your mouth shut, rookie." Alan quietly observed them. They're mercenaries who value strength above everything else. So I expected hostility. But wow, they're not even pretending to be polite. For a moment, silence filled the room. Then Alan slowly raised his hand. His fingers began forming familiar hand signs. The mercenaries frowned. And Alan calmly thought to himself, well, I guess I'll have to earn their recognition the hard way after all. Frigid cold. Alan quietly started his phrases. There were 2 reasons he wanted to participate in the Outer God Suppression Unit. First, an Outer God could not be suppressed through conventional force alone. And second, he needed strong mercenaries willing to follow his plans. Because of that, he had intentionally shown off a little. One of the guild leaders glared at him. "Nobleman, are you picking a fight with us?" Alan answered in a calm, cold voice filled with pressure. "Weren't you the ones asking for this? You're walking on thin ice here." The room fell silent. Meanwhile, inside Alan's head, did I mess up? My heart is absolutely collapsing right now. Still, he calmly sat back down. "Now then, are you willing to talk?" In truth, Alan had only provoked them for a reason. The current situation closely resembled a special quest from the original game, and those events always followed the same pattern. In the end, if Argonia acknowledged him, then a fight would never actually happen. Please, just let this end peacefully. As Alan prayed internally, Argonia finally spoke. "That's enough." Maverick frowned. "What do you mean, enough?" Argonia calmly replied, "We were the ones who looked down on him first." Alan almost sighed in relief. "I knew it." Then he asked, "When do we descend into the labyrinth?" "In 2 days," Argonia answered. "However, considering the current situation, let us continue the meeting tomorrow." Alan nodded immediately. "That would be for the best." "Then let us meet tomorrow." The moment he left the room, Alan's legs nearly gave out. His heart was pounding violently. I am never doing something like that again. Back inside the meeting room, Maverick frowned. "Why did you let that arrogant noble leave?" Hyman simply said, "If you don't understand, then shut up. Argonia just saved your life." Maverick stared at her. "What do you mean by saved my life?" Argonia narrowed her eyes. "I don't fully understand it myself. But if your attack had landed, you would have died instantly." Then she remembered her mother's warning from long ago. "My daughter, when the black eye reveals itself in the night sky, never acknowledges it. And if possible, erase it from your memories. Remember this well, my beloved child, never stand against the consumer of class." Argonia slowly understood, so that's what Mother was warning me about hundreds of years ago. Just who is that human? The next day, Alan worried about how the meeting would proceed. But unexpectedly, everyone agreed to his plans without complaint. The discussion ended unanimously. Even Rinna looked surprised. What a pleasant meeting. Alan blinked. It doesn't seem like Rinna did anything either. And even Mayan, who should be upset about being frozen, is quiet. Alan concluded. I guess using game knowledge really was the right move. Alan taught them information about outer gods using ancient stories. Afterward, preparations were completed, and the suppression unit began descending into the labyrinth while eliminating monsters along the way. Looking around at the powerful mercenaries nearby, Alan thought, there's absolutely no way I could have come here alone. Still, there was an important magic-related item on the 40th floor. As they continued walking, Mayan suddenly approached him. Are you not okay with the beastkin count? Alan blinked. I guess she's still upset. Then he said, no, what I did before was not a show of discrimination. Mayan suddenly moved closer with a faint blush on her face. Do you want to make a kitten with me? I think we'd make a really cute one. We've come to naturally understand each other better, too. Alan froze. She just casually said something absolutely insane, like it was a normal conversation. Meanwhile, Mayan blew him a flying kiss filled with little heart gestures. I understand how strong you are now, too. The cat tribe puts strength above all else. Alan answered immediately, I would like to refuse. Mayan placed a hand over her chest dramatically. Wow, my heart skipped a beat. Won't you change your mind after getting to know me better? I'm pretty charming, you know. Before Alan could respond, Rinne stepped forward with terrifying rage. What a crude thing to say to Godfather. Shall I silence her? Alan quickly intervened. You absolutely do not need to do that. The beastskins simply think differently. Which was Alan's polite way of saying, please stop trying to solve every problem with murder. On the second day inside the labyrinth, the group reached another lower floor. Maverick groaned. It's such a pain searching this place one room at a time. Alan looked around carefully. We're still only on the 4th floor. In the game, players could progress quickly as long as they met the requirements. But reality was different. They had already spent half a day simply searching for the correct entrance. Looking around the massive underground structure, Alan quietly muttered, how was a place like this even created? Then Argonia called out loudly. Everyone, gather up. We're moving to the 5th floor. Soon they entered. Unlike the floors above, the atmosphere here was peaceful and quiet. Rinne explained, every 5th floor is considered a safe floor. Alan nodded, that's right. Back in the game, these floors functioned as save points. Argonia crossed her arms. After maintenance and rest, prepare for the operation. The outer god was last sighted on the 12th floor several days ago, so we still have time. And so everyone began preparing. Mercenaries sharpened weapons, adjusted equipment, and discussed strategies. Meanwhile, Maverick noticed Alan breathing heavily. What's so impressive about a guy panting after walking a little? Then suddenly, something cut through the air. A massive blade wave. It sliced through the mercenaries instantly. Blood was scattered everywhere. Everyone froze. The outer god they had been searching for had descended before them. Mayan's eyes widened. Maverick stared ahead in shock. Standing there was the goblin. Then the creature spoke. Who dares look into my eyes without permission? Instantly, Alan activated Frigid Cold. The entire area froze as he immediately attempted to contain the outer god. Then he shouted, You there, Maverick! Pull yourself together. The outer god casually shattered the ice. Oh? You are doing something rather interesting, Bug. Alan recognized him immediately. He is a being who, despite starting insignificant, sought knowledge endlessly until he broke the law and ascended into the class of divinity itself, becoming the king of starving demons, Salus. Salus smiled. You even know my name? What a commendable little bug. Alan's thoughts raced. According to the reports, even moving at full speed, he should have needed 3 more days to arrive here. So why is he already here? Salus continued casually, I am in a good mood today. So I shall spare those around you, bow your heads. Then I may allow you to live. Alan's expression sharpened. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Immediately, Argonia shouted orders. Combat formation. Still, Alan noticed something important. This is different from Ultoris. The mercenaries are far more prepared this time. And Salus's incarnation state hasn't fully progressed yet. Then Salus laughed softly. If you insist on drinking poison, then I shall gladly indulge you. He casually sliced through the air, and a colossal blade of air tore across the battlefield. Maverick and Argonia charged forward simultaneously. Argonia sliced through the incoming slash. Salus found the sight amusing. Oh? Is that a dispel sword? You possess quite an interesting toy. Alan narrowed his eyes. I knew it, magic still works on outer gods that haven't fully become incarnate deities yet. I made the right preparations. At the same time, Mayan and Hyman launched their attacks as well. But Salus effortlessly dodged everything as though it were child's play. Alan knew that time was crucial, and he needed to end this quickly if they wanted any chance at victory. Then he began chanting his phrases. Frost, form, renown of snowy mountain, pen of the blind. A massive crystal spear formed in front of him. At the same moment, Rennie began her own chant. A scepter to Amantia. Chains burst from glowing holes in the sky, rushing toward Salus from every direction. Yet despite the relentless assault, Salus continued dodging everything effortlessly. Alan continued his phrases. Painted halberd of ice crystals. The 4 guild leaders widened their eyes in shock at the scale of Alan's attack. Then Alan attacked simultaneously from both the sky and the ground. This time, he was certain, if this land, he'll die. But to Alan's disbelief, Salus casually raised 2 fingers and sliced his attack as if he were cutting bread. I received your attack, bug, Salus said calmly. Alan froze. He cut through the painted halberd of ice crystals. Then Salus smiled faintly, however. It seems you still understand nothing. I have grown rather excited. So I shall lower myself to your level of play. Though my current state is imperfect, it should still provide decent amusement. Then Salus slowly spoke a phrase. Release, shake. As the phrases echoed, the 4 guild leaders immediately charged again. But the moment their attacks were about to land, Salus finished the half of the phrase. Expand. A massive green light exploded outward like a shockwave. Every guild leader was violently thrown away. Then Salus calmly continued. Unknown principle, the surrounding area was completely obliterated. Hyman stared in disbelief. What the hell just happened? Salus casually swung another air blade toward him. Hyman barely dodged. But then Salus tilted his head. Now then, how will you dodge an attack from above? Before Hyman could react, a second strike landed on him from above. He was hit directly, and instantly taken out of the fight. Mayan rushed forward to catch him, but both of them were blasted away by Salus's kick. Salus smiled. Now then. I have high expectations for you. How will you entertain me? Alan clenched his teeth. I've never seen magic like this before. He can use both chants and phrases. There's such a large difference, too. Not just skill, but information, plans, and fighting power. We're losing in every category. Even so, there was only one thing Alan could do. Unleash his magic to its fullest potential. He quickly drank 2 mana potions and continued chanting. Renown of a snowy mountain, resolution, revelation. A couple of rings made of ice crystals formed around Alan, rotating rapidly. And as expected, they were blocking Kalia's attacks. Alan's eyes widened slightly. From this point onward, speed and quantity are what matter. Then he shouted, Rennie! Help me! Yes, Godfather. As though Salus were simply mocking their determination, he watched the 2 of them with amused curiosity, like a cat toying with cornered mice. Still, Alan refused to stop. Defend, defend again, and defend one more time. He continued drinking mana potions. Now he had finished his 5th mana potion. The side effects were beginning to hit. Then suddenly, Salus appeared directly in front of him. But this was exactly what Alan had planned. Now! Instantly, Rennie activated her chains again. At the same time, Alan resumed his phrases. Frost, form, renown of a snowy mountain, pen of the blind. The crystal spear appeared once more. Alan decreased one of the restrictions. He could gain the ability to twist the laws of the world with another restriction. However, he can't do it so lightly. Think, find a way to draw it out. Something that can become a final trump card. Then he remembered Salus' earlier words. However, it seems you still know nothing. And then the shadow being's voice echoed in his memory. When it comes to the magic of this world, after the phrase comes the principle. Alan's eyes widened. If principle comes after phrase, then what surpasses the principle itself? He desperately searched for an answer. I need a hint. Then a voice spoke. It is a mark. Realization and illusion are of the same root. Once you arrive there, you will receive the key. Suddenly, the crystal spear began twisting on as if it was becoming something entirely different. Even Salus looked surprised. What are you doing? But before he could focus properly on Alan, Rennie continued attacking relentlessly. Salus clicked his tongue in annoyance. He launched another air blade directly toward her. As the attack was about to hit, Alan stepped in front of her. The attack tore into his left shoulder. Rennie's eyes widened. Godfather! But Alan ignored the pain completely. His expression turned deadly serious. Once the Bodasri sign is complete, what was once a sphere will become a key. The distorted sphere slowly transformed into the shape of a giant key. The key floated horizontally in the air as though unlocking something on the crystal petal of ice on the ground. As the key is fixed into the crystals and rotates, Alan spoke the final phrase, painted halberd of ice crystals. The key unlocked the crystal structure itself. And in the next instant, an enormous glacier was formed. Salus was frozen completely. A massive glacier now stood in the middle of the grasslands. Magic was a law of the world decided by mages, flowing according to the will of an architect. Just as the law of the pen was an unnatural alteration of natural order, the law known as the painted halberd of ice crystals froze everything within a designated area. Only after casting that spell did Alan finally understand. Is this self-expression? Still, it had only lasted 6 seconds. Well, this is magic that should normally be impossible for me to use. Even so, I accomplished my goal. After breaking the frozen glacier, Saela slowly spoke, it seems I truly was hit. What a weak and contemptible body. Then, as he was praising the spell, had I properly manifested myself, I could have blocked such an expression with ease. Alan stared at him coldly. Hypotheticals are meaningless. Saela laughed softly. Right, you truly are a mage. This loss is mine. Then his body slowly crumbled into dust and scattered into the wind. The moment Saela disappeared, Alan collapsed instantly. His vision blurred. For a brief moment, he saw someone desperately healing him. Then darkness swallowed everything. When Alan opened his eyes again, his entire body ached. Actually, ached was putting it lightly. It felt as though every organ inside him had personally declared war. Then he realized where he was. The camp of the Outer God Suppression Unit. He couldn't properly feel his limbs, nor could he gather strength in his body. Still, honestly, this isn't the worst outcome. It'll take time, but I can recover. After all, excessive use of mana potions and suffering from mana poisoning could permanently destroy a person's mana haul or mana sclerosis. Compared to that, being alive was already a miracle. Then, Godfather, Rinna entered the tent. You've been unconscious for an entire day. How do you feel? Alan answered weakly, I'm a little dizzy because of the mana poisoning, but I'm fine. How's everyone else? Rinna explained that Mayan is recovering quickly. And Argonia barely survived. Alan said, surviving that attack honestly makes me wonder if she's made a half-dragon. Then Rinna hesitated slightly. Godfather, there is something I wish to ask. What is it? She looked directly at him. Why did you save me? Was my life truly worth risking for? Alan stared at her in disbelief. What? What are you even talking about? Suddenly, a sharp wave of pain hit him. Even while grimacing, he still answered. Why are you saying it like that? Rinna lowered her gaze. I was useless. You endangered yourself to save me. Even if I possess value because I can complete the Eye Stalker. From a logical standpoint, your actions were inefficient and irrational. I cannot understand it. Alan blinked slowly, then he realized something. Hold on. I'm saying this just in case. I didn't raise you all so I could use you. Rinna tilted her head slightly. Is that so? Meanwhile, inside Alan's mind, wait, is that honestly what they thought? Why does every single one of them think I raised them as tools? Do I seriously look that villainous? Am I fated to become some final boss mastermind no matter what I do? Then Alan spoke honestly. I think of all of you as family. So, of course, I'd save you if you were in danger. Our relationship isn't one-sided. It's not about profit or using each other. Then he awkwardly added, and if you really want to repay me, just celebrate my birthday occasionally or something. Rinna froze. Meanwhile, Alan internally cringed. Wow, that sounded unbelievably lonely. Rinna quietly lowered her head. I understand now, Godfather. Alan smiled faintly. Looks like she finally understands how I truly feel. If you understand, then that's good. 5 days later, Alan recovered enough to walk around again. Although walking around mostly meant moving painfully while pretending not to die. While leaving with Argonia, Alan looked around the labyrinth. This place really is absurd. There's practically no night here. He asked her, can you move properly now? Somewhat, she responded. After 3 more days, the group finally left the labyrinth. The moment Alan stepped outside, Evan rushed over furiously. How did the two of you end up like this? You stopped me from accompanying you, and now look what happened. Alan weakly protested, I'm technically still a patient. But Evan had absolutely no intention of listening. You said you'd be fine because the guild leaders were with you. And now you look half dead. Alan quietly thought, if Evan had joined us, the original game scenario might have changed too much. Though honestly, things already went completely off the rails anyway. As news of the suppression unit's success spread across the region, it eventually became time for Alan to leave Merd. As they prepared to depart, Alan smiled slightly. I'll be leaving now, let's meet again. Rinna suddenly asked, Godfather, when is your birthday? Alan answered casually, last month, 20th. Rinna said September 20th, I'll remember it. After Alan and Evan entered the carriage, Evan grinned. Are you excited for your next birthday now? Alan leaned back. I already get plenty of gifts. Evan laughed, that's different, it's special when your kids celebrate it. Alan shrugged, I'm not expecting much. Maybe she'll send me a small artifact or something. Truly, Alan Palacio was a man completely free of greed. Meanwhile, after they departed, Rinna remained standing silently. So, I have a family now. Given that the great moon is fundamentally different from us, reverence and faith toward him are only natural. And his victory will always seem inevitable. But, he himself acknowledged me as family. For Rinna, the title Godfather no longer represented respect alone. It described their bond. Someone closer than anyone else. Then a dangerous thought slowly entered her mind. If Godfather ever needs me, then perhaps I should prepare a proper gift. Guys, these women are never gonna listen properly and understand his words at all. Now it's kind of a war between Rinne, Seorang, and Yusha. Rinne quietly thought, what would make a proper first gift? After a moment, perhaps, the Lord's castle should be enough. As summer passed within the Palacio territory, winter eventually arrived. After focusing on recovery, Alan's mana poisoning symptoms gradually improved. At the same time, he drowned beneath an endless pile of territorial paperwork while replying to Yusha's letters. Evan entered the office. My lord, a parcel came from the Altia estate. It seems to be a communication crystal. Alan accepted it. When the crystal activated, Altia appeared. I shall now deliver my report, Lord Count. Alan still wasn't used to this. Technically, he was now the head of a faction. Yet somehow, everything still felt absurd. Altia calmly continued. I have also resolved the matter you mentioned previously. As of yesterday, the Asteria Kingdom's underworld is now under the control of the Cal faction. Alan blinked. How? When exactly did I ask for that? Then he remembered his earlier words to them. We'll clean up the underworld first. Oh. Apparently they had interpreted that far more aggressively than intended. The underworld of the Asteria Kingdom consisted of countless organizations and criminal groups. Completely controlling it should have been nearly impossible. So how had she actually succeeded? Altia answered calmly. It became significantly easier after the royalistic and aristocratic faction leaders were dealt with. Alan was nervous and he thought, wasn't that your doing too? Then Altia asked, what shall we do next? I assume, the king is next. Alan immediately panicked. For now, just maintain the current status quo. Understood, then I shall end my report here until we meet again. The crystal disconnected. Alan sat there silently. I somehow went from becoming a shadow mastermind overnight to ruling the underworld in a single breath. Then he noticed another letter on his desk. An invitation to the royal ball. 1 month from now, the royal family will host its first New Year's ball in 5 years. And personally, the king had requested the attendance of Count Alan Palacio. Alan started crying. All he had ever wanted was to slack off peacefully as a lazy noble. Yet somehow, he now stood between politics, the underworld, outer gods. At this point, even Alan had lost count of how uncontrollably things had spiraled. In the 5th level of the labyrinth, the same mysterious figure who had appeared at the northern site visited once again. He laughed quietly as he observed everything. He never expected Alan to make it this far. That alone made things interesting. More importantly, he was curious. How much longer will he endure next time? Meanwhile, back with Alan, he was still wondering why the queen had summoned him. Is this because of the KL faction? The ruler of the kingdom, Asteria's 8th monarch, Sion Crytenia, was no ordinary monarch. As the bearer of the Golden Archives, an ability passed down through the royal bloodline, she possessed the power to inherit information much like game data. The ability allowed knowledge, skills, and strength to be passed down to future generations. The existence of the Golden Archives itself was one of the greatest symbols of royal authority. When the 5 great sins appeared in Asteria during the original story, she briefly joined the players' party and displayed overwhelming power. Still, Alan couldn't help thinking, is the queen really going to intervene in underworld affairs? Among players, Sion had been popular enough to earn countless memes comparing her to a guardian dragon. Given how indifferent she usually was toward whatever chaos happened inside her own kingdom, Alan wasn't overly worried. Honestly, this might not be so bad. If this incident weakens the KL faction a little, and if I avoid upsetting the queen, then maybe I'll finally get an excuse to take it easy. I'm basically a bystander here. It's not like we're challenging royal authority. Everything would surely be fine. Elsewhere, a bald man was examining a corpse. What's this? Is he already dead? The man's neck had been twisted around twice. Earlier, he had been receiving constant complaints from Carmine. After making that request to eliminate Count Palancho, I haven't heard a single update. What exactly is wrong with your agents? Are you looking down on your clients? Bring your boss out here right now. The bald man sighed. I'll go confirm the situation immediately. Damn it. I'm definitely going to become the scapegoat for this. As he investigated the body, he noticed something strange. Anti-decomposition magic? What is this? Then realization struck him. This was left behind as a warning. His expression darkened. What an outrage. If the boss hears we lost our 100% mission completion rate, he'll raise hell. I guess those rumors about Count Palancho weren't just rumors after all. Well, I'll have to ask someone in the know. That person turned out to be Deus. The bald man carefully observed him from a distance. Suddenly Deus spoke. You're there behind me. The agent froze. I completely erased my presence. How did he notice me? You have sharp senses, the agent admitted. Give me information about Count Palancho. The agent expected negotiations. Instead, Deus simply looked at him. That was all. The pressure alone made the man's body lock up. Confused, he glanced behind him. Then he saw something horrifying. His fellow agents had already been captured. Deus calmly said, It seems you are one of those agents. The next thing the man knew, he was pinned to Deus's threads. It was time for the Blue Moon's semi-annual meeting. As expected, chaos erupted immediately. Seorang insisted she was going to marry the Great Moon. Yusha insisted that, as shadows, they could not. The argument had apparently resumed right where it left off. Raiden rubbed his temples. What is going on here? Meanwhile, Rina was actually trying to calm Seorang down. Please don't take it personally. Yusha has supported the Great Moon longer than any of us. Yusha immediately responded, See, quiet down and listen. Unfortunately, Seorang had no intention of calming down at all. Then Rina suddenly spoke. Yusha, I would like to make a proposal. Yusha blinked yes? What is it? Rina said I was considering sending reports personally. Yusha frowned, I have already been compiling and sending reports, have I not? I would like to personally report on the Eye Stalker. Yusha immediately replied, If you tell me, then I can. Rina interrupted her. Given the circumstances, I would prefer to report directly. Yusha's smile became noticeably sharper. I have been delivering reports without issue until now. Rina smiled even wider. I would simply like to personally convey information regarding the progress of this project, and perhaps a few reports regarding myself as well. She giggled, but that smile on her face was deeply unsettling for me. The room went silent. Raiden, Seorang, and Yusha all stared. Why is Rina smiling like that? Even Seorang looked slightly frightened. Then Rina said, Excuse me? Something amusing just came to mind, but nobody felt reassured. At that moment, Deus entered. Sorry for being late. Seorang immediately looked at him. There are still 5 minutes before the meeting begins, you're fine. Raiden blinked. For once, you're actually on time. You're usually ridiculously early. Deus ignored the comment. Before we begin, there is an urgent matter. An organization known as the Agents is targeting the Great Moon. Everyone froze. What? The Agents? Yusha asked him to explain immediately. Deus nodded, there are 15 in total. I have already dealt with 3. There are 12 remaining. I have also located several of them. Except for Raiden, everyone's expressions became frighteningly serious. Seorang stood up. Kill them all immediately. Rina nodded. I wonder whether breaking their legs first would be more effective, Raiden quickly interrupted. Wait, we should first determine how strong they are. Sharing information and creating a plan would be the logical approach. They slowly turned toward him. Yusha narrowed her eyes, and what if they harm him while we are gathering information? Rina gave him a side eye. Seorang looked genuinely betrayed. Raiden, are you a traitor? Raiden nearly fell out of his chair. What? Why am I suddenly a traitor? Seorang crossed her arms. You opposed killing them immediately. That sounds suspicious. That is not what happened. I simply wanted to assess the situation first. The three women continued staring at him. Raiden immediately surrendered. I was wrong, we should attack first. Yusha nodded. Good, then we shall resume the meeting after dealing with this matter. Everyone stood up. The meeting ended before it even properly started. As they left, Raiden slumped back in his chair. Seriously, being called a traitor is too much. I would never betray him. He gave me power and the opportunity for revenge. My loyalty is unquestionable. He sighed deeply. You people are just completely fanatical. Back in the capital of Asteria, Tyria Royal Castle stood in all its grandeur. Alan arrived alongside Evan, and Evan waved him off. As Evan watched several members of the KL faction gather around Alan, there they go again. Alan thought, why are they all sticking so close to me? This just makes it look like I'm leading them to a frontal assault on the Queen. Then another thought appeared. Actually, if we all get lectured by the Queen together, then my tug-of-war plan might work even better. After entering the palace, Alan couldn't help admiring the scenery. Maybe it's because it's the royal palace, but this place is incredible. At the same time, he noticed the reactions of the nobles. The aristocratic faction and royalist faction were tagged along. Clearly, they believed the KL faction had been summoned to receive a royal reprimand. Alan took a deep breath. Calm down, all I have to do is get scolded and act submissive. If I can survive this, I can finally enjoy a peaceful, noble life. Then the Queen entered. Everyone bowed. Alan respectfully greeted her. I greet the great ruler who leads Asteria. The Queen spoke calmly. Raise your head. Alan looked up. There she was. Asteria's 8th monarch, Sion Crytenia. Yes, your majesty? Around the room, everyone thought the same thing. Finally, that troublesome KL faction is about to be reprimanded. Then the Queen smiled. I see Count Palancho. Everyone waited and waited, then she spoke. I hereby bestow upon you the title of Marquis. Silence, absolute silence. The entire hall froze. That outcome was the complete opposite of what everyone had expected. And Alan's soul nearly left his body on the spot. Why does this keep happening to me? Alan froze as he went from Count to the Marquis. Every noble present froze alongside him. After all, everyone had come expecting a punishment, not a promotion. The Queen calmly continued, I have heard of how you punished those criminals in the underworld who were eating away at Asteria's underworld. This is your reward. Alan's mind immediately went into overdrive. Wait, isn't this just helping the Cal faction? The Queen normally had little interest in state affairs. So why reward him now? Who could have possibly predicted that she would suddenly promote him to a marquis? None of this made any sense. Is this some kind of warning? Is she showing confidence that she could crush me any time with her royal authority? The Queen then said, Raise your head. She gracefully approached him. Alan lifted his head, confused. Then she extended a finger and lightly placed at his face. Alan had absolutely no idea what was happening. Smile, the Queen said. It would make for a much more pleasant sight. Then she turned around. That is all, enjoy the banquet. And with that, she departed for her chambers. Alan remained frozen. The Queen had smiled, actually smiled. That alone felt more shocking than the promotion. Meanwhile, members of the Cal faction quickly surrounded him with congratulations. Altia and Zenonia were equally surprised. Incredible, in no time at all, even Her Majesty has recognized Lord Marquis. Truly remarkable. However, not everyone was celebrating. Standing in a corner, Marquis Philibert looked absolutely miserable. Palacio. What exactly did you do this time? Meanwhile, in the slums of the Asteria Kingdom, Marquis Philiboid wandered through the streets muttering to himself. Nothing can stop me now. Despite kneeling and begging, he had spent an entire month being tormented in the Holy Kingdom. Although he avoided suffering the same fate as Rimgrave, he had still lost nearly all of his authority. I eagerly waited for the day you would finally be punished. Instead, things had gone completely the opposite direction. Your faction keeps growing. And now even the Queen has acknowledged you. His eye twitched. Soon, he arrived at a door. A voice from inside asked, Password? He answered, and the door opened. After passing through several corridors, he reached the deepest room. Then he stopped, his face turned pale. There stood Seorang, casually like she owned the place. Marquis Philibert stared in disbelief. Is she the boss? I did hear they were a violent beastkin that enjoys strewing corpses, but how horrific is this? Seorang glanced at him. Who are you? Marquis Philibid swallowed nervously. I wish to hire the agents. I request the assassination of Count Palacio. I'll pay whatever price is necessary. A truly spectacular decision, but unfortunately it was also the worst possible person he could have asked. Seorang simply nodded. Is that so? Then she casually kicked a severed head across, and it fell into his hands. This is the person who would have accepted your request. Marquis Philiboid screamed and ran backward. Outside, several surviving agents saw the scene. Wait, isn't that the boss's room? Seorang sighed. Ah, geez, what a pain. A moment later, the slaughter began. Like a storm tearing through dry leaves, she rampaged through the hideout. By the time she finished, the building looked less like a headquarters and more like a historical tragedy. The Marquis collapsed to his knees. I am a Marquis of Asteria. If you spare me, I'll repay you with anything you want. Seorang tilted her head. Then why did you say that? Why did you ask someone to kill my benefactor? Marquis Philiboid stared blankly. Then Seorang corrected herself. No, my future husband. The Marquis looked even more confused. She continued rambling. Anyway, that's not important. The important thing is that nobody is allowed to lay a finger on my husband. The Marquis's head was beheaded in that exact moment. Some time later, the royal ball finally came to an end. Altia and Zenonia were deep in thought. What should the Cal faction do next? Meanwhile, Alan was busy with a much more pressing matter, desserts. He was systematically sampling every sweet available. I must endure for one more week. Future regret is tomorrow's problem. Later, while riding in his carriage, Alan remained lost in thought. I still don't understand what the Queen was thinking. When things started going badly, Evan suddenly spoke. Lord Marquis, Alan immediately opened his eyes. That's the 10th time. The title ceremony hasn't happened yet, so call me whatever you want until then. Evan nodded. Of course, Lord Marquis. Alan stared at him. You're doing this on purpose. Soon, they arrived at Atla, the land where grasslands met the desert. Alan looked around. That's right. The desert is close to Colony, so we'll visit the forest first. He had a mountain of tasks waiting for him. After dealing with Salus, he needed to visit the ruins in Colony. He also needed to revitalize the artifact Heinkel had given him by traveling to Raxus. And on top of that, he now had to clean up portions of the underworld as part of his new responsibilities as Marquis. His list of work somehow kept growing. Inside his updated psychedelia notebook, Alan recorded everything carefully. He noted down one thing that the Empire had, Bone Eater. Psychedelia and calypsophobia were created by the same developers. They take place in the same world and era, and it's called the Ampellan Continent. However, because the stories remained largely separate, there were almost no overlaps. I stopped playing calypsophobia early, so I don't know much about it. The butterfly effects from psychedelia shouldn't affect calypsophobia, right? Surely the Empire's protagonist would handle whatever problems appeared, probably. After leaving the carriage, Evan pointed toward a cave. It looks like we'll have to continue on foot. Alan thought, whatever, let's first deal with the nearest threat, the agents. They entered the cave. According to the game, all they had to do was shout the password after passing through the tunnels. Alan still found it unsettling. Knowing the location of a secret assassination organization directly from game knowledge feels kind of terrifying. The agent's headquarters had once been infamous among players. Most people simply referred to it as that miserable pineapple quest everyone hated. After entering, Alan called out, Agent Alcamael. Then he stopped. The place was in ruins. Evan pointed it out, as this place is wrecked. Several hours ago, Alcamael, leader of the agents, an assassination organization made up of a few elites. He said you come to see me and say you'll kill me? It was Yusha, and her expression was total seriousness. Alcamael then continued, I'll finally have some entertainment after so long, and sheathed his sword and lunged towards her. But in a couple of seconds he was coughing up blood, and his mind continued to repeat the same thoughts again and again. The fear, the despair, swirl around him. Hopelessness and fear continued again and again. Yusha then spoke that the crime of daring to lay a hand on that man is a grave sin. Then she used her power again to restrain him. He tried his best to run away, but she snapped his bones, and he couldn't do anything, and he met his gruesome end. But Yusha felt it was an easy death. And she told him to be grateful to Seorang, as Yusha was in a hurry because of her. She read Alan's letter. Yusha, are you doing well? I'd be happy if you were in good health. And he mentioned that he was going to visit the colony soon, and he needs to visit the ruins again with Seorang. Even Yusha finally decided that she had to make her move as well. And that is how agents that ruled over the underworld were swallowed up by the shadows. Now, back in the present, it looked abandoned. Evan asked Alan what he was searching for here. And he even pointed out that it is fascinating that there's a mansion inside a cave. So this is why you said we should come. This place is a treasure trove, Evan said happily, holding all the treasure. Then Alan said normally, everything here should have been protected by exclusion ownership magic. No one should have been able to touch anything. Evan panicked and asked him, is this like the labyrinth where we shouldn't take anything? Alan thought carefully. If the owner were still alive, nobody could touch any of this. Then his eyes widened. That means Alcamael must have run into trouble. A terrifying smile appeared on his face. The kind of smile that made Evan instinctively take a step backward. We're taking everything, literally everything. Evan immediately protested, I told you not to make that expression. Alan's grin somehow became even creepier. Especially the potions and valuables, we're taking those first. After gathering everything, they continued their journey. Looking at the piles of loot, Alan couldn't help asking, does money grow on trees? Then he immediately answered his own question. It apparently grows here. After becoming significantly richer in both body and spirit, they finally arrived at their destination. The moment Alan stepped out, Seorang hugged him from behind. Benefactor. Hi. As they headed toward the ruins, which were under the Golden Mane tribe's protection. Seorang spoke, Benefactor, can I ask you for something? He said if it's something I can do, then yes. Seorang signaled someone. A document was handed over. Alan noticed she was more affectionate toward them before. Perhaps the betrayal she suffered had affected her more deeply than he realized. I should treat her better. I don't want that trauma twisting her future. Then Seorang handed him the paper. Here, Benefactor, sign this. Alan examined the document. There was even a witness section at the bottom. Is she asking me to act as a guarantor? Seorang smiled brightly, just sign at the top. Then Alan finally noticed it, marriage certificate? Seorang immediately handed him a pen, saying yes, please sign it. In her own flirty way. At the Ashudalan Kingdom, the Komoan Duchy. The agents had completely disappeared. Duke Komoan said we managed to acquire some of their commercial connections, but now we would no longer be able to make use of the organization itself. What a shame. So, what about Asteria? Any organizations worth acquiring abyssal entities through have vanished, the person replied. Duke Komoan frowned. If we can't acquire any more, won't expanding our influence become difficult? The subordinate immediately bowed, my apologies. The Cal faction has experienced unexpected growth. There is no need to bow before me, Duke Komoan replied calmly. You may simply make amends through death. In a fraction of a second, he was cut into pieces. Then he called out, Inzila. A figure stepped forward from the shadows, saying yes, master. You will take charge of this matter from now on. Understood, Inzila nodded. As for the experiment, young Master Carmine can still be found in the isolation ward. The absorption of abyssal gems results in symptoms of severe anxiety. Those affected become unable to control their violent impulses. Only someone truly exceptional can make proper use of them. Losing weak test subjects teaches us very little. All of the subjects selected for my research were strong enough to withstand the abyssal entities from the beginning. He clicked his tongue. Still, losing those assets from Colony was a waste. But yes, Calman was a success. Several weeks earlier, as you wanted, the Seeker has provided extra. The servant had asked Calman, are there any abnormalities? Calman replied, we are finishing the final preparations. Cleaning up the underworld is only a matter of time. The servant asked another question. It seems someone has recently caught the Seeker's attention. They will likely arrive here soon. Calman nodded, I'll take care of that person as well. Who is it? The answer came immediately, Count Palacio. Back in the present, Duke Komoan calmly spoke, I thought Calman alone would have been enough. If he were defeated, then Count Palacio is a far greater variable than expected. He looked toward Inzila. Continue monitoring Colony's underworld. With a yes, he responded. As for Asteria, Duke Komoan said I hold no personal grudge against him. But he keeps interfering with my plans. So removing him sooner rather than later would be ideal. A faint smile appeared on his face. Tell those bribed pigs to convey my regrets to Palacio. If his reputation begins to crack, the rest will follow. The aristocrats of Asteria are always desperate for attention. I'll spread my influence discreetly. Inzila bowed, understood. Duke Comoan continued, the plan must continue, no matter what methods are required. In the end, it will be best for everyone. Meanwhile, back with Alan. Seorang was still relentlessly pursuing her mission. Unfortunately for Alan, that mission was marriage. Alan felt a headache coming on. She proudly waved the marriage certificate. I'll make you mine with this. I refuse your refusal. Alan stared blankly. Her determination has somehow gotten stronger after he came back. Where exactly did my parenting go wrong? He rubbed his forehead. Saying we're already family clearly isn't working anymore. I need a different strategy. Finally, he said, let's reconsider this when you're a little older. Seorang immediately looked up with watery, kitten-like eyes. How much older? Alan thought carefully and said, well, in 2 years, when you're more reliable. Her face instantly lit up. Okay. Alan sighed in relief and gently patted her head. You should marry someone you truly love. I'm sure she'll change her mind once she matures a little. A truly optimistic thought. A very, very optimistic thought. Eventually, they arrived at the ruins. Are you sure you'll be fine waiting here? Alan asked. Seorang and Evan both said we'll be fine, don't worry. Alan smiled, thank you, I'll be back. Then he entered the central tower. Time to face the unknown once again. As soon as he stepped inside, a familiar voice greeted him. Oh, you've come. Alan looked up in surprise. A dragon, or rather, a draconian. The mysterious being tilted her head. Oh? You can see me? It seems your class has risen after defeating the outer gods. Although, judging by your current class, you defeated them before they could fully manifest. She smiled truthfully. I expected you to fail. Alan immediately sighed and said I almost died, you know. The dragon laughed. Naturally, still managing it even then is more fascinating. Human, just how did you do it? Alan answered honestly, I used self-expression. The dragon froze, you used self-expression? My. And you even know conceptualization? Alan blinked, what is conceptualization? The dragon burst out laughing. That's it. A mage should be prideful. Alan frowned, does she think I'm lying? The dragon crossed her arms. If you can prove such an absurd claim, I shall call you my master. Alan immediately became annoyed. Can I even do this with my current mana? Well, I'll make it as small as possible. He raised his hand and started to chant Frost, form, renown of a snowy mountain, pen of the blind. The familiar spear appeared, then it turned into a key. He continued the phrase. Painted halberd of ice crystals. The enormous construct formed before them. The dragon's eyes widened, and she stared at the spell. Alan, with his MC aura, said, you made a promise, keep it. The dragon immediately pointed at him. You liar! You said you didn't know what conceptualization was. That's cheating. It's invalid. Completely invalid. She looked less like an ancient dragon and more like a child throwing a tantrum. Alan simply shrugged. So you're not keeping your word? The dragon gritted her teeth with little annoyance. Then she immediately added, Master, do you really not know what conceptualization is? I told you I don't. She came closer. Then how exactly did you do that? Alan thought for a moment. I express phrases as principles and memorize their names. I just followed what you told me before. The dragon looked genuinely stunned. To begin with, magic isn't as simple as utilizing superficial principles. One must approach the laws formed by mages and then manifest them. After learning chants, marks, and phrases, a mage must twist and interfere with them to manifest it. Alan thought about it. That sounds suspiciously similar to what I've been doing. She continued, using chants as a key to self-expression requires conceptualization. In order for a mage to first reach these laws, one must recall the memories tied to the creation of those phrases. Alan nodded slowly. So phrases have two uses. The dragon said there are no longer any mages capable of properly teaching conceptualization. That's why I cannot believe what you're telling me. Did those foolish words I carelessly spoke back then really become your clue? She shook her head. Without conceptualization, it should have been impossible. Alan replied, I just used marks and chants like usual. A strange realization hit Alan. The dragon believed understanding had to come first. Alan had somehow developed an understanding through repeated use. They were violating each other's sense of norms. Finally, Alan asked, "There's something I want to know. You learned it by yourself? Is that even possible?" The dragon stared at him. Then Alan said, "That's how I've learned everything until now." Oh my, before she could continue, her body flickered. "It seems I've reached the limits of my manifestation. We'll have to continue this discussion another time." Then she quickly added, "If you find Sparrow Wand and receive its chants and phrases." Alan blinked. "Is it an ego weapon?" The dragon nodded. "That fool must have placed their mind within a weapon. An ego weapon is a weapon with its own sense of self." Alan then asked her, "From what you've said, the phrases sound like a secret technique, so there's no way they'll tell me so easily." Then the dragon responded that the fool must be writhing, having been to find a successor. "I will be waiting. If it is true, then you—" Her form vanished before she could finish. On the return trip, Alan thought about Sparrow's wand. That item was supposedly located inside Colony's royal treasury. Unfortunately, obtaining it would not be easy. To claim an artifact from the treasury, he would first need to register as a combatant in the Colosseum and achieve a certain number of victories. Then you can receive a single artifact from the royal treasury. It's a useful quest, so he obviously did it, but he never picked the Sparrow Wand. It's honestly pretty terrible. He sighed. "I guess I don't have much choice this time." Suddenly, the carriage stopped. One of the escorts approached. "You may need to wait here for a while. The road is blocked by a crowd." Alan looked outside. "Then let's walk around." Seorang immediately nodded. "Okay." As they stepped into the streets, Alan noticed that the area was packed with people. People were chatting among themselves as they noticed the symbol of Rosario. Alan noticed them as it was so noisy, but before he could investigate further, Seorang grabbed his arm. "Benefactor! Let's look over there." Then someone called out, "Teacher?" A familiar voice. Alan turned. It was Yusha. She said, "It's been a truly long time." Alan noticed her familiar crimson eyes and long white hair. A face he had not seen in a very long time. Yusha? For the first time in ages, Alan stood face to face with her once again. Alan's thoughts were interrupted the moment he saw her in person for the first time outside the game. Before he could finish thinking, a little boy ran up to her and shouted, "Pretty Miss Saintess." Yusha smiled warmly, winked at the boy, and gently corrected him. "I'm a cardinal now." Alan froze. When did she even become a cardinal? The little boy suddenly dropped to one knee and proudly proposed to Yusha. Before things could get even more embarrassing, his horrified father rushed over, scooped him up, and ran away while repeatedly apologizing. "He's at that age." Even Yusha looked slightly amused. "Now that we've met," she said to Alan, "why don't we continue this somewhere else?" Then she turned towards Seorang. "What do you think, Seorang?" Sweat immediately formed on Seorang's face. Sure, let's go to the guild." As they rode in the carriage, Evan looked at Alan. "Did something happen to her?" Alan asked instead. "Evan, cardinals rank just below the Pope in Rosario, right?" "That's right," Evan replied. "They're second only to the Pope. Following proper procedures, they can even initiate an outcall, which is essentially the authority to proclaim a crusade." Alan nodded. "Well, Yusha is a cardinal now." Evan's eyes nearly popped out of his head. "What? I saw a Holy Kingdom carriage earlier." "Don't tell me, it's Yusha." Evan sighed as information about cardinals is incredibly difficult to obtain, so I had no idea. A position like that isn't earned through faith alone. He paused before smiling. "Still, I suppose there's no harm in it." Alan agreed to it as Yusha, and I exchange letters regularly, so it'll be convenient if I ever need to ask her for help. Finally, I have some good connections. But we know he has connections all over the world now. When they arrived at the guild, Seorang welcomed them. "Make yourselves at home." Alan thanked her as always. As Seorang happily moved to sit beside Alan, Yusha quietly gave her a single icy stare. Without saying a word, Seorang immediately changed direction and awkwardly sat beside Yusha instead. Alan pretended not to notice. "So, Yusha," he asked, "you said you came to Colony for business too, right?" "Yes," she smiled gently. "You may have already heard, but I wanted to tell you personally. I've become a cardinal. I'm really happy we could finally meet." Alan couldn't help thinking, what a beautiful smile. If someone told me she was a saintess instead of a cardinal, I'd believe it without question. "Yeah," Alan replied. "I'm glad too. Although this was technically his first time meeting Yusha in person, he had always avoided her route in the game because she usually appeared while destroying entire battlefields. Seeing her acting so gently felt strangely surreal. She really grew up well. I'm proud of her. Meanwhile, Yusha and Seorang had already started bickering. This wasn't a coincidence, was it? Seorang asked. You came here just to see him. Yusha answered with a pleasant smile. I truly did have business here. What else could it be but a coincidence? Then her gaze sharpened. Accusing me of disobeying the Great Moon's orders and fabricating excuses is unacceptable. Seorang immediately backed down. You're right, sorry. Alan realized it now that Seorang has been strangely cautious around Yusha for quite a while. He looked at them. Are you too close? I'd really like it if you got along. Yusha smiled beautifully before gently pulling Seorang closer. We're incredibly close. Right, Seorang? Yeah, her answer sounded painfully forced. Then Seorang suddenly turned toward Alan. Anyway, benefactor, you'll seriously consider it in 2 years, right? Alan blinked. That came out of nowhere. I'll think about it when the time comes. Yusha slowly turned toward Seorang. 2 years? Seorang proudly crossed her arms. The benefactor said he'd seriously consider marrying me in 2 years. Yusha's smile froze. What? Alan hurriedly raised his hands. No, I meant an uncomfortable chill filled the room. Both quietly waited for Yusha's response. She simply smiled. Seorang can be rather childish. You merely wished to indulge one of her unreasonable requests, didn't you? Alan sighed in relief. Maybe it's because she's the oldest. She's so mature. Then Yusha's smile somehow became even brighter. The teacher had no choice for Seorang's sake. You simply had to tell her for 2 years. There are times when kind little white lies are necessary. Alan stared blankly. What is she even blabbering about? Yusha continued, Don't worry, teacher. You're still far too young to get married. Seorang immediately objected. Everyone else said it was fine. The Vice Guild Master said the age gap wasn't a problem. You're the one who's too old, Yusha. Yusha tilted her head. Oh? I'm only 2 years older than you. Seorang started her childlike banter. Rina said your estimated age is around 1,000? Then, suddenly, a loud explosion echoed through the guild. Seorang vanished completely. There was now a hole in the floor. Yusha calmly dusted off her sleeves. It appears the floor suddenly collapsed. This building is rather fragile, isn't it? Alan silently looked at the giant hole. Never bring up a lady's age, lesson learned. Even if she was one of the 5 great saints. I didn't expect that. Yusha stood gracefully. I'll go bring Seorang back. Watching her disappear downstairs reminded Alan once again. She really is one of the 5 great saints. After that slight disturbance, things finally settled down, and everyone enjoyed a pleasant conversation. Eventually, it was time for Yusha to leave. Teacher, I should be going now. Alan asked her. You said you had business at the royal palace, right? Yes, she answered. I'll come visit you often while you're here. You wish to enter the Colosseum to obtain a treasure, correct? Shall I ask the palace whether it's still available? Alan smiled. Yeah, I'm aiming for Sparrow Wand. Its stats are pretty poor, so it should still be there. She responded with understood, then let's meet again. After she left, Alan turned around. I should hurry too. They say just registering for the Colosseum takes forever. The next day, Seorang proudly puffed out her chest. What did I tell you, benefactor? It was easy, wasn't it? I told you there was no need to stand in line. Thanks to Seorang's influence, Alan registered as an F-rank combatant almost instantly. Meanwhile, everyone else was still waiting in an endless line. Alan smiled awkwardly. Coming with Seorang really is a huge shortcut. The only way to access the royal treasury was by becoming an A-rank combatant. If I plan things carefully, this should be possible. 2 days later, a brutal free-for-all F-rank battle began. Instead of climbing the ranks one duel at a time, competitors could jump directly to D-rank by surviving this battle. Naturally, every rumored strong fighter became everyone's first target. It looks like Count Palacio is the common enemy. The announcer raised his hand. Ready. Begin. The moment the match started, every combatant charged straight toward Alan. Alan remained perfectly calm. Until now, I've mainly used spells designed for single targets. Time to adjust my tactics for fighting an entire crowd. He raised 2 fingers and started chanting. Frigid cold ice crystal, a massive crystal platform formed beneath his feet. Then came another phrase. Enhancement, comprehension, a swirling sphere of ice condensed overhead. Regression to the origin, thousands of razor-sharp ice needles erupted from the sphere like a frozen storm. The arena was instantly swept clean. Combatants were eliminated one after another before they even realized what had happened. There was a silence for a second. Then thunderous cheers erupted. The winner is Count Alan Palacio. He advances directly to D rank. After leaving the arena, Alan leaned against the wall, exhausted. That was insane. Thank goodness it ended in one attack. I didn't think expanding the radius that much would empty my mana hall instantly. I seriously need to practice my spell arrangements. And somehow, I need to increase my mana capacity too. Evan approached with a smile. Congratulations, Count. Alan forced a tired grin. Yeah, then Evan handed him a beautifully wrapped box. This is a gift. Alan opened it, his eyes widened. The Sparrow Wand? You should only receive treasures after reaching A rank. How did she? The treasure he wanted most was already in his hands. Evan then added that she thought you'd like it. Looks like she was right. Alan couldn't help smiling. Having your eldest daughter suddenly become so filial really does feel different. The next day, Alan examined the Sparrow Wand. My mana should be fully recovered now. I just have to pour mana into it. The moment he did, the wand yawned and asked him, Who are you? And why did you wake me up? My name is Alan Palacio. So, what do you want? Alan then said a dragonian introduced me. I heard you were a mage. The wand snorted. So there was at least one idiot among all those morons. Alan smiled. Would you mind teaching me your chants and phrases? The wand looked completely unimpressed. Even if I told you, could you actually use them without understanding their conceptualization? Ugh, this conversation is boring. I'm not passing my conceptualizations to anyone, now scram. Just then, Evan entered, Lord Count. Alan looked over. What is it, Evan? You've received a letter of challenge. From an A-rank combatant, Filcian. Alan blinked, but I'm only D-rank. Why would someone 2 ranks above me challenge me? Does he have no shame? Evan nodded. Normally, an A-rank combatant risks demotion if they don't fight someone of equal rank. That's why it's strange. Alan smiled instead. This is actually perfect. If I win, I can jump straight to A rank. He turned back toward the Sparrow Wand. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. The wand grinned. Huh. Fine. This should at least make things a little less boring. The next day, after the bell ignited every combatant's fighting spirit, the announcer declared, Strength is the only truth. A combatant takes on the world by force. Now then, we have an exciting match prepared for today. A-rank combatant, the turbulent Filcian, has challenged the rookie who proved all the rumors true, Count Alan Palacio. Filcian grinned to himself. Cheer louder. Make sure your voices reach all the way to the throne. This was his one and only chance. After hearing that one of the Baba Yaga positions would be given to an A-rank combatant, he had devised a simple plan. Defeat Count Alan Palacio, earn fame overnight, and claim the vacant position. Of course, he's strong. But after digging up every bit of information on him, I believe I have a chance of winning. The announcer raised his hand. The match will now begin. As the battle started, Filcian calmly analyzed his opponent. The Count specializes in ice magic. Magic has a casting delay, and his non-specialties lack power. As a member of the Flame Beast tribe, flame manipulation is my specialty. As expected, even the Count's ice magic shouldn't overcome fire, its natural opposite. Should I finish him immediately, or wait until he uses his magic? No, dragging this out would only create unnecessary risks. I'll end it with the biggest impact possible. Just as Filcian lunged into the air toward Alan, Alan calmly began chanting. Thunder Array. Crackling bolts of lightning gathered around his hand. Disintegrate thunderbolts soon started to spread around the ground. Filcian smirked. Ha! So he's using a non-specialty after all. That's flashy, sure, but non-specialty magic is much harder to predict. He accelerated straight toward Alan. But Alan continued without even looking nervous. Melt, the flow of all things. In an instant, Alan's entire appearance changed. It looked remarkably similar to Licked Bach from Plunderer. Then Alan quietly declared, Thunder God form. The crowd gasped. The two clashed. Or rather, Philcian swung at empty air. He missed. Alan slipped past him as if he had transformed into lightning itself. Philcian's eyes widened. What is this? The next moment, Alan vanished. A streak of lightning flashed across the arena. Then another, and another. To Philcian, it felt as if he was being attacked by thunder itself. Before he could react, a final lightning strike sent him crashing to the ground. The announcer immediately declared, "The winner is Count Alan Palacio." Just like that, the match was over. Unfortunately for Alan, his entire body felt like it had been run over by 100 wagons. Holy! I almost died. To twist the laws and substitute the body with mana, why does such insane magic even exist? More than mana depletion, the crest itself was dangerous. The crest thunder array temporarily substitutes the caster's body with mana possessing the properties of lightning. The following chants and phrases fuse lightning magic. In other words, it is an enchanting process. The self-expression known as Thunder God form manifests by temporarily turning the caster into lightning itself. In other words, it was an absurdly difficult spell that literally replaced the caster's life with lightning. The moment I activated it, I was forced to comprehend the very laws governing the crest. What kind of suicidal magic is this? If I hadn't understood those laws, or if I lacked the talent to reconstruct mana arrays, my body would have exploded at the molecular level like a firework. Should I feel lucky? The real problem is that the irregular mana array of lightning is combined with my body. The array collapses with even the slightest movement. Alan had to stop moving altogether and desperately reconstruct his physical mana array. Did I miss something? Ugh, this hurts like hell. Later, inside the carriage, Seorang sat beside him with tears in her eyes. Benefactor, does it hurt that much? Should I bring more recovery potions? Alan smiled weakly. I'm fine. After drinking another recovery potion, the treatment was finally complete. Then Sparrow suddenly spoke. Just how on earth did you do that? Alan gave him a smug grin. I don't know whether you taught me that just to mess with me, but I won the bet. The next day, they arrived at the royal palace. Alan thanked Seorang. Things moved much faster because of you. Even after becoming an A rank, I would have had to wait until next week to enter the treasury. I didn't realize the Baba Yaga carried this much influence. Seorang smiled proudly. It's nothing. Then Alan directed some mana towards Sparrow's wand, as previously it said that they could communicate telepathically if they both connected mana. Alan glanced at him. Did you forget about the bet? Sparrow wand signed and said, there is one thing I would like to ask. Do you have any intention of succeeding me? Do you want to be my disciple and make a contract with me? Alan replied irritably, didn't we talk about that yesterday? I said I'd put that on hold. Sparrow puffed up. I'm telling you, this is an incredible opportunity. Don't you want to become my disciple? Alan immediately reminded him, didn't I already tell you I'd put that on hold? Sparrow refused to give up. I'm serious. Even if you pass my magic down for generations, your descendants could dominate countless mages. Alan sighed. Learning your magic is one thing. Signing a contract is another. He suddenly remembered what the Draconian had told him. Now I get it. He's getting desperate because he can't find a successor. I'd better hear the dragon's side of the story first. I can't jump into a contract without understanding everything. Besides, I haven't even received conceptualization yet. Succession shouldn't even be possible. Sparrow drooped. I suppose you're right. Then he awkwardly corrected himself. I'm sorry, sir. Alan chuckled. There's no need for that. I'm probably too stupid to become your successor anyway. Sparrow stared at him in disbelief. As they entered the royal palace, Evan waved goodbye while Seorang escorted Alan inside. Sparrow was left behind with Evan. He was silently thinking, he really holds a grudge. I probably shouldn't have lost my temper. A royal guard announced, a combatant seeks an audience with the king of colony. You who have proven your qualifications, raise your head. Alan lifted his head. The king smiled. Alan, your match was truly magnificent. It was a pleasure to watch. This was the king of colony, King Carmax's 3. He continued, I hear you wish to enter the royal treasury. Alan bowed, that is correct, your majesty. The king nodded. You may claim any single treasure you desire. Only a proven combatant may enter the treasury. It is a tradition that has existed in the colony for generations. Thank you for your generosity, your majesty. The king leaned in slightly. I'm thinking of giving you one more gift. I have a daughter. Alan froze. I beg your pardon? Is he bragging about his daughter? Well, fathers do love talking about their children. The king smiled again. What do you think? Alan became even more confused. The king simply laughed. Whether you accept is entirely up to you. Think it over. Then Maxim stepped forward. Please allow me to guide you to the treasury. The massive treasury doors slowly opened. Maxim said, You may choose only one item. I hope no unfortunate incident occurs. Alan nodded. Understood. I'm sure plenty of people have searched this place before me. He carefully looked around. Let's see, it should be somewhere in that corner. 30 minutes later. He finally found it. Contract token of the blind one. Exactly where he remembered. To everyone else, it looked like nothing more than an ordinary ornament. But Alan knew its true value. Holding it up, he smiled. This will do. Now, how exactly am I supposed to decline the king's daughter when I get back? I'd really like to leave as quickly as possible. When Alan exited, Seorang was happily waiting for him. Benefactor. Are you done? The king was also waiting outside. Clearing his throat, he said, It seems you've chosen your treasure. Alan sensed an oddly tense atmosphere. Still, according to royal protocol, he bowed. Thank you for allowing me access to the treasury, Your Majesty. The king interrupted with a smile. You may be on your way. Then he casually added, Oh, and what I said earlier about my daughter was only a joke. I look forward to seeing you again. Alan blinked. That's it. It's over without the audience. As they walked away, Alan asked Seorang. Come to think of it. You didn't show much formality toward the king. Is that all right? Seorang nodded casually. Yeah, since I'm the first Baba Yaga, I can pretty much do as I please. Alan nodded. I see, so what did you two talk about while I was inside? She smiled innocently. Just normal things, food, and things to watch out for. I see, was it just my imagination, or was the atmosphere between them strangely tense? That evening, the king sat quietly, deep in thought. The more I think about it, the more unbelievable it is. To think the sin of pride actually smiled. But the moment the count left, she returned to her usual cold expression. No, that's not it. It wasn't her usual calm demeanor. Beyond her usual coldness and apathy, she emitted a treasonous bloodlust. Then the king thought, I heard Alan was her benefactor, but I never imagined she'd be this devoted. Just then, Maxim entered. Your Majesty, the cardinal requests an audience. The king nodded, led her in. As she entered, he welcomed her warmly. Yusha said, Thank you for your unchanging hospitality. But he felt immediately that something different. The smile she always had isn't there anymore. Yusha spoke first, Your Majesty, there is something I recently heard that I would like to ask you about. Would that be all right? Truly surprising. The king was completely stunned. First, Seorang and now Yusha. Even Seorang, who always maintained proper manners and etiquette, had openly shown hostility. The reason I couldn't say anything, despite it being a blatant act of disrespect toward the throne, was that there are currently 2 vacant seats among the original 5 Baba Yagas. I need overwhelming power. That was why I tried to use Seorang's affection by proposing a political marriage. If he refused, I could build up a subtle debt of sorts against him. If he accepted, I could tie down the unpredictable first Baba Yaga. As a bonus, the promising Count's prestige would also become part of my kingdom. Now that I know he also has close ties with Cardinal Yusha Bludia of the Holy Kingdom, it was essentially a proposal that would have benefited me regardless of the outcome. But after everything that happened, the Cardinal's request is impossible to ignore. Previously, I needed the Holy Kingdom's support, so I had even secretly gifted them a royal treasure. Tradition is important, but securing allies comes first. I believed our relationship had been progressing well. Yet the smile she had worn through every previous meeting was nowhere to be seen anymore. Yusha stared directly at the king. Your Majesty. Count Palacio, no, is it true that you offered my benefactor a political marriage proposal? The king froze under her piercing gaze. She spoke once more, her smile gone. Won't you answer me? The king's thoughts raced. Count Palacio, just what kind of terrifying connections have you built? Meanwhile, the sparrow wand was screaming at the top of its lungs. No! I don't want to go. Let me out. Please! Throw me outside. Alan simply ignored the tantrum. I wonder if we'll be able to have a proper conversation today. Soon, they entered the ruins once again. The Draconian appeared with a smile. My, you've come, I've been waiting for you. Alan smiled back, it's been a while. I'm certain that we had an agreement. The Draconian sighed dramatically. Ugh, you really do have a good memory. Then, with obvious reluctance, she muttered, Master, happy now? Alan grinned. I'll generously overlook your earlier attitude. The Draconian chuckled. You're quite capable when it comes to getting things done. You already have the staff. What about the magic? Alan replied. The manifestation of my self-expression was successful, but it was far more dangerous than I expected. Huh! She blinked. You actually succeeded? Unbelievable. She turned toward the sparrow wand. Sorcerer, is what he's saying true? The wand trembled. Yes, unfortunately. Alan looked at it curiously. Why are you shaking so much? The Draconian clapped her hands. Excellent. Since you originally came here with questions, let's begin with a proper Q&A today. Previously, I made you meet certain conditions before we could talk, but we kept getting sidetracked. Alan nodded and said, then I'll ask one question at a time. You said I needed to become worthy before we could have this conversation. What exactly did you mean by the standard by which the world judges me? The Draconian answered calmly. Naturally. Divine status. Alan's eyes widened. I suspected it. But I denied the possibility myself. The only status I knew of was divine status, yet there shouldn't have been any reason for me to obtain one. In psychedelia, even if you defeated a god, the lore clearly stated that humans could never inherit a god status. So, I shouldn't have gained divine status simply by defeating outer gods, right? The Draconian shook her head. That is impossible for an ordinary human. Alan frowned. Then, why me? She smiled. Why do you think humans normally cannot obtain divine status? Alan was about to answer when she continued. Because they lack the vessel needed to contain it. That vessel is the faith. Or, if you prefer, the will. Alan quietly pieced everything together. So humans can also obtain divine status through faith, which means someone has placed their faith in me. The Draconian nodded, correct. You wouldn't even be able to perceive me if you lacked divine status. You possess enough status to contain at least a fragment of divinity. That is why I instructed you to eliminate the outer gods before we continued our conversation. Alan fell silent. Who in the world is placing their faith in me? It can't simply be because of my own actions. Looks like I have yet another mystery to solve. The gods of this world get their absurdly powerful abilities named authorities through divinity. Then, if divine status grants authorities, does that mean I'll receive one as well? The Draconian face is filled with question marks. That's difficult to explain. At the moment, your divine status is roughly equivalent to that of a small local deity worshipped in a remote border village. Alan blinked. Wait, there are ranks to divine status, too? I defeated 2 outer gods myself. She shook her head. Simply defeating them doesn't mean you inherit all of their divinity. Strictly speaking, you only erase them temporarily. You were only able to defeat the Wicked One because you already possessed divine status. Alan finally understood. So that's why you assumed I already knew. The Draconian laughed softly. Fascinating. Countless things cannot even exist without divine status, yet you're completely unaware of them. But that's fine. The important part is that you've finally become capable of seeing the truth. Now then, what else would you like to know? Alan immediately began asking every prepared question he had. However, most of the answers were surprisingly simple. What's the inscription on the stone tablet at the end of the fortress? She answered, I can't say anything beyond that. Its purpose was to have you form a picture of the current situation. Alan sighed. That's it? Was obtaining divine status even worth all this trouble? The Draconian smiled. It was not meaningless. All of your questions ultimately point toward one destination. The deep sea? Alan repeated the unfamiliar name. The deep sea? The Draconian nodded. Right now, I cannot directly speak of the past. They are watching. In the endless darkness. Those who walk at the roots of history. Those who seek to bury the past forever. The very beings who brought the end of the age of gods. That's why I cannot say any more. She handed him a necklace. Take this. If you give it to the senior mermaid living along the northern coastline, she will guide you to the deep sea. Alan nodded. Perfect. I already planned to stop by Raxus to unseal the relic. so the timing works out. According to the Wicked One, I received acknowledgement from both the black and the blue. Is that correct? Yes, you can simply think of it as receiving acknowledgement of a greater god. Before Alan could leave, the Draconian suddenly reached for the sparrow wand. How about leaving this staff with me? I'll return it in about 2 years. Alan looked confused. Why? I need to make this fellow actually useful. And I need to gather more strength before our next conversation. The sparrow wand panicked. Wait. I like staying with the mage. I can still, before it could finish. Alan casually handed it over. The wand screamed. Alan! No! Lord Count! Have mercy! Alan ignored the crying wand. Well then, I'm off. Just as he turned around, the Draconian appeared in front of him and stopped him. I cannot guarantee when we'll meet again. So before you leave, at least tell me one more thing about your magic. The rest of the conversation wasn't shown. When Alan finally stepped outside, Evan smiled. You took quite a while. Seorang was already doing her happy dance. Benefactor. You're finally back. Alan looked at the two of them. Their ability to kill time keeps improving. After returning to the guild, Alan began preparing for his trip to Raxus. Evan asked, since we'll be meeting the merchant guild, will this amount of things be enough? Alan glanced over them. It should be. The next morning at the northern border gate of Colony, Seorang waved enthusiastically. Benefactor. Make sure you sign that for me next time. Alan and Evan exchanged awkward glances. Even Yusha was also present. She smiled brightly and said, I'm glad I could see you before you left, teacher. Alan looked blankly. You looked busy, so I only left a message. But thank you for coming. Then he noticed someone else. Your Majesty? What brings the king all the way to the northern gate? The king tried to put on an act. I simply wish to see you off. He turned toward Alan. I also have a royal gift prepared for you. Alan suddenly felt uneasy. Something feels off. My philosophy is the more, the merrier, but this definitely isn't just a small token of appreciation. Royal gifts usually come with political strings attached. Normally, refusing would be rude. But accepting could be even more troublesome. I truly appreciate the gesture, but I believe it's far too generous for someone like me. The king shook his head. I'm giving it simply because I like you, so don't be burdened. Comfortably, purely, I hope you'll accept it. He looked as if he were begging Alan to take those earnestly, and Alan became even more suspicious. Why does this feel like a trap wrapped in expensive gift paper? If your Majesty insists, I gratefully accept. After receiving the gifts, Alan departed. The king watched the carriage disappear into the distance. Yusha spoke first. I have a feeling our negotiations will proceed positively. That's when he realized, from now on, I should never, ever mess with Count Palacio. I'm so stressed, I'm starting to crave the mana weed I quit 13 years ago. Inside the carriage. For the first time in quite a while. Everything felt peaceful. Alan calculated the territory's finances. The territory's deficit should finally start shrinking. Evan asked him, so do you really desire a peaceful life? I do. Evan laughed. For someone who keeps saying that, your life has been anything but peaceful. Alan shrugged. I'm just a little busy right now. Evan gave a thumbs up. Somehow it doesn't seem like that's going to change, even a few years from now. We never know though, right? After a brief silence, Alan suddenly spoke. Evan, it's sweet potatoes for dinner tonight. Evan nearly choked. Excuse me? You're joking, right? Alan stared at him. Judging by yesterday, you've become quite the sweet potato expert. Evan sighed dramatically. Are we seriously having sweet potatoes again? Alan gave him a completely expressionless look. A petty person never forgets a grudge. Evan immediately realized. He was still being punished for teasing Alan. Even revenge, apparently, could come baked. It had been 2 weeks. After packing away all the gifts bestowed upon me by the king, I gathered my belongings and set off for Larthania. It was on the way to Raxus anyway, so I figured I might as well stop by. Evan glanced at Alan and asked, Lord Count, your mind seems clouded with thoughts lately. Is something troubling you? Something troubling me, huh? Alan thought. His mind drifted back to the Dragonian's final words. Lastly, hear me out regarding your magic. She had said, if mages possess conceptualization, then they should naturally be capable of self-expression. Yet you alone deny that immutable truth. Thus, I have reached only two possible conclusions. Either you are an inhuman existence beyond imagination, or you simply do not remember. There are no other plausible possibilities. Think long and hard about it. Back in the present, Alan sighed. Neither explanation seems right. If I were some omnipotent, inhuman being, I wouldn't be struggling this much. The age of the forgotten gods, where legendary archmages supposedly existed, had always been nothing more than a few pieces of background lore in the game. Alan only remembered it because Beastkin benefited from increased magic attack power. Knowing your skills is the bare minimum, after all. Besides, I'd have needed to actually live through that era to have those memories in the first place, and I haven't. Somehow, the more answers I get, the more questions I end up with. Evan asked again, "Is it really that serious?" Alan smiled faintly. "Not really. I think it'll sort itself out once I see the truth in the deep sea. Right now, my priority is figuring out whether another crisis is about to hit this world." Evan nodded. "Then please don't hesitate to rely on me whenever you need to." Alan looked over and noticed Evan happily enjoying an expensive-looking dessert. "Thanks, I see you've certainly earned the right to eat luxurious desserts." Evan immediately protested. "Hey! It's not because of that." Alan tilted his head. "What is it then? Some kind of premeal etiquette?" Evan answered with complete calmness. "I'm praying to the Count. It's a type of religious activity." Alan was confused. "Religious?" Evan said, "I pray earnestly that today's dinner isn't sweet potato." Alan stared at him. "Do you hate sweet potatoes that much?" "It's not hate," Evan sighed dramatically. "It's just that after eating them for days, even heroes begin questioning their life choices." A few days later, inside the most luxurious gift shop in Larthania, Alan browsed through the shelves. "I wonder if there's anything suitable. They say this is the finest shop in the region." Last time, he had been in too much of a hurry to buy anything. Finally, he got the fountain pen, which seems old, but it was fine for now. As he continued browsing, nearby conversations caught his attention. "I heard another member of the three consuls died. Considering all the bribes Baima accepted, he had it coming. I even heard he was secretly taking money from a Shudalin. I don't know whether that's true, but honestly it sounds like something he'd do. Since Riot is dead too, doesn't that leave Rinne as the only remaining member of the three consuls? That's why everyone's in an uproar. They're saying the three consuls were fighting among themselves." "Wait, does that mean Rinne killed the other two?" "Nah, why would she? From what I heard, they insulted Rinne's godfather." Here it all made Alan freeze. In Caliban's side palace. "Annoying, that guy is unbelievably annoying. Why does everyone admire that mad dog so much?" The speaker was Caliban's utterly useless second prince. He read reports about the second sword of Caliban, Deus Michaelian. Though never officially recorded, everyone knew he had defeated the legendary first sword, Reinhardt. Yet strange rumors surrounded him. Apparently, he was suspiciously obsessed with magic. Every night he practiced spell casting on his own. During every Five Swords meeting, if anyone merely mentioned a mage, he'd somehow steer the conversation toward praising Count Palacio. Recently, his admiration had become so blatant that even the servants had started gossiping about it. Still, Deus's charisma was absurd. Even from another man's perspective, he's annoyingly cool. The prince slammed the report onto the table. "I told you to investigate him. So why is half this report just compliments about him?" Ever since the prince had attempted to charm Deus's sister, promising her unimaginable status overnight, Deus had responded by beating him senseless. Because Deus had completely misunderstood what friendly flirting meant. His father had even approved the resulting mock duel. Since then, the prince had lived in his older brother's shadow. The only reason he still maintained a faction in the succession battle was because of the support and resources secretly supplied by a dark organization within the Ashudalin kingdom. Their proposal is basically a win-win situation. I have little choice but to accept it anyway. And now I even have a perfect excuse to pressure Count Palacio. Deus praises him nonstop. If I ruin Palacio's reputation, it'll be satisfying enough. Even if something goes wrong, no foreign noble would dare lay a hand on me without the king's approval. Suddenly, the palace doors burst open. The prince jumped. "What?" Standing there was Deus Michaelian. His expression was calm, but overwhelming mana radiated from his body. "I greet the successor of the Five Swords." The prince frowned. "You lunatic! What are you doing here? I came because I have a question. I heard the slander about Count Palacio spreading over the last few days originated from you. Is that correct? The prince scoffed. Slander? What if it's actually true? Deus replied without hesitation. It isn't. So I would appreciate it if you withdrew it. The prince laughed. You barged into my palace just to make such a ridiculous demand? There is absolutely no rebellion intended. Deus spoke as calmly as if discussing the weather. Though an unfortunate accident may occur. For example, the side palace collapsed. The prince blinked. What? Deus looked around thoughtfully. I've been worried about the palace's structural integrity. The prince finally realized. He's serious. Deus stepped closer. So, will you withdraw it? The prince sneered. And if I refuse? You're acting high and mighty when you can't even make a move without permission. Then Deus casually raised 2 fingers. Invisible threads spread throughout the palace. That's unfortunate. Suddenly, massive fractures spread through the pillars. The crack in the 8th pillar that's remained untouched for 18 years has finally reached its limit. It appears the building renovations were long overdue. The palace shook violently. The prince screamed, "What the hell are you talking about?" The entire side palace looked moments away from collapsing. Wait. I'll withdraw it. Immediately, the threads vanished. Deus nodded. On second thought, it was only a scratch. This is a royal side palace. Naturally, its construction is excellent. I simply rushed here because I was concerned for your highness. It appears my worries were unnecessary. The prince stared blankly. What kind of insane monster is this? Then another horrifying thought crossed his mind. Good, I'll report this to father and have him arrested. Before he could finish thinking, Deus interrupted. Oh, one last thing. Unless you wish His Majesty to learn about your close relationship with a certain foreign dark organization and order your imprisonment, I suggest abandoning any unnecessary thoughts. I trust you'll make the right decision. With that, Deus calmly walked away. The prince stood there speechless. A few seconds later, he exploded in rage, smashing everything within arm's reach. From the very next day, a strange rumor spread throughout Caliban. The good-for-nothing second prince had attacked Deus, who had merely come to check on his well-being. Nobody knew who started the rumor. Nobody questioned it either. Later that afternoon, in Murd, Alan met with Rinne. This is the artifact you requested. There is no need for payment. Alan shook his head. Normally, I'd gladly accept the favor. But since this is a commissioned item, I'll pay. Rinne laughed softly. If that's what makes you comfortable. On the contrary, I am the one who's grateful, Godfather. Alan smiled. I'm glad she liked the gift. I really should have brought her one sooner. There's no way such a sweet lady could have murdered 2 members of the 3 consuls. Right. Then his memories replayed. The very first day we met, she had punched the son of one of the most powerful nobles without a second thought. Actually, maybe I shouldn't rule it out just yet. Soon it was time to leave. Well then, I'll see you again soon. Rinne smiled gently. It's a shame you're leaving so quickly. I have to move quickly. I understand. Because I know your great ambitions, Godfather. If you ever need me again, please let me know. Alan smiled. Thanks. As he looked at her, he couldn't help but notice something. Her expression seemed much more varied than before. Or is it just my imagination? Soon Alan departed. Watching the carriage disappear into the distance, Rinne quietly smiled. There isn't much time left. 5 days after leaving Lithuania, they continued their journey by carriage. Alan looked out the window as the endless blue horizon came into view. It's the sea. Evan leaned over to look outside. It really is. Alan added, we'll be arriving in Raxus soon. Just then, a small figure suddenly jumped in front of the carriage. The horses screeched to a halt. Evan quickly climbed down. Hey, kid! That was dangerous. Where did you even come from? The boy crossed his arms confidently and said, hand over your provisions. Alan and Evan both stared at him in silence. The boy sighed dramatically. It seems I have no choice but to reveal my identity. He struck an overly theatrical pose. I am Felon of the Blue Magic Tower. A genius third circle mage. Neither Alan nor Evan looked particularly impressed. The boy puffed out his chest. You stand before the future honor of the Blue Magic Tower. A mage's favor is priceless. Alan nodded. I see, Becoming a third circle mage at your age is certainly impressive. You must be considered a prodigy. The boy grinned proudly. Well, I'm still not quite on the same level as my sister. But without a doubt, I'm a genius. Just then, a young woman hurried over from behind the bushes. Felin, are you going to keep going as you please? Alan recognized her immediately. Phinia? She was frozen to the core seeing Alan. Felin pointed proudly at the carriage. Don't worry, sis. I'll get us food this time. Phinia's face instantly turned pale. Don't tell me he demanded food from Lord Count Palacio? Without another word, she smacked him over the head. Then she immediately bowed deeply to Alan. My apologies. My little brother has spent his entire life locked inside the magic tower. He has absolutely no common sense. Evan smiled. It's been a while. Phinia nodded politely. Indeed, it is an honor to see you again. Felin's jaw nearly hit the ground. No way. This makes absolutely zero sense. My amazing big sister knows how to speak politely? The same sister who blasted an insufferable noble yesterday? It feels like I've just watched a legendary dragon apologize for stepping on someone's flower. Watching the siblings argue, Evan quietly whispered to Alan, kids these days are strange. Felin looked utterly betrayed. Sis, you actually knew honorifics this whole time? Another punch landed on his head. Phinia sighed. Sorry. He's still young. Evan leaned toward Alan. I knew it. There are a lot of crazy mages. Alan couldn't help but agree. Looking back, Phinia's eccentric personality in the game actually makes sense. Considering the world was literally ending, maybe those outrageous NPC descriptions weren't exaggerations after all. Alan spoke up. It doesn't seem like your situation leaves you with many options. If you're heading to Rax's anyway, why don't you travel with us? Phinia hesitated. Well, traveling together would certainly be. Alan added, you can refuse if you'd like. It's only an offer. I'm not forcing you. Phinia struggled internally for a few seconds. Finally, she bowed. Then, please let us travel with you. I'd truly appreciate it. Soon afterward, the carriage was back on the road. Now carrying 4 passengers. Alan looked toward Phinia. So what happened? Why were you searching for food? Phinia rubbed the back of her head awkwardly. The tower master sent us on an errand. But we had a slight disagreement with the merchants traveling alongside us. Felin eagerly jumped into the explanation. So we made a tactical retreat. We beat up those smugglers trying to frame us and turned them over to the local lord. Phinia immediately shoved a loaf of bread into his mouth. She smiled awkwardly. It's a rather long story. Alan nodded. I see. It sounds eventful. Phinia continued. It seems you also have business in Rax's, Lord Count. We happened to gather some useful information. Alan looked interested. What kind of information? Phinia's expression became serious. Ships have been disappearing. Alan frowned. Disappearing? She nodded. Near the relic coast. They're being dragged beneath the sea. Treasure hunters claim it's the work of the merfolk. But the merfolk supposedly vanished long ago. So no one knows for certain. Alan fell into thought. So it isn't a natural disaster. Is it the merfolk? At this point in the timeline, their existence shouldn't have been revealed yet. Even accounting for butterfly effects and unexpected variables, unlike the outer gods, whose appearances were intentionally left vague, the merfolk had an established storyline. They weren't supposed to appear yet. Which means another outer god may be about to appear. Soon, they arrived at the port. Evan announced, Lord Count, we've reached our layover. We'll need to take a ship to reach Rax's. So let's head straight to the harbor. Principality of Korkia, outskirts of Rax's. Port of the Kimin territory. The ferry captain crossed his arms. 100 gold per passenger. Phinia nearly exploded. 100 gold? Who exactly are you trying to rob? The captain shrugged. My ship, my prices. If you don't like them, wait 2 weeks for the next ferry. Alan quietly observed him. Judging by how brazen he's acting, someone powerful must be backing him. There aren't any other ships docked here either. Looks like we don't have much choice. Alan handed over 4 heavy gold pouches. 400 gold. The captain smiled. Now this is someone I like doing business with. Come aboard. Evan whispered, you're actually paying? That's 10 times the normal fare. Alan shrugged. We can't afford to wait 2 weeks. Besides, thanks to His Majesty's generous gift, I can afford to splurge a little. Then he glanced sideways at Phinia. Mages are supposed to be rich. Maybe I shouldn't have paid for them. Phinia quietly looked away, pretending not to hear that. One day after the merchant ship set sail, Alan was surprisingly relaxed. For once, everything felt peaceful. Unfortunately, Evan was currently losing a fierce battle against seasickness. He looked absolutely miserable. Alan sighed. Just lie down inside. Evan groaned. I can't. I'm fighting for my life. Meanwhile, Phinia wasn't doing much better. She looked just as pale. Alan couldn't help but think, even geniuses can't cast a spell against seasickness, huh? For the first time, I'm actually grateful my body doesn't get seasick. Suddenly, another ship slammed into theirs. A massive pirate vessel loomed beside them. Grappling hooks flew through the air. Pirates poured onto the deck. Alan instinctively steadied himself. One wrong spell, and we'll end up reenacting Titanic. Everyone aboard quickly surrendered. Alan assessed the situation. Phinia and Evan are completely incapacitated by seasickness. If I recklessly use magic and destroy the ship, we're all swimming home. One pirate shoved a sword against Alan's neck. Don't even think about trying anything. Alan calmly raised his hands. For now, I'll let myself get captured. The passengers were quickly tied up. The captain immediately tried negotiating. Take all the cargo. I only need to deliver the goods to the sea wolves. Besides, there's a noble and a mage aboard. You'll get a hefty ransom. Just spare me and my ship. Evan glared furiously. That bastard sold us out. Alan wasn't surprised. I expected as much. Quietly, he looked toward Phinia. With a subtle flick of mana, she secretly broke the restraints suppressing her magic. Then Alan prepared to free himself. The captain continued shouting. Deals like this don't come every day. You won't regret it. Then a new voice echoed across the ship. How noisy! Silence instantly fell. A man stepped aboard. The captain's face lost all color. Sea King. The legendary pirate, Sea King Raiden. The man who united 6 of the 7 archipelagos. Who had sunk over 50 ships. Destroyed the infamous Black Fang fleet. And slaughtered countless pirate captains for little more than his own amusement. Above heaven and earth, none stand before him. He's demon incarnate. The captain trembled. It's true, there he's right there. Phinia was confused about why the count was just sitting there. Raiden's gaze landed on Alan. He froze. Boss? Alan blinked. Raiden. Raiden immediately rushed over. Boss. What are you doing here? I was on my way to Rax's. I figured we'd meet after I finished my business. I didn't expect to run into you like this. The surrounding pirates stood frozen. Is the boss acting friendly towards someone? Phinia and her brother were equally stunned. Is he acquainted with the walking calamity? And he's this calm about it? Just how many connections does this man have? Raiden immediately cut Alan's restraints. You should have sent word. I would have prepared a proper welcome. Alan smiled. I thought we'd meet later. Raiden suddenly remembered something. He casually drove his spear straight through the captain. I believe you mentioned selling my boss. The captain never got another word out. Raiden turned back with a bright smile. I'll personally escort you to Rax's, boss. Then he added, but before that, why don't you rest at the 7 archipelago for a while? You can recover. And we can catch up. Alan nodded. Sure, I don't have anything particularly urgent at the moment. He hasn't awakened as one of the 5 great sins yet, but he's already terrifying enough. Half a day late, they finally arrived. Evan and Phinia practically kissed the ground after stepping onto land. Alan looked around. This doesn't resemble a pirate city at all. It looks more like a meticulously governed territory. This was the domain ruled by Raiden, the heart of the 6 unified islands. The first island. Alan suddenly remembered something. Come to think of it, everyone recognized me immediately. Evan scratched his head sheepishly. Oh, the children at the orphanage asked what you looked like. So I drew your portrait. Alan stared at him. Knowing Evan's artistic ability, I'm almost afraid to ask. Evan proudly nodded. They said it looked just like you. Alan sighed. If they recognized me from that drawing, those kids might actually be artistic geniuses. The last archipelago not occupied by the sea god and the territory of the sea wolf pirates. We've lost contact with the merchant ship for several days now. The situation definitely seems unusual. One pirate reported the news to his superior. The man frowned. So you're saying the returning supply ship was attacked? He was Turtigan, captain of the Sea Wolf pirate destroyer. The subordinate nodded. I'm certain it was that bastard Raiden. Turtigan silently activated his mana. A small burst of magical fireworks shot into the air, a signal spell. The next instant, the reporting pirate dropped dead. Turtigan's anger still hadn't subsided. He stomped on the corpse several times before kicking it aside. Throw this bastard outside. Yes, sir. After calming himself slightly, he turned toward another subordinate. How much tribute is left? The man replied nervously. They said we still need at least 1,500 more people. We've already offered nearly 20,000 bodies, but they still want more. That bastard Raiden will be coming soon. Another pirate spoke up. Won't boss we be fine? If we fight at sea alongside the merfolk, we can win, right? Turtigan laughed bitterly. We might be able to stop Raiden's pirate fleet, the White Moon, but mere merfolk aren't enough to stop that monster. His expression darkened as old memories resurfaced. When Raiden first conquered the first island, 6 pirate captains joined forces and declared war. As though mocking us, he roamed the sea alone, slaughtering captains blessed by Clyad and annihilating our fleets. I'll never forget that sight. The moment he tore both my arms off, I swore I would kill that bastard. Back then, as Turtigan lay bleeding on the shore with both arms missing, someone approached him. Do you wish to gain power? Turtigan glared at the stranger. Who the hell are you? The figure smiled. It won't end with merely killing Raiden. I will grant you the power to become the conqueror of the world. Offer human flesh to the merfolk. Offer and offer again, and when enough souls gather and you earn their trust, you shall become a god. Back in the present, 1,500 more people needed. Turtigan smiled. There may still be a way. Meanwhile, on Raiden's first island, Evan looked around in amazement. Wow, this island is incredibly clean. Pretty much what I'd expect from someone with severe mysophobia. I knew it was bad, but this is honestly impressive. Raiden welcomed them warmly. Boss, this is my mansion. Come inside. Soon everyone settled into the main hall. Alan glanced around. Even the inside is perfectly symmetrical. It's like someone copied one half and pasted it onto the other. Raiden offered them snacks. You must be hungry. Please help yourselves. Meanwhile, the mage siblings were already fast asleep in the guest room after being completely exhausted. After everyone settled down, Raiden asked, by the way, boss, you said you had business in Raxus. So why were you on that ship? Alan answered simply. Because it was supposed to be heading to Raxus. Raiden blinked. Boss, that wasn't a merchant ship. It was a supply vessel transporting cargo to the Sea Wolf pirates. Alan froze. What? So I paid 400 gold for a pirate supply ship? Evan nearly exploded. That captain? I'm going to resurrect him just so I can punch him again. Raiden chuckled. That's exactly why I intercepted it. I was cutting off their supply of human flesh. I never imagined you'd be aboard it. Alan's expression turned serious. Human flesh? Even in psychedelia's dark fantasy setting, human flesh is considered absolutely taboo. Then everything clicked into place. He looked at Raiden. Is this related to the Sea Wolf pirates? Raiden nodded. That's right. I don't know how they control those monsters, but right after I conquered most of the archipelago, the Sea Wolf pirates brought in merfolk. Merfolk and human flesh. Alan immediately connected the dots. An outer god. If the merfolk are gathering human sacrifices, then they're trying to summon one. Alan looked up. Are you planning to wipe out the Sea Wolf pirates? Raiden smiled coldly. Their supply lines are cut. They're my last prey. So I'll finish this. After all, you gave me this chance for revenge, boss. Alan scratched his cheek awkwardly. Did I? Then he spoke. I actually have something I want to ask them. Mind if I come along? He couldn't ignore this anymore. The merfolk's faith revolved around human flesh and sacrificed souls. If an outer god descended through those sacrifices, the entire region would be annihilated. Besides, I have to reach the deep sea anyway. Raiden grinned, of course. As long as I'm the one cutting their throats, I don't mind. Alan suddenly remembered something. By the way, about those rumors surrounding you. Raiden sighed. I don't kill people just because I'm in a bad mood. Alan nodded. What about your nickname, Demon? Raiden shrugged. I only act like that toward pirates. It's revenge. Alan thought for a moment. I honestly expected a complete psychopath. Turns out he's surprisingly normal. The rumors made him sound like a walking disaster. I was worried he'd already become someone worthy of being one of the 5 great sins. In psychedelia, the 5 great sins were beings chosen by gods who descended upon broken children born from tragedy. Eventually, the world's laws collapsed, and an outer god descended. But now that outer gods had already begun appearing, the original timeline barely meant anything anymore. In other words, those children were merely potential candidates. Alan smiled. So the rumors were exaggerated after all. My sponsorship wasn't completely wasted. Raiden certainly wasn't ordinary. He deviated from common sense quite a bit. But then again, Alan remembered the rest of the children. They're all unique in their own wonderfully terrifying ways. Raiden suddenly laughed. But boss, you're surprisingly normal. I thought you'd use hypnosis magic or something. Alan blinked. Hypnosis? Raiden scratched his head. Because everyone changes completely after meeting you. Alan smiled awkwardly. I honestly have no idea what that means. Anyway, before we deal with the Seawolf pirates, I'd like you to guide me around the slums tomorrow. There's someone I need to meet. Raiden nodded immediately. It's easy. Who is it, and is meeting that person all you need to do? An appraiser. Have you ever heard of Alexian? Raiden thought for a moment. Not really. Leave it to me. I'll make the arrangements. For now, get some rest. Alan thanked him. Raiden personally escorted him to a guest room. Alan flopped onto the bed with a sigh. It's been ages since I've slept on an actual bed. Alexian, if not for the relics, I'd never willingly meet that guy. The ring of the Mad One Heinkel gave me, and the relic from Colony, both required a special appraiser. Alexian was one of the few capable of evaluating them. His prices changed entirely depending on his mood, and just reading 2 lines of his dialogue was enough to trigger murderous intent. Meeting him was notoriously difficult because he hid behind an underground financial organization in the slums. Yet players always sought him out. His appearance rate was somehow even better than the randomly spawned dungeon merchants. There was no helping it. Even if he insulted me nonstop, I'd just have to endure it. So Alan mentally prepared himself for the worst. The next morning, Raiden casually walked in with someone. This is the guy you were looking for, right? The man immediately fell to his knees. Please don't kill me. Please. Alan stared blankly. How did he catch him overnight? Once everyone sat down, Alan gave him the items to appraise. Alexian, with his shivering fingers, dropped the sword and immediately begged. It was my mistake. I dropped it by accident. I'm sorry. Please spare me. Raiden frowned. Hey. Why are you overreacting? Did I kidnap you? I invited you politely, didn't I? Alexian nodded so hard his neck nearly snapped. Yes. You invited me. Very politely. Then why are you shaking? Alexian desperately tried to stop trembling. It didn't work. Alan asked, I thought you hid behind an entire organization. How did this happen? Raiden shrugged. I didn't even negotiate. I simply asked Alexian politely. That's all. Alan looked around. Then what happened to the rest of the organization? Raiden definitely needs therapy. 10 minutes later, Alexian wiped the sweat from his forehead. Count, it's finished. Alan blinked. Already? It usually takes 2 hours. How is it done so fast? Raiden casually placed a hand on Alexian's shoulder. You didn't half-ass it, did you? Alexian nearly cried. Absolutely not. Alan suddenly felt bad for the poor man. Let's just let him go. Thanks to him, there was no longer any need to visit Raxus. Raiden nodded toward his men. Escort him outside. Alexian bowed repeatedly. Thank you? Thank you for sparing me. Alan watched him leave. To think Alexian would thank someone. Just what on earth did Raiden do? A few days later, they finally set sail for the Seawolf Pirates base. Alan noticed Evan looking much more relaxed. You seem to be doing better. Is it because of the medicine you took earlier? Evan nodded. Yeah. The seasickness medicine the Vice Tower Master made is absolutely incredible. Alan couldn't help but admire it. To whip up a cure for seasickness that easily, she really has a talent for alchemy. If only I had even half that talent. No, I'd settle for having half her mana. Southern region of the Principality of Korkia. Near Caliban stood the headquarters of Pagul, a massive criminal organization responsible for trafficking thousands of people for drugs and prostitution. Boss of Pagul Dart desperately begged, "Wait. I was only following orders. Please spare me." Standing before him was Deus. Without the slightest hesitation, he cut down one criminal after another. After the slaughter, Deus calmly asked his subordinate, "Did you find anything?" His subordinate shook his head. "This doesn't appear to be one of their main base. The ones who ordered this were Asteria nobles. It looks like there are about 3 more besides Count Barthez and Count Briel. Yuna is currently gathering information on the higher-ups, but their command structure is extremely complicated, so it's taking some time." He added respectfully, "Thanks to you, Sir Deus, we've been able to gather information much faster." Deus simply replied, "If it's for the Great Moon, everyone in the Blue Moon would do the same." The man speaking was Haydn, a member of the Blue Moon. Deus nodded. "That's right. We aren't kind enough to let fools who try to harm him continue living." His cold gaze swept over the collapsing hideout. "We are not gentle at all. Everything is for the Great Moon." With that, the remaining explosives detonated. The entire building base collapsed into rubble, leaving nothing but smoke and shattered stone behind. Their mission was complete, and another enemy of the Great Moon had quietly disappeared from the map. If you like this recap, make sure to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more awesome manhwa stories.